to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. I'm going to hand over straight across to whoever is in G Plus and Google, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I figure out why the hell this show keeps going wrong this morning.
Good morning, Nathan.
Morning. I suppose we should do a bit of housekeeping all the same, even though we don't actually have a G Plus panel to answer any of the questions, so I'm relying on you guys in Discord. So, any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge? That's a horizon, formerly known as Earth curvature.
I don't believe so.
Sound too sure?
Well, no, I don't. I'm pretty sure they haven't come up with any evidence. No, sir.
Right, any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
Nothing that I know of.
Where is everybody? I appreciate that I had some technical issues, but I'm sure I shared the link like at least half an hour ago. Did I just not share the link while I was having an issue with my OBS? In case anybody's wondering,
right?
Not earlier.
We've started
Not
10
half an
minutes
hour
late.
ago.
So in case anybody in the audience is wondering why we started 10 minutes late, it's because for whatever reason, OBS has decided randomly to not allow my intro to restart itself once it's done, which is a pain because once I load OBS, the first thing it does is put the scene up that I last had on, which is typically the intro or outro. And so I go to start the show, and I press the button on my Stream Deck to start the outro after I've done my spiel, and it won't stop. It just keeps playing in a loop. So I turn off loop and click all the different various options, and I just can't seem to get the intro to work correctly. So eventually I found an old scene with an old intro and changed the file name to the new intro on an old scene, and it seems to resolve the problem. It took me an hour to figure it out with me screaming and swearing at the computer. But obviously in that process I've forgotten to share my G Plus links, and now I've got no panel. So that's not very good. Anyway, about scientific evidence of gravity.
Well, wait, did you put out the link now?
Yeah, I've put the link in. Oh no, I've sent it to Brian. That's probably why. I've got people in the chat saying, no link, no link. Oh, that's probably why. I've sent it to the last person I've spoken to. I'm all over the place this morning. Like I say, I've had a technical issue with OBS.
That and a few people were here and they left right after 9, so I guess they figured you weren't coming.
Fair enough. Has anybody got anything they wanted to cover today? No, I'm tempted to disappear to the Earth Awakening server, see what they're up to. And get in. Last time I tried to join, I was banned. Should we have a look, see if we can try?
Wait, you were banned from Earth Awakening?
Couldn't get in, yeah, somebody had banned me. Anyway, I'll see what's going on in Earth Awakenings.
If you don't really understand perspective.
So,
well, you have to understand perspectives.
Well, define perspective. I mean, for me, it's just things get smaller with distance. You know, that's the law of perspective. Is the way we would draw something, and then you have someone standing in one position and see something from their perspective, versus someone from another spot seeing it from theirs. So what do you mean by perspective?
Not the art form, not like when you're drawing something, more like when you're looking out. So your perspective includes things like peripheral vision, right? You have peripheral vision. That's not, what do you use that in drawing? So like you're going to have to apply more things to this idea of perspective. And if you're going to box your mind into a place that it's only dealing with artwork, I can understand why you've been confused for the past 10, 12 years.
So real quick.
So in my presentation.
Hold on. I just want, before it gets lost, because people keep typing. So I posted a lot of the references, and like if you just look, bro, like just read it, right? First of all, it says in the conclusion of the
paper, right?
Yeah, it's not just that paper though. There's more, right? But in the conclusion of that paper says, we have seen that our visual space is not purely Euclidean as we believed prior to the Early experiments. There's a difference between our visual perception and the physical world. We explored the works of mathematicians who have investigated these differences in terms of different types of geometries. The applications that come from the Alley experiments show that hyperbolic geometry is the best fit to model our binocular visual space. Even though hyperbolic geometry was initially controversial, it is becoming a standard piece of modern mathematics. And if you go deeper into it, most studies on visual perception assume a limited region in visual space to be Euclidean. In a series of Alley experiments in which extensive configurations of stimulus points in a frameless space were dealt with, it was found that a horizontal or slanted plane extended from the subject is best described by hyperbolic geometry, whereas a frontal parallel plane in front of the subject is best described by Euclidean geometry. Theoretical problems around these findings and two properties of visual space were discussed. And it's really phenomenal, dude, because I mean, this is an art. Like basically, what we see in the horizon is all perception. All it's not an actual geometric position. So when you look at a star, when you look at the sun, when you look at the moon, in your model, you've mapped out the Earth based off of that curvature. But the Earth isn't curving. Your vision is curving. And the greater the distance, the more of the hyperbolic function. And it fits the golden ratio. Like everything in our reality fits the golden ratio. Why would it be so far-fetched that our visual space and our perception, our perspective also fits the golden ratio, which they literally call in modern theoretical physics, where they're dealing with space-time, they're using, it's known as the golden function. I'm not joking, bro.
Sure.
I'm not making shit up.
That's all fine. But again, I mean, a lot of this tends to deal with binocular vision, which when we're talking about these relationships, and I would disagree with, I think, both of those definitions of perspective. We're talking about how things relate to a single observer, which you could basically shortcut as a single eye, or even just like a camera, right? Like even just on a flat sensor. So I don't know that these things do as much to curve these relationships as seems to be suggested. I think it's just, it gets a little more complex at the edges, so to speak. It's certainly not something that compounds over distance if you're looking straight forward. But anyway, these are all things I do intend to touch on in the presentation. This is kind of why I asked about it.
Yeah, so look over all the references that I posted, and that's plenty of material right there.
Yeah,
Chew off.
absolutely. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon.
It gets even crazier though. Hold on, because Gio sent me this, bro. This is the cherry on top. But before I go, so it says here in the golden ratio, or the golden hyperbolic models of the universe, it talks about these models are based on the golden section. In this article, the authors discuss the hyperbolic Fibonacci and Lucas functions and the surface of the golden shofar, which are most important of these models. But it gets trippy and honestly, a lot of this stuff, bro, is over my head, right? Because I can't make sense of what they're talking about regarding space time and all this other shit. But it's when you got to watch this video, dude. It says Qualia Research Institute, the hyperbolic geometry of DMT experiences at Harvard Science and Psychology. Like this is literally like the tip of the spear, dude.
So just while I'm here, because I got to go in a minute, to answer Root's greater question, there's something to be said also that what the eye perceives could very much be distorted, but the brain does a lot of legwork to correct for those distortions. So we might not see any straight lines at all. But when we look out and see straight lines, it's because our brain has sort of understood what it's looking at and corrected for any distortions between sort of the external world and the retina. That's a huge oversimplification, but something to bear in mind.
Like even the rate of refraction that we have to consider with declination and right ascension, like from 0 to 15 degrees and 75 to 90, it's logarithmic, dude. And it matches the golden ratio, dude. Coincidentally, it's another astronomical coincidence, like everything else that happens.
Sure, but that would still be more in the camp of refraction than perspective.
Yeah. Correct. But isn't it odd though? Like that's
It's interesting.
But yeah, moral of the story is though, it's all due to perspective and perception, not the ground curving. The ground isn't hyperbolic. That's basically the whole point. That you guys modeled the Earth off of visual space, curved visual space.
Yeah, no, I understand the position.
You know, Shane's been talking about this for years, right?
Yeah, a lot of what Shane has put out there is largely why I'm doing the presentation.
Earth curve just hijacked perspective.
That's the claim.
The old magic trick. Look over here.
No, they took a flat plane of reference and then utilised your eye parallel with the surface level in the mathematics. So you need surface level to be flat, and you need eye level to be parallel with it, and the height measurement comes from sea level. So there's 3 flat Earth prerequisites in Earth curve maths before you do anything. You need Earth to be flat.
While you're here, I did have a question for you quickly. Since last we spoke, I was wondering if you had any new revelations or clarifications, understandings as to what a measurement is.
What, like the height of eye in Earth curve math measurement?
Any measurement.
Okay, so height of eye parallel with surface level in Earth curve maths.
Okay, and that is measuring what exactly?
The height of eye parallel with surface level.
So
You understand that, right?
Well, I understand if you're saying it's a height, that's a measurement of height. Is the parallelness a separate measurement?
It's part of the maths. I've said it 3 times. In Earth curve maths,
Right, so
you've got surface level and you've got eye level, and they're parallel with one another. Yeah?
Right, so my understanding is that you can only measure one quality at a time. So you measure length or weight or temperature, for example, but one measurement doesn't measure anything except the thing you're specifically measuring.
Like height of eye. For your Earth
Which would
curve
be
math.
a distance measurement from the ground to the eye.
Right. Off surface level.
I'm not sure what you mean by surface level.
It's in the Earth curve maths, labelled, quote, surface level in Earth curve maths. Your Earth curve maths, the ones that need a surface level for the height of the eye
No.
to be measured off.
Wouldn't you just need the spirit
So by
level?
that,
I mean, all you would need is a plumb bob, and perpendicular to that plumb bob, you have a horizontal, or you can use a bubble level or a spirit level, and you have the black baseline you need, regardless of the shape of the Earth.
what it sounds like, and Nathan, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like what he's suggesting is that you require a flat Earth to make a measurement, but not that you're measuring the flat Earth.
Your Earth curve maths has got it labelled as surface level. I've said that 6 times. You haven't acknowledged it once.
So how? Yeah.
Now
So
I'm talking to someone else, it would seem, Manufactotum.
Yeah.
Seems
So
someone
how-
else wants to talk to me,
Yeah, so-
Manufactotum. My 6 attempts to get you to acknowledge the surface level and eye level parallel with it measurement that will be inputted into Earth curve maths. 7 times.
Yeah, all you need is a bubble level like
I
that.
think I was talking to
You-
I was talking to
Listen,
Manufactotum.
bro, he just asked Manufactotum a question, bro. What are you doing?
Yeah, dude. What are you doing?
Yeah, can we just have a flow and not, don't let things go crazy.
That's all right. I could repeat it an 8th time for Manufactotum if you want. I don't mind.
No, I got it. I got it. I got it the first time. My question, though, because that doesn't really address my question. Like, I understand that you're saying eye level and surface level are parallel.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth. That's right. Eye level and parallel surface level requires Earth be a flat plane to make that measurement of height of eye. So when we measure height of eye for Earth curve maths, we are measuring a flat Earth. It's required for your maths.
Here's the problem with what you just said, though. We're not measuring the Earth to be flat. We're assuming it's flat to make a measurement.
So for you to measure Earth curve, you must assume Earth is flat. Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth that you'll be measuring for your Earth curve. You'll assume that you're measuring Earth flat, will you? Yeah, we know. You are measuring height of eye, though, off surface level. It's in your maths. It is a measurement, and it is off surface level that you'll be measuring for your flat plane that you need for your Earth curve. Yeah, we know. Welcome to Flat Earth.
So you recognize then that the statement, we assume the Earth to be flat to make the measurement, is not the same as we measure the Earth to be flat.
So you're measuring from surface level, though, and parallel eye level is fundamental to the calculations that you'll make after you take the measurement. Are you suggesting that when you use Earth curve maths, you're not measuring Earth for Earth curve? It's not a measurement of Earth, then, when you get your height of eye off the surface level. That's not a measurement of Earth, but it's your height above the Earth.
That's correct.
Of course it's to do with Earth. You're measuring Earth and your height off it.
No, you're measuring from the Earth.
Yeah, which is
You're
flat.
not measuring the Earth.
From a flat Earth, yeah, for height of eye above surface level.
Presumably.
Yeah, you're measuring from a flat Earth. That's correct.
Presumably.
You will need a flat Earth to measure from for your inference
What if we
and
do-
calculations. Is it just me, or am I making this summary with him yammering through the top of me? I'll try again.
No, well, I mean,
It's a different guy yammering through music.
say
I see.
measuring from
I
a-
see.
from a
different
flat
guy
Earth.
yammering
Why-
through
why
my
do we say that?
conclusion.
Why don't we
And
just
only took
measure?
8 attempts, but this
Right,
guy's going to
and
continue
that's
to
what
talk.
you're
It's left
doing.
lane,
That's
right?
what you're doing.
Left lane talking
Nathan,
through my
you're the
conclusion.
one making it
I see.
ridiculous.
Left lane's decided that it's his priority at the end of my conclusion after 8 attempts of talking to this guy and
Yappity
getting to
fucking
conclude Earth's
yappity,
measured
man.
flat. It's left lane's conclusion that needs to come over the top of mine. I see.
All I'm saying is that we can say that the Earth is assumed to be flat to take a measurement, but we can't then say that we've measured.
I'll just
the
say
Earth
that
to be
then.
flat.
We will be assuming Earth is flat for your Earth curve measurement then. Yes, we will say that because it's a
Excellent.
fact.
Thank you.
That's a presupposition.
So you're saying that the Earth curve maths presupposes Earth be flat to make a measurement. I see. So that just means
That's
it's
the
invalid
farthest you
then.
can
Does
say,
that mean that the
yeah.
Earth curve maths is invalid because it's based on presupposition? Okay, I'll agree. No worries.
No, just
All it
just
means
make
is
the
that
measurement.
statement-
Don't presuppose anything.
Not my measurements, Earth curve measurements. They're not mine. The measurements come off surface level, though. They're height off surface level. Parallel. eye level with it.
Presumably.
Earth must be flat for that to function. Calculate.
Is that really the globe head? Is that really the globe argument that we can? It's okay to assume it's flat to measure curve. Okay.
Okay,
That's
we
what
will.
My argument is simply that the statement.
Okay, you can. Not me.
argument.
You can assume Earth is flat for you to calculate Earth curve. No worries. You can do that. No problem. You do that.
So my argument was simply that the statement "the Earth is measured to be flat" is false.
Really? So how are you going to get height of eye of surface level then? If you're not measuring Earth as a flat surface level to get height of eye, you're just saying that the Earth curve maths are bunk and redundant then because the measurement's not to be trusted, right?
A height measurement doesn't require any of the two things you're measuring the height.
Yeah, it does.
from
Yeah, it does.
to be any
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. It requires surface level.
The
Cat
height
got
of
your tongue?
eye does not.
Cat got your tongue. A minute ago, you were telling me how you'd accept it as a presupposition for your calculation, and now you're telling me what, it doesn't count? Yeah, it does. It's in your maths. It's surface level.
I'm saying I accept it as a presupposition before I accept
Your
it as a
maths.
measurement.
Your maths. You're saying you accept Earth is presuppositionally flat for you to get height above it. Okay. Yeah. So you need a flat Earth then. Yeah, we know.
No, you don't need one. But you can.
Yeah, you do.
presume it to
So,
be
yeah,
flat,
why do you keep denying it? Surface level.
and
It's
you get the same
in.
distance.
Why are you denying it? It's in your maths. Surface level. Yeah, you do need it. It's just when it's flat and we point that out and welcome you to flat Earth, suddenly you don't think you need it anymore. You can just call it a presupposition and that'll be all right. When you require Earth be a flat surface level for your height and parallel eye level with it, you require Earth be flat.
If I go to the top of the crow's nest on a ship, for example, and I want to take a depression angle from horizontal, I have a bubble sextant and I want to take an angle down to the water. What am I measuring from?
Parallel eye level and surface level.
So I'm measuring from a parallel to the surface?
Yeah, we're not doing depression angles, though, are we?
We are in this example.
Are we? I thought we were just measuring height of eye above surface level. We haven't got that far
No,
yet.
we forgot to take our height of eye.
Oh, is that a measurement?
So we're just taking
is that a measurement?
It is a measurement, yes.
Off surface level.
No, it's a measurement
You're
of
muttering.
an angular distance.
Just need a yes. Yes, that's correct, Nathan. Yeah, we will need a flat Earth for this. Yeah, I know. I said it 9 times.
You don't, though. You can
Oh, you
presuppose
don't?
one.
I see. So you don't need surface level labelled as such in your calculated Earth curve inference. You don't need surface. Why is it in the maths?
We don't need it to be flat.
Why is it in the maths was my question. I heard you say you don't need it. Now I'm saying why is it in your maths if you say you don't need it? You do. It's in your maths.
It's not flat in the maths.
Sorry, it's not a level. Why is it labelled as being, quote, level if it's not level? It is. You're just a bullshitting glurf. I'm sick of talking to you, Malefactotum. You're just bullshitting me and lying to me. Telling me you don't need things that are labelled in your maths as level. Telling me that they're not flat and then talking through me when I chastise you for being a bullshitter. You do need surface level. A minute ago, you accepted that presuppositionally Earth must be flat for you to take this height of eye with parallel eye level with surface level. Now you don't need it. Now it's not a measurement. Well, that's just irritating. Yeah, you do. You need a flat Earth. It's called surface
That's not
level.
what I said.
Yeah.
I didn't say we don't need it. I said we don't need it to be
You do need it.
flat. And
You
it's
do need
eye
surface.
level,
You do need it.
not eye
Yeah, you do
horizontal.
need it. You need surface level. Flat Earth. You'll need that.
Should I say
Why
it a
didn't
sixth time?
you say you don't need it? Does that mean because you need it?
I didn't catch that. What?
Why else would you not? I said, why would you not say that you need it? Is that because you do need it?
I didn't say we don't need it. I didn't say we don't need it. I say we don't need it to be flat.
What's it? What don't you need? What's it? Surface level.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a level, having no part higher or lower than the other, surface of Earth for your height above Earth. The surface thereof. Now, you're going to take that flat Earth prerequisite level surface and then infer that it's curving. That's how your maths works, Earth curve maths. You measure Earth flat and then infer that the surface that's level that you require to be parallel with your eye is actually curving. It's a magic trick. It's hijacking perspective.
I'll say it a seventh time. Let's see if you can track it. Surface level is not surface horizontal, and we don't need it to be flat.
Level is flat. And it's surface level in your maths, and you don't have surface level on a globe. There is no surface level on a globe. What you're doing is taking flat Earth prerequisites and then calculating in sphericity by hijacking the visual effects of perspective. Furthermore, there is no perspective in Earth curve calculations. It doesn't even exist. Not
There
represent-
is, but that's beside the point.
You think there's perspective in Earth curve maths?
There's perspective in any observation.
In Earth curve maths, not in any observation. The maths don't match the observation because there's no perspective in Earth curve maths. Third time. You do need a flat Earth to measure, though.
What are you calculating exactly?
Come again?
Well, the claim is that we've hijacked perspective, but the claim seems not to pan out as far as the claim of having measured it flat. So if that's not the case, we can presuppose it flat, but it doesn't need to be flat to take those measurements.
It does. You need surface level. It's right there in your maths. I've said it 10 times. It's called surface level. It's not surface curve. It's the surface that you're getting your height off. That's the surface. You don't need to talk through me while I reiterate my win for the 10th time. It's me winning. It's in your maths. You've denied it. You've said you don't need it. You've said it don't need to be flat. You said it isn't horizontal. It is. It's surface level. You don't have to like it. It's part of Earth being measured for you to infer that an object that does not change its value with distance, it will remain feet or meters based at all distances. Ergo, does not include perspective. A 10-foot wall in Earth curve maths is 10 foot if it's right in front of you or 60 million miles away. Still 10 foot. There's no angular reduction. It's hijacked perspective. There is no perspective in Earth curve maths. Furthermore, it needs a flat Earth.
How can it be hijacked perspective and not have perspective?
Because there isn't any in it. You've just said it representative of visual things, right? In reality, you said. Yeah, in reality, we have perspective. That's reality. Things get smaller into the distance. In Earth curve maths, they say the same size. They are ascribed an actual physical feet and inches that doesn't change, no matter how far away they are from the claim to be observer in the maths. So there's no perspective. There's no angular reduction in size in maths that's using a flat Earth.
Perspective does the same thing. Yeah, perspective does the same thing. Things appear smaller in the distance because they remain the same size.
No, they appear to get smaller in angular size, but that doesn't get accounted for in Earth curve maths because it's taken the effects of perspective and called them Earth curve when measuring Earth flat with surface level.
Yeah, you're just wrong about that.
Okay, show me angular size reduction in Earth curve maths then. So, sorry, is it an angular representation for the target or is it given in feet and meters?
It's an angular representation.
That's a lie. That's incorrect. There is no angular representation. The target is given in meters or feet. It's not given in angular size. That's incorrect.
Are you talking about angles of elevation?
No, I'm talking about the target. I've said it 3 times. You're just deaf and stupid and want to change what I've actually said. The target in Earth curve maths does not change in size at any distance. It doesn't reduce in angle value because it's reducing in physical size as per perspective based on your perception. It looks like it's getting smaller into the distance, but it doesn't in Earth curve maths. It stays the same number at all distances. There is no perspective. 4th time.
Any target at distance is going to be subject to the angular diminishment due to perspective.
Yeah, that's correct. In reality, yes. In reality. In Earth curve maths, it stays the same size. It's 5th time.
Can you show me this?
Yeah, it's in Earth curve maths. Yeah, you put in a value for the height of the item, the target value. Its value is in feet and meters. I've said it 6 times.
Why don't you go pull up an Earth curve calculator, buddy?
I don't need to.
Yeah,
I don't need to. I know his rhetoric better than he does. I know the flat earth that he requires in his rhetoric, and I know that it doesn't include perspective because the target value won't change with distance. If you've got a cow and it's right next to you, it's pretty big in your field of view. If it's a mile away, it's tiny. But in terms of earth curve maths, that cow will be represented as 4 feet at all distances. So there's no perspective in earth curve maths. 7th time.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about two different ways of measuring something. The height of the object in perspective will still be the same. The angular size that it takes up in your vision will be smaller, but the same is true with looking at a distance through like earth curve measurements.
No, there is no perspective in earth curve. There's no angular size reduction. I've said it 8 times. You're just hand waving me.
You're looking at it from.
Just hand waving. I'm not looking at anything wrong. I'm looking at maths that doesn't have angular size reduction in them 9 times. There's no angular size reduction in earth curve maths. There is a flat earth, though.
The distance you're looking at it, of course it does.
Left lane thinks
you're right, body lefty.
Yeah, like badly.
Meanwhile, to conclude, you will need a flat earth, that's surface level, to assert that you've got calculable earth curve. And furthermore, the earth curve that's calculated, debunked in 2020 by the Black Swan. If Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959, then every distance to horizon measurement could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Off surface level, as per the earth curve maths, that has no discernible decrease in angular size at distance. There is no perspective. It just uses a flat earth surface level and parallel eye level to assert that there's a point below surface level called earth curve when you ignore perspective.
Earth curve doesn't ignore perspective.
Yes, it does. It does. It shows you the side of your own head. You can't get that view. You never see the side of your own head.
No one says you see the side of your head.
Yeah, earth curve maths does. Yeah, earth curve maths does. When you say nobody says it, I'm Nathan Oakley. I say earth curve maths shows you the side of your own head. We call it Muppet vision. Your response, nobody says that. My name's Nathan Oakley. I'm the one talking to you, man of fact totem. I say earth curve maths says it because it does. It shows you, second time, the side of your own head, and you never, ever get that view. It gives you that view, called orthographic, because it has no perspective. The value on the right-hand side for a tower, 100 foot tall, will be the same regardless if it's off the page a million miles away or right in front of the observer. There is no perspective. 10th time.
Orthogonal view is exactly what gives you perspective. If you put two objects distant to each other, the angle subtended by those two objects, the top and bottom of the distant object and the observer, is exactly the angular view that diminishes with distance.
That's fascinating.
Exactly what perspective
That's just not included. That's fascinating. It's just not in earth curve maths. Fascinating. It's just not in earth curve maths. 11 times.
It's exactly in the orthogonal projection that you're talking about.
No, it's not in earth curve maths. You saying with a hand wave that it is 11 times in rebuttal will not change that the begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking earth curve maths has no account for angular size reduction at distance. It's an orthographic view. It can't account for perspective. It's not within the realms of possibility for an orthographic mathematics that uses surface level, a flat earth, for heights, and eye level parallel with it for the calculated sphere earth horizon debunked in 2020 by the Black Swan that's below surface level. That's a flat earth that's measured in your maths that doesn't include perspective. 12 times.
If I make a triangle with a base of 2, and I make a taller triangle with the same base, is the angle at the top going to be smaller or larger?
Who cares? Earth curve maths doesn't have perspective in it. It's not representative of reality. It does take flat Earth surface level to make the calculation, though. I mean, it doesn't matter if I put it out to this guy that'll need a flat Earth 25 times. He'll start asking me about triangles. Doesn't matter that I point out there's no perspective to match reality. He'll just talk through me. Doesn't matter he's not addressing it and me repeating it is going to get chanted through. So what, the audience and you don't get to hear it because you're talking through it? You haven't addressed it in 13 times.
Yeah. May I ask a clarifying question? When you say globe math does not take into account perspective, how is that? In what situation? I mean, yes, orthographic view is very conforms to perspective.
It doesn't. It doesn't have any
I don't
perspective in
understand
it.
what you mean.
Perspective is angular size reduction based on distance. You don't have any...
Yes. Well...
Maybe you could tell me. Did you want to tell me?
Are you claiming
Is it a
that the
question or did you want
globe
to tell
model
me?
does
Are you
not
telling me
take
or asking me?
perspective into account?
Sorry, are you telling me or asking me?
I'm asking you.
Okay, once you've finished asking, would it be okay if I carry on answering without you carrying on talking through the middle of the answer? Is that okay by you?
No problem. Go ahead. I'll mute.
Thank you. On screen for my live audience right now. On the left-hand side of the page is the observer, denoted with the word I. On the right-hand side of the mathematical graphical representation of Earth curve maths, we have a value labelled hidden. Now, those two values, inputted in, I've said this 10 times, feet or metres, do not change with distance. That is to say, if this value for a tower in this position is 100 foot, it's 100 foot here, it's 100 foot here, and it's 100 foot if it's 1,000,000 miles off the page. It doesn't change its value based on angle and the limitation the distance would give you. It doesn't include that. The value stays the same. 100 foot at 1 metre, 100 foot at 1,000,000 metres. Sorry to convolute the two different formats.
But the angle does change, and that's perspective.
Yes, the angle does in reality. It just doesn't in Earth curve maths 13 times.
Sure it does. Yes, it does. If it's distant, it's still 100 meters at distance. It would have to be getting bigger for that angle not to change. So of course it changes. That's perspective.
Yeah, in reality, you've made this attempt 4 times, Manifactotum. Yes, in reality, if I hold a toy cow in front of me, is it just me or is it me responding with him chanting through me on the 14th attempt for him to not hand wave this? That was 1 sentence before Manifactotum started talking through me. Don't use your mute button. It doesn't matter how many. I don't mind doing it 25 times. It's never going to change. It's on screen now and will remain so for the duration of this discussion. Every time you tell me there's an angle. No, there's no angle. There's a straight line. One line between observer and target. Not 2 to represent an angle. You liar. Don't lie. Either you're ignorant or lying. So if you're ignorant, I think it's the end of your time talking to us, because you don't know what you're talking about. You've just said that in Earth curve maths, there's an angular representation. No, there isn't. That's 2 lines to the target that would give us an angle. Is it just me or is his mic open and he's now... Is it Stefan? Stefan, you just said you'd put yourself on mute, my friend. Thanks, yeah. I haven't finished talking. There's 1 line, not 2. You're not going to get an angle out of that. 1 line. As I've said 14 times, with a lying glurf scumbag, or ignorant, we don't know, tells me that, no, we've definitely got angular representation.
Don't
in
be
Earth
calling
curve
people
maths.
scumbags,
Definitely not.
Nathan.
Definitely not.
Yeah,
I'm
you've
making
been
my
warned,
conclusion.
Nathan, once. So that's your second one.
What? Come again?
So, Nathan, may I ask, you know...
I was just interrupted during my conclusion. What's going on? He's just said there's an angle in Earth curve maths, Stefan. No, there isn't.
Yes, you do. You are very long-winded. So I was just going to ask you, when you say that perspective isn't taken into account on the globe model...
I just answered you, Stefan. Were you not listening?
That is wrong. No, hang on a minute. That is wrong. I mean, perspective works even if the Earth is spherical, as an object by distance.
Yeah, I got that. Yeah, in reality, Stefan, there's perspective. I got that.
Yeah, hang on a minute. So how then, you know, perspective and the elevation changes to stars as you move along the surface of the Earth.
We're talking about Earth curve maths.
Could you please, yes, could you
There's no stars in Earth curve maths. There's no stars in this Earth curve maths. What are you talking about?
How that conforms to perspective.
Sorry, we're talking about Earth curve maths. There's no stars in this math. What are you talking about?
Oh, that is math, yes. There is math in that.
There's no stars. There's no stars in Earth curve maths. Are you deaf, Stefan?
if we make an elevation angle to
Yeah, I heard you.
star
I heard
and
you. I heard. I wasn't deaf. I've responded. Are you just going to keep chanting it? I heard you.
Would the angle by distance change linearly or non-linearly?
Show me the angle in Earth curve maths, please, Stefan. Are you ever going to shut up? I've heard you. I heard you, Stefan.
Should change
He won't shut up. He
non-linearly.
just keeps going. I heard you the first time, Stefan. Are you going to shut up ever?
So you explain that to me, okay?
Yeah, I could if you ever shut up. There's no angle in Earth curve maths.
Yeah, take your own advice, Nathan.
Yeah, guys both ways, Nathan.
Sorry, there's no angle in Earth curve maths. There's one line, not two, to give me an angle, as I'm being asked about angles to stars in Earth curve maths. Now, I'd said to Stefan, there's no stars in Earth curve maths to comport with your non sequitur, complete non sequitur, to the discussion I was having, until now, it seems, about Earth curve maths and its lack of perspective. Now I'm being asked about stars that don't appear in Earth curve maths by Stefan. So I'll say it again. There's no stars in this. There's no elevation angle measurements being made. There's a single line that doesn't include perspective. It won't give me an angle to the target. It's a single line. That answers your question, Stefan. There's no perspective in Earth curve maths, Stefan. There's no stars in it either. Your question was non sequitur.
Yeah, well, what you do is you establish a horizontal by like a spirit level, a bubble level, perpendicular line.
Yeah, welcome to flat Earth.
And as
please.
that moves away, you have two lines. You have the horizontal, which is your baseline, and you have the top of the object. And as it moves away, yes, it gets smaller. The problem is it does not get smaller as it should be on a flat Earth over long enough distances.
What are you babbling about? I haven't made any claims. I've used Earth curve maths and pointed out there's no perspective in it because there's a single line between target and observer. You're saying, well, it wouldn't work on a flat... Is it just me or is he talking through me again? I haven't finished my sentence and Stefan's yammering through me. What a shock. I'm getting talked through by Stefan.
Hold on 1 second, moderation. Stefan, when you yield the mic to Nathan, you have to wait till he finishes talking. And Nathan, I hope that you would do the same as well. And I just because it gets garbled and audio chaos, that's all.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, there's no perspective in Earth curve maths. There's a single line between target and observer. I keep getting told by glurfs that there is perspective in it. No, there isn't. It doesn't seem to matter that I've said it 16 times.
I would like to point out that Earth curve calculation is about drop over distance. We could measure perspective. I don't think there's what's necessary about perspective in measuring drop over distance.
A perspective is part of reality. Yeah? The drop that you're describing is with respect to surface level that will be required, though. So we need a flat Earth, and there's no perspective. That's my point. Is it ever going to get 17 times? Do I ever get a glurf acknowledgement of that? Or do we just get lots of hand-wave denials and lies? Or ignorance?
We've all heard the claim. The problem is perspective isn't explicitly shown here by an angle subtended from the eye to that object, but it is there. It's not.
No, it isn't. So 17 times. No, it is not.
But it's there.
No, it is. Show me the second line to give you angular representation in Earth curve maths. Show it me.
A horizontal baseline.
I'm talking to Manufactotum, Stefan. He's just made an assertion. Now I'm going to hold him to his claim. Show me the second line to give you perspective. If it is, quote, there, according to you, it isn't 17 times. Got to lie to glurf. You got to lie.
Not
You're lying.
Explicitly drawn with two lines, but it's there.
There is not two lines. You're a lying glurf. There's only one. You can't get perspective. Is he just talking through him? Is it me? I'm responding to his glurf lie about there being two lines to the target because we've got to have perspective because perspective's a thing. It's just not a thing in Earth curve maths. It isn't there 18 times.
I'll say it a third time. before you call me a liar.
You're
it's
a
not
liar. There's no
explicitly
perspective.
drawn with 2 lines, but it's there. I never said there were 2 lines. I did not lie.
No, but you said perspective's there. No, it isn't. You are a liar. To have perspective, that's angular representation. You'd need to form an angle, and there isn't one between observer and target. 18 times I've pointed out that a single line isn't going to give you an angular representation to have it decrease with distance. That's perspective. It is not there. What is in Earth curve maths is surface level. You'll need to measure your height above it to get parallel eye level. Now, while I'm proving Earth must be flat for the surface level requirement, and that this maths definitely doesn't have perspective, what we're going to get a 19th time that, oh yeah, it's definitely there. No, it isn't. There's no perspective in Earth curve maths. It's hijacking it.
The angle is not drawn, but the angle is there. You have 3 points, the eye, the bottom, and the top of that other object. Those 3 points create an angle. It's not drawn on the paper, but it's there.
No, it's not there.
So
there's
it's not
one
there,
line
but it's
between...
there?
No, there's not. It's on screen for my audience, so they all know you're a liar. There's a single line between target and observer. You won't get an angle. You won't get an angular representation out of an orthographic view. It's orthographic. It doesn't include perspective. You know what it'd be called if it did? It'd be called a perspective view. It isn't. And this lying glurf is going to continually assert that, oh, there must be perspective there because we have perspective. Yeah, it just isn't in Earth curve maths. What is in Earth curve maths, even though I've pointed it out 19 times and it's never getting acknowledged, just lots of glurf lies coming back, is that we do need surface level. That's absolutely required and labelled as such. That's needed. You're going to be measuring your height of eye above it.
I know the insults are for entertainment value, but if you could just refrain from them as much as possible. Thanks.
What insults?
He's running a show, man.
3 lines.
Yeah, but we're live
If I
streaming
draw
as well
3
here.
dots,
What insults? Nobody insulted anybody, did they?
Oh, no.
Yeah,
It sounds
I
like
draw
it's
3 dots on a
extremely sensitive, it seems.
Sorry, why are we talking about
it's
insults?
just the channel rules. It's just the server rules. That's all.
Yeah, but
And this
who's
is also
broken
a
them?
show.
Who's broken them? Who's insulting who?
Or just like glur flyers and stuff like that.
Glurf means globe earth
No,
believer. Glurf is a fact. That guy's a glurf. He's a glurf. That's a fact. It's not an insult, it's a fact. He's a liar. He's told me on multiple occasions. It's just me, or am I defending myself whilst getting talked through by this moderator who's decided that calling someone a glurf liar
defending
is an
yourself,
insult?
calling
It
people-
isn't. It's a fact.
Come on, Nathan. I mean, come on.
So why am I getting told off for insulting him? It's not an insult. It's not an insult. And now I've got left lane yammering while I'm trying to defend myself. It's not an insult, it's a fact. Oh, no, never going to get the opportunity to get this sentence out in full. Not allowed to defend myself, it seems. It wasn't an insult.
I've also put a.
What's going on, Terry?
In the
Terry,
chat.
I'm addressing you, mate, and you're just yammering through me. It wasn't an insult, Terry.
I never said there was an insult.
You said stop the insults.
I never said there was an insult.
Well, somebody did.
Let's
So
get back to
there's no
surface level.
perspective in Earth curve maths, and it does need surface level to be measured for eye, height, parallel with it. Parallel meaning that it must be a flat surface for the eye level to be parallel with it. Earth must be flat.
Assuming no atmospheric compression, right?
Sorry, say again?
well, before we get on to that,
Sinking and looming effect.
Say again, Taylor.
Huh?
What'd you say?
I just wanted you to repeat yourself.
Oh, I was just talking about the atmospheric effects on the things that we observe, like the sinking or the looming effects.
Okay.
That we would have to control for.
And that's in your Earth curve maths when talking about perspective, is it?
No, I'm assuming you're basically accounting for it if you're doing measurements, right?
What measurements are we
And
doing?
like making
What measurements are we doing?
if you're trying to make like definitive claims off of optics, that would be something you'd have to account for.
Yeah, we're talking about Earth curve maths. So your measurements are what?
Well, I'm not claiming to find Earth curve with optics.
You just mentioned looming, though, didn't you?
Yes, and sinking.
Do you want to define what looming is?
It's basically a refractive effect.
Do you want to define what looming is?
Yeah, it's when basically something's like floating over or being stretched out due to perspective because of refraction.
Over? Over what?
Over the surface of the Earth or whatever you're observing.
Surface level.
Assuming that that is the actual surface and not also an optical effect.
Sorry, it's described with respect to surface level.
With respect to whatever you're viewing, you can have sinking and looming effects on any whatever
I think
you're
she
observing.
means the horizon.
Well, that's assuming that's what you're observing, but you can have other effects, not just observing the horizon like that.
Okay, and what was your point?
That I'm just basically saying that, refraction is something you'd have to account for if you're making Earth curve claims or definitive claims based on optics.
Okay, but before we make any definitive claims, we're going to measure our height above surface level. So we'll need a flat Earth first.
Yeah, level's not curved.
Those are mirages. So if you want to qualify mirages as refraction, you're going to have to give us some evidence of that.
But we're not talking about anything observational whatsoever. We're talking about Earth curve mathematics and what they are.
How
The
are you
parts
measuring
being
Earth
a surface level and height of eye measured off it, parallel with it. Flat Earth prerequisite.
How are you measuring Earth curve?
I'm not. There isn't any. We measure Earth flat with surface level 20 times.
Yep. So when people claim to measure Earth curve due to optics, they would have to account for, refraction, and I can't get any clear answers out of them on how much refraction there actually is or how much we measure or what's the maximum.
No. The first thing they do in Earth curve maths is give you their height off surface level, don't they?
Yep.
Yes, so welcome to flat Earth is the answer. So you'll need a surface level to give you height of eye above.
Yep.
Yeah. So at that point, they need a flat Earth to move forward in their claim. That's the end of the discussion. They'll need a flat Earth.
And if they're not using... Exactly. And if they're not assuming flat Earth, then they need to at least be using circular geometry because if you think you're measuring around a curve, then you'd have to use like circular geometry. So
there is, when you say circular geometry, no, they're always going to be utilising a flat surface level for every claim they make ever.
Exactly. Exactly.
That whole thing about trying to measure the Earth curve optically, how can they do that if they themselves say that they can't do that because the Earth is too big? Right.
They have their ways, apparently.
Chocolate.
We get lies over and over again. I say there's no perspective. Oh yeah, it's definitely there. That's a lie from Manufactotum. There's an objection raised that I shouldn't call him a liar. Let's just make it absolutely abundantly clear. My name's Nathan Oakley. I'm calling Manufactotum a liar because he's repeatedly asserted there's perspective in Earth curve maths. There isn't. There is a surface level, flat Earth prerequisite.
How much,
there is
guys?
No perspective.
How much, guys?
No perspective in it. Don't know why I'm getting interrupted when I point that out. I'll just try and make the conclusion it's the second attempt. He is a liar. There is no perspective in Earth curve maths. It's on screen for my audience. There's a single line between target and observer.
How many times are you going to let that go on?
Left lane's now interrupting me for the third time.
Left lane, please stop. You're not a mod here.
Shut your mouth, left lane, you dick.
Yeah, how long are you going to
shut your mouth, dick?
People fucking
dick.
Liars, though.
Dick. I'm talking, dick. That means shut your mouth. Like your mod's right told you off. Is he just going to keep getting too yammer through me? I've made 3 attempts to make this.
Do it.
3 attempts.
You're trying to invoke it, dude. You're trying to like poke the bear to cause it to
No,
happen.
you're allowing
Dude, you're gonna get
allowing
muted.
him to
Stop,
break server
Lefty.
rules.
Yeah, calling a person a liar is classed as an insult.
He's a liar. He's lied about perspective being in Earth curve maths. That's a lie. Fact, it's on screen for my 120 live participating audience members that can see there is no
say
angle.
He's incorrect.
Why am I? It's fourth attempt.
Liar.
Fourth attempt. Fourth attempt.
Left what do you mean perspective in Earth curve
That's
math?
angular size reduction.
Well, hold on.
Based on distance.
Yeah, guys,
I haven't made my conclusion yet. I've made 5 attempts to make it.
Man.
Bit of moderation. Still haven't made my conclusion.
And then I want to defend myself.
Manufactotum, you're a liar.
Manufactotum, this is your last warning, bro. Last
You're a
warning.
liar. Manufactotum, you lied. You said there was perspectives. Definitely there. End quote you. No, it is not. There is not 2 lines to form an angle in Earth curve maths. There's only one. You won't get an angle for angular size reduction at distance. The distance has a fixed value for the target at all distances. There is no perspective 20th time.
Okay, if I draw 3 dots on a wall and I don't connect them, there is an angular relationship between those 3 dots. We can draw a triangle and 10 of us can measure at either of those points and get the same angle, which, by the way, is what a measurement is. It's an assessment of an objective value, which means it's there. There's an angular relationship there. Just because they didn't draw in those lines for you like a 3-year-old doesn't mean it's not
That's
there.
an insult.
Doesn't mean it doesn't
That
exist.
is an insult.
There is an angle
That's an insult.
there.
There's an insult. He's just called me a 3-year-old by inference. Yeah?
No, he said the guy didn't draw it like a 3-year-old.
Yeah. He's talking to me, and I've got the diagram up on screen, and we know what the inference is. There's an insult. Backhanded.
Let it go and make.
Yeah, you have to work real hard for that one, Nathan.
You already know. You already know what the rebuttal is.
Okay, well, okay, no worries. It's backhanded insults around. Well, I'm not a complete retard. I understand, unlike retards that don't understand and might assert that there is angular representation in Earth curve maths, I'm not retarded. I can see there's only one line. Maybe other idiot liars that potentially could be retarded wouldn't see such a thing. I mean, I'm not insulting anybody when I say that I'm not retarded when I can see that only a liar would assert that there's 2 lines representing angular representations of diminishing angles with distances. That definitely doesn't appear in this diagram of Earth curve maths, and only a liar would say otherwise.
And if you have 3 points, you can find an angle, right?
Correct.
There's only a single point in Earth curve maths. It's one line reaching one point. One being the starting point for the line, the other being the target at the other end. There's not 3, there's 2.
Can you decide what part of your argument you're using here? Because you're using the diagram, right?
Yeah, I'm using surface level. I'm saying that in order to assert that there is Earth curvature, you must require a flat Earth surface to measure height of eye off. You require a flat Earth. Is it just me? I'll just try that again. Maybe it'll be immediate interruption before I've even started the repetition for the second time. Yeah, I'm saying that you require a flat Earth for Earth curve maths. It's right there in the diagram. It's called surface level. Parallel with eye level. It's required. Earth must be flat to assert you've got Earth curve.
That's a circular argument.
No, it's called surface level. It's labelled in the maths. It's on screen for 120 live participants to see. You can go and look at it for yourself in Earth curve maths if you choose. It's labelled surface level. It's not circular. It's a diagrammatical example with the word surface level written on it, not circular.
Right, the surface level on the diagram is not a flat line, though.
Sorry, surface level isn't flat. That sounds like a stupid glurf thing to say. Surface level is absolutely flat. That's what level would mean. Level is level. It's not bending, is what it's not doing. In fact, the mathematics requires it be flat because the eye level will be parallel with it.
Level, as according to surveyors, is not a flat line.
According to Earth curve maths, it is because eye level's parallel with it. Second time. Your non-responsive rebuttal didn't undo the fact that it must be flat, horizontal, and level for a parallel eye level to be parallel with it. Third time. Cat got your tongue? Yeah, it is flat. It's a flat Earth prerequisite. I'll just take the silence when you didn't respond to take my victory dance. There's no need to start talking while I take my victory dance, sir. I gave it you 3 times. You didn't overcome it. You said it wasn't flat, and surveyors. Yeah, we're talking about Earth curve maths, so aren't we? And the parallel eye level that must run parallel with surface level. 4th time.
How did you establish the parallel?
Welcome
I think
to
the only
Flat Earth.
perspective that they're taking into account is like just that it shrinks over distance. That's the perspective they're talking about. But you're talking about like a what is level, which a level would be flat, right? And so it's kind of like 2 different points being made here.
Who are you talking to?
I was just saying that the perspective they're saying that they're accounting for is basically that things shrink over distance.
Yeah, that's not in their maths. That doesn't happen in their maths. It's not accounted for. Things shrinking in an angular representation would require 2 lines to the target for an angle to be represented. There's only one. There is no perspective. That's the 21st time I've said that.
Right,
So
but if you have the bottom and the top of the object and you have an observer position, you have 3 points.
My bad.
So that means those 3 points allow you to find the angle at which that object shrinks to, right?
Yeah, that's not in Earth curve maths. That isn't there in Earth curve maths. You don't have 2 lines to form these 3 points. You've only got 1 line.
All right, I'll say it again, I guess. We'll do the repetition game. If you have the bottom and the top of an
you're going to yammer
object,
through
and you
me
have an
overcoming what
observer,
you've said
you
and
have
then just
3
keep
points.
talking because
And then
somehow you continuing to talk through your interruption is somehow you
He's
winning.
going to do
What's
this.
going
This
on?
is not
I was
me
in the
doing
middle
it,
of
it's him.
replying to him. He just carried on and said that he's going to repeat himself and it's the
Right, you're
repetition
going to carry
game.
on because
You're
it's your
yammering
show,
through
I
me.
understand.
I was answering you and you said it's not the repetition
Why
game
do
through
I
the top
have
of
to
me. What's going on?
Well, it's his show. Let's just yield and then you can respond, man. It's that simple.
Right, then when do I respond if he can always interrupt me?
Yeah, I'll do what I like.
As soon as he's done, it's your turn, and I'll make sure of it. So, Nathan, please go ahead and repeat yourself. Finish that up so he can respond.
No worries. 20-second repetition of the exact same thing. There is no angular representation in Earth curve maths. There's only a single line between target and observer. You can't form an angle to give an angular representation to suggest in any way, shape, or form it has a perspective account. It doesn't. 20-second time.
Okay, so in the diagram that you're showing, there's an object in the distance. That object has a bottom and a top. That's 2 separate points for the object, and the observer is located off to the left in that diagram. That's 3 points. Using those 3 points, you can find the angle for the angular size of that object, and that is taking perspective into account.
Yeah, this calculation's not designed to find angles for objects. That's not what it's for.
We're talking about the diagram, right?
Yeah, it's Earth curve mathematics. That's not what this mathematics does. Your superimposition of something that this maths doesn't functionally do by saying, oh, well, it's got these 3 different points. There's the bottom of the target, the top of the target, and you looking at it. No, it's not trying to give you an angular representation of the target. It just gives you a value that you input for its actual size in feet or meters. And that actual size that you input into this maths does not change with distance. It is not a function of this maths. What you have just suggested is wrong.
But we're talking about the diagram, aren't we?
I heard you the first time, and I responded with the same thing I'll say now. It's Earth curve mathematics.
So then we don't care about the diagram anymore, just because it's convenient?
No, we care that you guys utilise Earth curve mathematics to assert we've got Earth curve, when in reality you're deriving Earth curve from a surface level measurement. You need a flat Earth for Earth curve.
The diagram is a representation of the mathematics. What you're talking about isn't a part of the mathematics. What you're talking about isn't a part of the mathematics. That's why it's not in the diagram. That's why Nathan said that you're superimposing your stance onto this diagram, which has nothing to do with the Earth curve mathematics. What's so hard? Okay, I'm done then.
Okay, the Earth curve mathematics doesn't have anything to do with the diagram anymore, I guess.
The diagram is Earth
That's
curve
not what I
mathematics.
said.
My God.
That's not what I said.
That's what I heard you say.
That's not what I said, was it, moderators?
Okay. What's your name, sir? Who's the guy I'm talking to?
So I just want to say
Oh,
that
is he talking to me or him?
diagram that y'all in the diagram y'all are posting, it actually shows like spherical geometry, but
Madam, can you not hear the conversation taking place? What's your name, sir?
Hold on, Taylor.
Who was the guy I was just talking to?
Doofus. You were talking to Doofus.
Okay.
Doofus and Elijah.
Doofus. Yeah, it's earth curve maths. It needs surface level.
The mathematics that you're referring to is drop over distance, right?
Drop from what?
From a tangent, typically.
Sorry, tangent?
Yes.
So you think when measuring Earth, we take drop from tangents?
The formula itself, or as you guys like to use the shorthand version of it, 8 inches per mile squared, that's tangential drop. That's all that is.
There's nothing in that diagram labeled tangent. I'm sorry, you're wrong.
No, what he's calling tangent does have a label.
Because it's not in the diagram, it's not in the math either. Is that what we're going to go with?
There's me responding to you, Doofus. Sorry, what's it labelled in the diagram, your tangent that you inferred? Does it have a label?
Yeah, it's the thing that they called surface level for some reason.
Oh, so it's called
it's the
surface
tangent to the
level?
curved surface located at the...
Are you lying?
I guess I don't get to respond to your fucking question.
Is it just me or is he now swearing at me,
right?
irritation
We're not going to have a
defeat?
chance where I get to respond to your fucking question.
Glurf.
Right, because I can't respond to you.
Do you need to swear at me there, Glurf?
Guys,
Did you need to lie about it being a tangent? Oh, bless. Was it going to be your lie?
Nathan,
about it being a tangent.
You hear me trying to moderate, right?
Excuse me, is the moderation team going to step in? He's just swore at me in defeat.
Yeah, I'm
and now I'll take my victory dance if you don't mind. Yeah?
Nathan,
no, it's not called tangent. Is it just me or is the conclusion getting rumpus by somebody?
You're on your own now. Good luck.
Thanks, Dicelo. So it's not labelled tangent then? It's labelled surface level then, sir, Doofus.
Right, the entire point of the formula...
I just need a yes.
Mathematics itself.
I just need a yes. I just need a yes.
I guess I don't get to. I guess I don't get to respond again.
Well, you were lying.
Right. There's no way for me to respond.
You were lying,
to Nathan.
and now I'm calling you on it, liar.
Yeah.
It's not called tangent, is it?
Again. Let's try this one more time.
Liar. Tangent is not what it's labelled, is it? Tangent isn't what it's called.
He doesn't get to get
we just need to get this squared away, liar. Moderation team. Can I get some help, please? Moderation team.
I was trying to help, but he's not allowing me to, so I don't know.
I thought it was him interrupting Dicelo. Sorry.
Have a food fight, man.
Yeah, we can definitely have a mic fight because I'm pretty good at those.
Yeah. What, when you lie?
You're flailing.
Yeah. All right. So Nathan, real quick, the point of the formula itself, because we're looking at the formula now. The reason why it's formulated in that specific manner,
you said tangent,
is because you're trying to figure out how much drop there is from a tangent line at surface.
You lied
at surface level.
You lied.
Good.
You said that was tangent.
There's no way
to
respond to you. You don't allow it. You don't allow the conversation. You're not here for a conversation.
No, you lied to me.
Give Doofus enough time to say something.
We lied. And he's not addressing it. I put it to him, and then he just non sequitur into this formula. Now he's talking to me. Now he's talking to me.
How do you know what I'm responding to if you won't let the answer come out?
Because I'm highlighting his lie. So what's he going to do? Say that he can have a mic battle with me because I'm pointing out his lie? No, you lied.
Well, you mean it works here because this server doesn't allow you to mute everyone else in it.
They allow you to lie, though, don't they? About tangent? Does it say tangent?
Right. Can I get the whole answer out, or are you going to keep interrupting?
You're stuttering too while you stutter because you're a liar. It doesn't say tangent.
Can I get the whole answer out?
Can you lie about a tangent?
Answering the question if
Can you lie about a tangent?
Answer?
He only wanted the one thing from you, Doofus. He didn't want the context of what you said. He heard what he wanted to hear, and that was all. So I don't know what to tell you, bud.
Yeah, it's his show. There's no way to actually answer the question if he's going to interrupt it every time.
But does it say tangent?
He heard what?
Does it say tangent?
What?
Does it say tangent?
Yeah, there's no way for me to actually say the whole answer.
Sorry, does it say tangent?
No, I'd like to hear it, though, but you're not going to get it.
I put a diagram up there. It says tangent.
Right. You put a diagram up there. Let's have a look at yours.
Oh, yeah, that one, yeah.
Let's have a look. Okay.
Yep, it's the same idea. It's the exact same mathematics involved.
Yeah.
Where'd you get the tangent?
Well, it's spelled
Right in the
T-A-N-G-E-N-T in the text.
Where'd you measure it on Earth?
Perpendicular to plumb.
Right, and at the surface level.
Oh, so you'll need surface level for that then. Go on, John.
Right, and your claim is that the surface is flat, so therefore it's flat.
It's level.
Well,
it's a circular argument.
Level, you can have the surface level or the elevation above it.
No pun intended.
So is it me talking to 3 people now? I'm winning.
Well, I mean, I can do myself just fine.
In that diagram,
we can just have our own conversation. Just leave Nathan out of it.
Oh, I see. So at the point that I win, you decide that you'll exclude me from the conversation entirely.
Yeah, we can totally do that.
All right. So
let me get it. Hold on. Let's just get it clear. So at the point that I'm winning in this neutral platform, you're going to exclude me from the conversation, correct?
You're not.
Well, you didn't want to have the moderation team help you out. So, I mean, what the fuck are you going to do now?
Yeah, let me know when you're ready for moderation, Nathan.
Hey, Dice Looker, moving to the stage.
Wow.
You can have more control of the show.
Yeah, I don't have the ability to do that.
A rope?
Seems biased as hell here.
Do you not?
Biased in what direction?
And y'all guys want to interrupt like that? Y'all, this is y'all show.
Let's try and keep it to at least one person. Like if Omnivore now wants to go at it, I think it's been exhausted with Doofus here.
So
I can't get my answer out, that's exhausted.
No, because you don't know how to listen. He's running a show. What are you doing, dude?
Wonderful.
Well, he may be running a show, but if he doesn't believe in tangent lines, that's worth exploring.
That's an add-on. That's an add-on.
Yeah.
It's not an ad-hoc.
That's not an ad-hoc.
That's not.
Yeah, it was because while Nathan was begging to finish his point and get it addressed, you guys decided to have a monkey show together, and now you're ad-homing him now in the face of not actually addressing his point.
Okay, Omni, stick to the actual point. I mean, these guys are getting upset for some reason. I don't know
Not at all. Just need an acknowledgement that we will require surface level and a parallel eye level with it. And before I'm getting to make that, it's the 23rd repetition of the same thing, let's be honest.
So I have a spirit level or whatever, and a plumb line or the internal mechanism of theodolite. That establishes a plumb line and a ray perpendicular to that plumb line. I know the elevation of my theodolite and the height of the theodolite, so I can use that to create a baseline straight line that I can measure an elevation angle from.
What's the height off?
If you don't...
A straight baseline, I love it.
It's just me, I'm having a conversation with 3 people.
You're talking to me.
No, it's just you and Omnivore. Yeah, it's you and Omnivore. Go ahead, Nathan.
I thought I heard some other voices.
What was the height measured off?
You're not by yourself.
Oh, no, it's the question's not going to get addressed. Omnivore's going to talk through the repetition of it. What was your height measured off?
I could use a height using an altimeter.
Yeah, I know what altimeter's going to give you your height, yeah? Off what?
Yeah, well, I give you your elevation, yeah.
Elevation off what?
Elevation above sea level.
Oh, so you'll need sea level then. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, sea level is curved. I can give you
it's level.
You know that.
No, it's level.
Yeah, level is in this context. I'm sorry, is curved.
No, it isn't. It's level.
I don't know about that one, Omnivore. I think you guys are assuming. Why don't you just call it sea curve?
Well,
why do you call it sea level?
Because that's what the surveyors call it. So it doesn't matter whether it's level or whether it's straight or level. It doesn't actually matter.
Well, it's part of the definition. It absolutely matters. It matters because we'll be measuring things like elevation angles with respect to surface level. So it absolutely matters. That's why it's in the title. Is it just me, or is he talking through me again when I take a dump on his garbage that he says doesn't matter, even though it's part of the actual defined word? Sea level. Oh, the level bit don't matter. Well, why would they put it in the word?
It's not level, though, is it?
It's just me. Why is it that when I win, about 3 people start mumbling through the top of me? What's going on?
I think that's somebody on your side.
No, that's Elder Bear, dude.
No.
You need Elder Bear.
Elder Bear, mute his ass. This is too much. He's been doing this too much.
He's triggered too.
The sea's not level. That's all.
Was I
Can I
talking
ask the
to Elder
Glovers a
Bear, or
question?
are you going to shut him up? You going to put your action where your speak begins, or what?
Yeah, he's muted. He's muted. Go ahead.
I just want to ask the Globers if whenever they get their theodolite readings, are y'all using spherical geometry or Euclidean geometry to do the calculations?
They need a flat Earth for a theodolite.
Why wouldn't you use spherical geometry?
Because you don't need to in order to take an elevation angle. So I just posted the definition, a screenshot. It's from Department of Commerce, U.S. Coast and Geodetic Surveying, Appendix 7. So you can look at that. There's a little highlighted there's a highlighted area around level surface. You can look at that.
Just read
Have
it
you
out.
tried
Tell
to use
us.
spherical geometry? I don't understand
Is it
the
just me?
logic.
Is Taylor taken over my role? Taylor, I'm good, thanks. Yeah? Thanks. I don't need help.
Well,
thanks, Taylor.
I don't know.
Omni, just tell me what it's referring to. Feel free to read it out if you choose.
A level surface is accurately defined as a curved surface at which each point is perpendicular to the direction of gravity at that point. A plumb line gives the direction of gravity at any place. The surface of still water is a truly level surface. A horizontal line or a horizontal plane at any point is tangent to a level surface at that point. This is from a surveying manual.
That's complete doublespeak. Say again, John.
Perpendicular can't curve.
Yeah, perpendicular can't curve.
Doesn't have to curve. Perpendicular is a tangent line, as I read. Do I need to read it again?
Yeah, go on.
Tangent lines level.
The surface of still water is a truly level surface. A horizontal line or a horizontal plane, those are your trigger words, at any point is tangent to a level surface at that point. That's the definition we're talking about here.
That makes no sense. A single point isn't a plane, it's a single point.
So it's at that point. So a plane is a collection of points?
I got you. I'll just say it again because it seems like you're hand-waving what I've just said. You can't describe a plane or a line with one point. Now, if you need surface... I haven't finished.
Oh, okay.
If you're just going to describe surface level, you can't have it described globally with a single point because that's only one point on your globe surface. Now, what we require...
Sure you can.
I haven't finished. Did you just want to declare victory because you've talked through the response? Maybe you've won because you've yammed
That's what you did. That's what you did.
I'm still talking. Maybe we can have an endless discussion about the moderation now rather than my win.
Omnivore, control yourself, please.
Point on a globe isn't the surface. It's a single point. What we require is a surface level. That's not one point. It's not tangential. That's one point. Now, we're talking about the surface. There's lots of points, not one.
So, I posted... I don't know if you're done. I posted a picture that, this is basic geometry, and it shows a plane that is tangent to a sphere. Intersection between a tangent plane and a sphere is the name of the picture. So you can look at that in the chat and you understand that in this case, we're talking about a very big sphere. And at any point, you can take a tangent plane to it. That's why
we're not measuring to a sphere. We're measuring from the surface.
Yes.
Yeah. We're not measuring to a tangent point. We're measuring from the surface level.
So my plumb line is at that tangent point. You have to imagine that the plumb line is at that tangent point. Now, I want to be real clear here. This is what the definition that I posted from a surveying manual, and they all agree, all of the surveying manuals agree, that is what it's talking about, all right? So surface level is the curved still water. And the point that I'm choosing is a tangent point that is the intersection of a horizontal plane and that point, which is what you see in the picture. If you don't think that this is how geometry works, you're not right.
No, we're measuring surface level. And what you're suggesting is that there's a dangling globe Earth below the surface level that's being measured. And that surface level is no longer the globe surface, it's a plane that we're measuring.
Correct.
Yeah, we're measuring a flat Earth, a plane. However, you can automatically assume and talk through my response every single time I open my mouth. Maybe this will be your victory because nobody's heard what I've said because you've talked through it every time I've spoken so far. Triggered much? Triggered Zealot much? Yes, absolutely. You've got a dingleberry dangling below a plane that we're measuring. By pure fiat, you've decided to assume that there's a dangling globe below a tangent plane. But the thing that we're actually measuring is surface level. Now you're saying, well, yeah, that's the tangent plane. No, it's the surface that we're measuring. But you've now installed this idea that there's a dangling globe below a surface level that we're measuring. We're still just measuring the surface level. You having a single point that's attached to a globe dangling below doesn't make it so. If you say it does, then would it be possible for you to show me a tangent plane, please? In reality.
Sure. Absolutely. So first off, the tangent line is what the theodolite or other tool establishes. The tangent plane is the mathematical expansion of that. You got to let me talk.
Nothing but rubbish.
You have to wait.
You don't know what I'm talking about.
You got to let him finish, Brian. Brian, you got to let him finish, Brian. Sorry, you got to let him finish.
Why are you telling me what to do?
Because the only reason we're going to get respect from them and win the day is by allowing the moderators to do them. We just chewed them out about the other side. So I'm telling you, please let Nathan do his thing.
Omnivore respond.
So what this means, now what we're talking about here is the definition of level. So when you say show me a tangent plane or show me a tangent line, those things are established by the theodolite. It's not like it's a physical line that I can, it's not like I can show you a roll of grid line or, anything like that. These are established by the theodolite. They are conceptual, but they mathematically work. And I'm not imagining a plane below it. What I'm doing is I'm telling you that the definition that you claimed made no sense is based on this model. Now, you may not believe that definition, but I want you to, acknowledge that that's what the document that I posted is saying. All right. So we can argue whether it's right or wrong, but it's not me imagining this globe below it. That's what the definition I'm using. And Shubil is a licensed surveyor. He's just posted a picture. You can look at that too. That's what this means. All right, I'm done.
Yeah, Brian.
First of all, definitions and citations mean nothing without support. That's number one. Number two, when surveyors, it doesn't matter what's in the books, when surveyors refer to level, they're treating level as horizontal. Number three, neither horizontal or vertical, neither horizontal or vertical exist on a globe. They can't. You can have a tangent to one point on that surface, and you can have a 90-degree line to that, but that's not vertical and horizontal. You don't have any reference for horizontal or vertical. There is no reference for them. So when you say perpendicular, no, perpendicular is horizontal and vertical. You can have a 90-degree to a tangent, but that's not perpendicular. There has never been once ever in history a surveyor who measured the length of a tangent plane. That never happened.
So
real quick, he said that the definitions don't matter. He said that level's defined as flat. So
I know.
Which one is it?
Right.
That's not what he said.
No, that's not what he
said.
That's definitely not
what he said.
So moderators, I would beg you to get him to clarify what Brian actually said, because I heard what Brian said, and what Brian said, definitions mean nothing without support. Not they mean nothing.
So,
okay, and so when Nathan says level is defined as flat, what support did he bring?
That's how level is defined. It's a synonym.
That's literally the definition.
Oh, so the definition means something to you, but not to anybody else?
Yeah, but that can be supported.
We brought the globe.
Oh my God! What the fuck, dude?
You stop swearing.
That's definitely supported. Level being flat and everything you put on a flat surface to be leveled is definitely supported. What are you talking about?
It is. It's not when you're talking about surveying or.
It is. You can support level.
I'll explain. I'll give an honest explanation. Like this is an honest conversation. So there's this thing called a margin of error, right? So if I have
not in surveying.
what I think is if I have what I think is a flat, straight horizontal line, it is within a margin of error. Now, when you're expanding that over something that's the size of the globe, it turns out that level actually curves. Water locally, still water locally looks flat,
because you're talking.
But when you expand it over a globe, it curves. Now, that's how this definition works. I'm using this definition.
No, it doesn't. You're talking rubbish.
Okay, everyone stop. Everyone stop. Everyone stop.
Evidence for it. You're claiming that there's no evidence, but you haven't heard me out. There's a ton of evidence.
We heard you.
You haven't
We've
shown
heard.
evidence for it.
John,
I
go
haven't
ahead.
shown you evidence yet. I'm trying to get we heard. Interlocutors to agree that this is what the document says. It doesn't quote make no sense.
We got you.
So
did you want to keep saying the same thing 6 more times?
Yes, until you don't like.
Till someone shuts you up. When do we get to respond, moderators? Does he ever get shut up?
Yeah. All right, Omnivore. We heard what you had to say. Go ahead, Nate.
Go ahead, Refracted. Seriously?
Yes.
Hold on, Omni.
Okay.
John, Refracted.
I just love how level means level. In reality,
hold on a second, Chocolate. Right, guys in G+, if you can't join in the conversation, don't interrupt the conversation. Because I'm calling on you to address things that you're dropping in. I can't keep track of all your interruptions and then follow on each of your points if you can't pipe up. Okay?
Did Refracted come in? I didn't hear him at all.
Yeah, he did.
Is Brian saying that you can't establish a horizontal on the side of a hill?
You need a horizontal to describe curve from, and you don't have one on a globe.
But the hill is curved.
Yeah, so you'll need a horizontal plane of reference to describe it from. And if you bend the horizontal plane of reference, you have nothing to describe it from. It's an axiomatic principle that you'll be utilising to describe curve with. Now, meanwhile, the surface level is the axiomatic principle that's being utilised in Earth curve mathematics. And that axiomatic principle is then being described as being bent. That's where we're at.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Nathan, don't listen to him. He just came in and immediately misrepresented me on purpose, just as a red herring. He's trying to just take the conversation away onto him. Don't talk to him. Don't speak to him.
Can't establish.
Nathan, he's a lowlife and a liar.
Let me know when I can address you.
I haven't addressed you yet. See, this is what you're talking about is level being a 3-dimensional thing, because a curve requires 3 points. So it's either the surface of the sphere you're talking about is either flat, right, or level is 3-dimensional. Mm-hmm. That's the implication of what you're talking about, which is why no surveyor has ever proven the existence of a tangent plane or measured a tangent plane. Sorry, a tangent plane.
That's not true. We have Shoebill in the chat, and I think in the VC, he is a licensed surveyor, and he has done these measurements, bearing out that it is the globe. Now, this is the practice of surveying by an actual licensed surveyor, and it is technical. It's not something that you're just going to be able to do in 10 minutes outside your house, with no tools, because it's the actual level, it's the actual practice, right? This is how actual surveyors do it. But the definition that I am referring to from a surveying manual is a valid one. And that's not, I didn't just cherry pick one surveying manual. This is how they all work.
Oh my God.
That's anyone who's claiming to be a surveyor and measuring using tangent planes and claiming that level is a curved surface is not a surveyor.
Let's speak to him. Is he here? He said he's in VC.
Bring him on.
So your assertion is that he must be
not my assertion. I know people who are geodetic surveyors.
So hey, I wasn't quite finished.
Well, Shoebill's here, right? It's not
we've been server muted.
Speak for himself, then.
I don't.
No, we've been removed from the call. It seems so. We'll see how if that gets resolved, because obviously somebody's decided that we're not going to be part of this call. It would seem What a shame.
I mean, not one of them has mentioned anything to do with curvature in the last 60 minutes. They've all mentioned horizontal, level, perpendicular, plumb, theodolite, tangent line. When are they going to start talking about how curvature is measured?
Yes.
It's a straw man argument.
Who are we talking to now?
What's a straw man argument?
Who said that?
You're talking about Shubil and you don't even know.
Shubil just opened his mic. Let's see what he has to say.
Who's that?
Yeah.
Go, Bill.
Every industrial country for the past 250 years has geodesy figured out.
We don't need all that.
Yeah,
we need
do.
you proving that you measure the length of the tangent plane. That's what we need. And proving that level is three-dimensional. They're the two things you have to prove.
Well, level is the equipotential surface of a body of water, which is a constant elevation, and that is the 3960-mile radius of Earth.
No, that's you begging the question.
That's a flat plane.
That's not what a surveyor would say. That's not you proving that you're measuring the length of a tangent plane and that level is three-dimensional. If you're claiming that sea level is three-dimensional, then that's not level.
Yes.
Level is no point higher or lower than another. Level is always
sea level
points.
is a portion of sphere. Yes.
No, it's not. You have to prove that level is a curved line.
Read the definition.
How do you do?
Should I read it again?
When was the last time that you used trigonometry in your job? If you're claiming to be a surveyor.
I don't know, maybe yesterday, and for like the past 10 years prior to that.
Great. So how are you using trigonometry? How are you using trigonometry? You seem to be triggered. As soon as I brought that up, you seem to be very
years
triggered.
prior to that, professionally.
Please stop swearing.
You seem to be very triggered the minute I brought that up. Because how can level be three-dimensional and a curved, right? How can level be curved and you use trigonometry? How do surveyors measure between three separate mountains using trigonometry and level be curved? And they get the correct answers.
Level is a constant elevation.
Then we don't need claims based on nothing. We need evidence.
Wait, he said level is a constant elevation. Is that what curve is?
Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth.
It is a constant elevation.
Curve is a constant elevation. You sure about that?
Yeah. A level
Can we go ahead and get the definition for curvature?
As a curved surface at which each point is perpendicular to the direction of gravity at that point. A plumb line gives the direction of gravity at any place.
Direction of gravity.
Of still water is a truly
that seems like another
horizontal line or a horizontal plane at any point is tangent to a level surface.
You would have to. That's the Hebrew. You would have to prove the existence of gravity before you could even go into anything.
Before we do all that, can you reread uninterrupted your definition and post it, and then we'll get the Navy definition of what curvature is and see how they marry up.
I don't know if you can read it uninterrupted.
You
guys are wild. You guys are wildly interrupting. I've had to mute you mad times. Why don't you guys all come in on your own accounts? That way we can control this better. You all got Discord accounts. I know you do.
Who's that?
Yeah, that's what I was doing on my side, helping talk to my guys. But again, now that everything is all quiet, thank you, Jeremy. We appreciate that. Can I say what I was saying now?
People would have been interrupting is actually in RVC, Jeremy.
All right.
So may I say what I was saying again? Uninterrupted by Jeremy?
I'm good. I'll read it again.
So okay, go ahead.
I posted the picture. A level surface is accurately defined as a curved surface at which each point is perpendicular to the direction of gravity at that point. A plumb line gives the direction of gravity at any place. The surface of still water is a truly level surface. A horizontal line or a horizontal plane at any point is tangent to a level surface at that point.
So that's just begging the question.
That definition is completely contradictory. The word perpendicular is in it. The word perpendicular is... Just 1 second. The word perpendicular is in it. You can't... Yeah, the word perpendicular is within that definition. Perpendicular is only horizontal and vertical. Now, you don't have them on a globe. You can have, mathematically, you can have a tangent and a 90-degree line to that tangent. You could call it zenith or whatever, but that is not vertical and horizontal. So your definition can be thrown out because it contradicts itself.
That's not true. It is, as it says.
It is true. That's just the facts.
Direction of gravity.
That's just facts. That's what perpendicular is.
So the horizontal line or horizontal plane is perpendicular to vertical, which comes from the plumb line.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat
Where
Earth.
you got the horizontal plane from on a globe?
Yo, is this the Flat Earth's attempt at accurately displaying the globe model? It's by trying to twist it with words. You'll never win doing this. Here's a tip. Try to learn the globe model.
This is the globe attempt.
Everyone in my panel shush.
Into a globe. Sorry,
just Brian, please.
Before we get, do we have that definition of curvature?
Eli, please, for the love of, just yield to Brian.
This is the globe's version of trying to twist a flat plane into a globe. That's what this is. That was projection. Now, I'll ask the question again. Anyone who's claiming that level is a curved line, then please tell me how surveyors measure a chain of triangles between mountains, across a mountain range, and a range that could span like 80 miles, more, 100 miles. How do they do that accurately if level is a curved line? How can all those triangles, right, using trigonometry, 180 degrees, straight lines, how can they do that if level is a curved line?
Is that okay? So that's a question, I think. Yeah. So the way that they do that, so first off, as you know, when they do that, they measure spherical excess. That is because we are on a globe. Now, I realize that you want to go down into a rabbit hole of talking about
Brian,
things like spherical excess and, spherical triangles. However, we don't need to do that. All we have to do is say, this is how, this is the definition.
Brian, you've got to stop.
This is the definition that surveyors are using. It's the one that I'm using. And you can have a different definition for your flat Earth, and we can talk about the evidence for this one. I have some evidence for it I'd like to discuss.
No, we won't be moving on to a different topic, right? You came up with something that was wrong there. I told you it was wrong. And instead of stopping and saying, what are you talking about? You kept going through because you know what you just said is wrong, right? What they're trying to do is get out in front of the argument and then change the topic. Not change the topic, but red herring away from this point, right? Your definition means nothing because not only do those definitions contradict themselves, but they are based on nothing. Right? Definitions and citations mean absolutely nothing if they can't be supported. And those definitions or citations can't be supported. Now, what you said when I asked how can level be a curved line if surveyors, geodetic surveyors, can use trigonometry, right, as a chain of triangles to measure distances between a whole range of mountains, could be 80, 100, over 100 miles, right, in length, right, the whole range. I asked how did they do that? How did they do that if level is a curved line? And you said, well, first of all, they must add in spherical excess. No, that's incorrect, right? It's after they've done all the trigonometry and actually measured things in reality correctly, then when they try to place that chain of triangles onto the convex surface, mathematically place it onto the convex surface of a mathematical globe Earth of radius 3959 miles, what happens then is all those lines are bowed out the way. So what happens is that you end up with an excess of area inside those lines that doesn't exist in reality. Right? That's what spherical excess is. When they want to use those measurements, they must remove the curved part and go back to the actual measurements, which is real trigonometry with 180 degrees and straight lines, if they want to use it for mapping or anything else. So what you just spoke about, when I said you were wrong, you should have stopped because you were. Spherical excess comes afterwards. It's a mathematical afterthought. And it's a consequence of trying to put real world measurements over a flat plane onto a spherical surface. Finished.
All right. Are you done?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. So, no, that is a common misconception of how spherical excess works. Okay, and trying to say, how do they do this? And, they get spherical excess and then, basically being wrong about it. I question and this is a serious question. It's not meant to be an insult. Can you do the math that you're talking about, that you're trying to, describe? Are you capable of doing that math?
And then place those triangles onto the convex surface of a sphere. Let me ask you a question.
So,
how did they do trigonometry with spherical excess?
They do trigonometry and they discover spherical excess.
You're finished.
So
You're finished. I just finished you. You just finished you.
No. So
You're finished. You're finished.
Are you?
Because you can't do trigonometry, right?
Yes.
Trigonometry 180 degrees. You can't do that, right? And have spherical excess simultaneously.
So Shubil just posted the one of the pictures. I think this is from the continental triangulation that shows spherical excess. So yes, they do find spherical excess. Now,
mathematically afterwards.
I realize.
Mathematically afterwards.
Hold on.
I've already said this, that it's something that comes along mathematically afterwards.
I let you. Come on. You gotta just a second. Okay. So, what do you want to go into the deep dive of spherical excess, or would we rather me talk about what I think is easier to discuss? Convincing evidence.
I don't need to go into the deep dive of spherical excess because I know what it is.
Just a minute. Let me. So you're wrong about how spherical excess.
No, I'm not. Where did I get my information? Where did I verify my information? Where did I verify?
What you're saying about spherical excess is not correct. All right, and I doubt that you can do the math you're talking about. You believe that it is a spherical mathematics that are applied.
You're proving my point. You're proving my point.
Stop.
So,
okay, no worries.
What you're saying
stop a second. Thank you.
Conceptually wrong about
Thank
it.
you.
But we don't
Thank you.
have
Just
to
stop. That means stop.
Into that
I've got
more
Brian to stop.
math.
Oh my God! Is it just? It's only him rambling indefinitely.
Oh no! It's you too, Nathan. But we can talk about something that's much more easy to understand.
Going on.
Please give me 10 seconds, please, Omnivore. All you're doing is saying.
No, your mic's terrible. I was just letting. Hold on. Oakley, I was letting him go because
my mic again.
Brian went on a big long thing. I figured we let Ami have his full response, but no, you don't want to do that.
No, Omnivore just keeps saying that Brian's wrong without saying how or why he's wrong. Whereas Brian tells Omnivore,
water is level.
Rob, your mic's terrible.
Rob was trying to get through what I was trying to say, which is exactly that. Omnivore's hand wave. I was actually going to parallel by just saying, Omnivore's just wrong. I doubt he understands the maths of a requirement of a flat surface level to describe curve deviating from it. He just doesn't understand maths. I'll just take the same tone. He's just wrong. Yeah, I can do it too.
Sorry. He's proving himself wrong. Because not only is he asking me, can I do those maths, proving that what he's talking about is purely mathematical. It's not measurement, right? It's not measurement. I know measurement is maths, but it's not measurement. It's only mathematical, right? But he doesn't understand that you can't do trigonometry and have level as a curved line, right? He's talking about spherical excess prior to trigonometry. And during trigonometry, you can't have that because none of the triangles will be triangles, and whatever internal angles those curved lines will have, right, if you place them onto the convex surface of a globe, they will always be greater than 180 degrees. They won't be 180 degrees, so you can't do trigonometry. Now, we know in reality surveyors do this. Geodetic surveyors do this. They measure whole mountain ranges, right? And other things, right, with trigonometry, all the time. Or at least they used it before they got all the digital. But this is part of the job. So how do you do all that with spherical excess and level as a curved line? You can't, when he's contradicting himself by his own claims.
All right. So it's not a contradiction, and I'm gonna bring up. You mentioned measuring mountain ranges. That's what I wanted to talk.
But you do contradict yourself.
Stop.
So you absolutely. So first off, this absolutely works. Okay, and the way that we know that it works, that it's not a contradiction, is, and this is, I think one of the gold standards, the measurement of the height of Mount Everest. As you may know, the team that did it could not get within 100 miles of the mountain itself because of political stuff. So what they did was they took thousands and thousands of measurements from 100 miles or more away, and they accurately published the height. They published the height of Mount Everest before anyone had ever climbed to the top. However, many, many years later, they had climbed to the top, and they got the altitude, the elevation of Mount Everest right within like 12 feet. So it's a incredibly accurate measurement.
Yeah, that's nothing to do with the globe. That's all flat Earth.
So no,
all of that is flat Earth. Everything you just said is flat Earth. For them to do this, one second.
Nathan,
let me address you there. Let me address this.
You can in a second. You can in a second. You can in a second.
What do you mean?
But no, because you're going to waffle on and on and on.
I'm gonna let you address it in a second, but I want to explain what you're addressing.
Somebody, Jeremy.
So what?
Jeremy,
what you have?
Gonna let him ramble?
Yeah. So what you have to address is that when they did the elevation of Mount Everest, they used corrections for the globe. So you either have to. Yeah, I'm almost done.
All I want to do is ask you a few questions about your claims.
I'm almost done. Let me explain why I think this.
You were about to respond to you.
Let me. Elbow. Hold on. You're triggered, Elbow. Just give me a second.
You've made a claim, actually, Omni.
Well, this is they published a height. Okay, that's a published document before anyone had ever gone.
Okay, we got that.
To the top.
And this is something
we heard all this.
Brian, I've got to try and take charge. Brian, stop. Brian, stop. Omni, Omni, please.
Point is that
Omni, please, can you just stop?
Nathan, Nathan, 2 seconds. I'm almost done. So when they published the height, they used this definition of level that I'm talking about, correcting for Earth curve. That is 100% part of the process. It's documented in their work.
First of all,
they did this and it worked.
Yeah, we got that. Brian, please let me get in between you, otherwise I can't take charge. Yeah, thank you, Omni. I think there's a question in regards to the measurement for elevation that Brian wants to put to you.
I have a couple of questions, and I don't want you to lead them for me, Nathan, if you don't mind. Right? Thank you. You said when they went to the top, right, they took measurements again at the top. Is this what you said? Before we go back to the measurements they took from 100 miles away.
Well, yeah, when people reach the top of Mount Everest...
What did they measure to?
Guy,
what did they measure to?
Hold on, Brian. Yeah, he's leading you, Omni. That's not... Hey, Omni, please can you waffle on for another 2 or 3 minutes when he's just asking for a yes?
Damn, boy. I tell you what.
I'm asking Omni, what did they measure to? From the top of the mountain, they would have to take a depression angle. So what was the depression angle to?
I don't know. They didn't take a depression angle. As far as I understand
what did they measure then?
They're measuring the elevation.
But how can you measure the elevation from the top of something?
You can use an altimeter.
Right. So, but that's begging the question. That's not a measurement that proves the globe. That would be begging the question. Right. That makes no difference on a flat Earth or a globe. If you want to move within the globe paradigm, you could claim, well, at this height there would be, there would be a curved atmosphere, right? Blah blah blah. No, that makes no difference. I can say the exact same thing on a flat plane, and it's a nothing burger.
So
unless we want to get it at that point, the only place to go with that argument at that point is into gas pressure. I'm trying to. You don't know what they did at the top of the mountain, because when I asked you, you said you don't know. Then you said they just got measurements of elevation. I said, how did they do that? You said they used an altimeter. So that's a nothing burger.
They can use an altimeter
from 100 miles away. Just 1 second. So from 100 miles away, what measurements did they take to the top of the mountain?
They took elevation angles.
Right, so that's flat plane measurements then. So right. And they would have been using the angular size of the mountain, yes?
They are surveyors, and they are using
angular sizes, so they would have been measuring angular size.
Okay, both of you stop.
Yes.
Both of you stop. Where we got to is they're measuring elevation angles, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, well, they're measuring a flat Earth then.
Yeah, there's no way to get using elevation angles from 100 miles away. There's no way for them to get an accurate elevation to Mount Everest using angular sizes and call it a globe. Two problems. Number one, that 100-mile baseline of all those measurements, right? The 100-mile baseline has to be parallel with mean sea level as a horizontal, right?
No,
to get the height, because the height is a vertical height above a horizontal plane, number one. Number two, angular size does not exist within globe mathematics. It is not part of the globe.
Okay, so that's not, you're not correct. So first off,
I am 100% correct.
Brian,
I can prove it.
Brian, stop.
The baselines established by their tools, okay, is a perpendicular to plumb, and they're measuring they're using that plus known sea level to tell the elevation, and this is well documented in their work. You can go look through it, and it worked.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
If you think their process used only flat Earth math, then you have to explain why correcting for the globe gave them such an accurate result.
Okay, welcome to Flat Earth.
Number one, they're dealing with an angular size.
Hold on, Brian.
Sorry, Nathan, go
just
ahead.
1 sec. Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. So perpendicular to sea level, welcome to Flat Earth. Measurement of an elevation angle. Let's just define what that is from radar tutorial. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. The reference direction, i.e. an elevation angle of 0 degrees, is a horizontal line in the direction of the horizon. Elevation angle, radar tutorial. Alternatively,
but they don't
the elevation
ever say
angle,
that it's the ground.
Why am I getting talked through by this asshole? The elevation angle, otherwise known as altitude angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. So we're measuring a flat Earth. It's referenced to sea level. Welcome to Flat Earth.
That you're cleaving close to the definitions that you think work for you, and you're rejecting the definitions that you think do not work for you.
Got 20.
But however, what you're wrong about is that both of those definitions are perfectly in keeping with each other. But we know that
they're not in keeping with you, though.
The height, they are. They 100% are. You still
the globe
have
doesn't have a horizontal plane.
Projection.
Sorry, can I just address that, please, Omnivore? No, the globe doesn't have a horizontal plane for the observer to be standing on.
Sure it does.
No, one of the defining features of a globe is it has no horizontal surfaces or planes at all, ever, under any circumstances. So I'll just reiterate my point that wins. The globe has no horizontal plane for the observer to be standing on to measure. Now, we do have that in reality. It's sea level, surface level, with eye level parallel with it, like all planes that are parallel with the horizon, that as defined by radar tutorial will be elevation angle measurement worthy when dealing with the horizon and Earth's surface as a plane, which it is when we measure Earth. Now, further to that, you can also beg the question that the plane of Earth's surface that we will be measuring has a dangling Earth beneath it at a tangent point, so that you can call the plane surface of Earth that we measure a tangent plane with a presupposed dangling Earth beneath it. It isn't, it's just Earth's surface, and it is flat. I thank you. Earth is flat.
I'm not presupposing it. I'm telling you that the surveyors used this definition that you're mocking, and when they corrected for Earth curve, which they did, they 100% did, it became super accurate. So you're in one of two situations.
How would you know if it's accurate? How do you know it's accurate?
Either one, because we keep
It's a complete contradiction
right now. We can fly over it with airplanes and see how high it is. All the kinds of stuff they couldn't do back in 1850.
Airplanes, that's flat Earth again.
Yeah, it's flat Earth again.
What they're talking about is completely contradictory.
Hold on, Omni and Brian, both of you, please stop. Both of you, please stop. Both of you, please stop. That includes Omni. Both of you means Omni also. Please stop.
You're left in one of two.
Please stop.
Backed into the corner.
Please stop.
And the corner is
Guy,
you
you
either
just
have to conclude
spewing. Hello, moderation team. He's just spewing.
I'm explaining.
No, you're not. You've made a claim.
This works.
Guy, Omni, he's not being reasonable, and my own team aren't helping. Everybody stop. Everybody stop.
So I just want to point out...
So you're just going to keep going, spewing. Verbal diarrhea.
You
Stop.
either have to conclude...
Stop.
You either
Stop.
have to conclude...
No, I'm going to take charge. Omni's just being unreasonable. He's just not yielding ever. What an unreasonable man. Obviously losing. For my audience, this is what losing looks like. When you won't yield under any circumstances. You'll throw out your baseless claims and never yield. We heard you, Omni. You spewed about flights, didn't you? Then Brian stepped in, and then you had verbal diarrhea in your loss. Brian pointed out that flights were also with respect to a plane, and you carried on with verbal diarrhea in defeat. I mean, it's your only tactic to use a mute button when you're losing, and someone addresses a flat earth prerequisite like flights. Like now, Omni's off his mute button. He's just going to chant through this fact that Brian attempted to, but he just carried on with his verbal diarrhea, didn't he? Yeah. No, you referenced something. You spewed it out there, Omni, about flights. Yeah, you're going to need a flat earth for those too.
So, are you done?
I'm not done.
Yo, try to be concise. Omni, try to be concise. Omni, hold on. Omni, please try to be a little bit concise. Let's all try to be concise. What do we say, guys?
I'll be concise. So, you're caught in one of two corners. You're cornered with this evidence. One, you have to conclude that correcting for Earth curve, although you believe it's incorrect, somehow got the measurement incredibly accurate, so they just got really super lucky, or you have to conclude, which is I think where Brian is going, that we just really don't know the height of Mount Everest, and we're kind of lying about what its elevation is. Both of those.
That was completely non-responsive. Thank you, Omni.
I didn't say any of those things.
Thank you very much, Omni. That was completely non-responsive. Brian was asserting that you addressed flights in part of your rebuttal. And Brian piped up to point out that flights require a flat earth. I then very concisely put it to you, and you reverted to the argument about measuring the height of Everest when we specifically detailed the flight you brought up when you started spewing with your verbal diarrhea. I'm reiterating what's transpired since. But the flights will require a flat earth. Your response last time I put this to you on behalf of Brian, who will undoubtedly want the reins back at some point, was completely non-responsive. So you will acquire flight data and it will be proving a flat earth. That's what Brian wants to pick the reins up based on your spewing that.
Right. I get that you want to change.
And that's not where I'm looking, actually. I want to pull him back on his contradictions concerning his measurements.
Can I respond to that? So,
respond to what? You do nothing but talking. You're not allowing anyone else to respond. When I tried to ask you questions about your claims, you didn't want to answer it. You wanted to keep talking instead of answering your questions about your claims.
I'm going to respond.
You're not allowing talking to happen.
Just a second. Okay. So first off, the flight is irrelevant. Okay, we can go to flights if you want to change the topic.
It was relevant when you were using it for your claims.
Brought them up.
Just a minute.
You brought them up.
So there are many ways to measure the elevation of something. First off, now that we can get closer,
we didn't ask you how many ways there was to measure an elevation. Nobody asked you any of those things.
Why.
Yo, guys, hold on. Do you want Omni to respond to Oakley, or is this to just like?
Sorry,
what are we doing?
What's he responding to?
Hold on a second, Brian. Sorry, who is that? Just so I can just have this conversation. Go ahead. Who is that? Who is that? That was just speaking?
Jeremy. Do you want Omni to respond to you, or do you want to know who you are? Talk back and forth?
Who's that?
With
Jeremy.
Or what's up?
Jeremy. Perfect. Thank God. Jeremy, the problem that's occurring is that he's not actually responding to what we're putting to him. That's why it's audio chaos, but that's his intention. So every time he offers up a complete non sequitur, non-responsive answer, he's getting people like myself and Brian getting irritated and then talking over him in an objection because he's non-responsive to what's being put to him. Now you're asking, do we want him to just continually waffle on into la la land, not responding to us? Not really, but maybe in the interest of balance. Good.
All right, can I respond to that, Jeremy?
They don't want you to respond. I don't know.
He's doing nothing but talking.
Or like...
Okay.
Jeremy, we're hearing nothing but him talk. No one is getting to respond to him. No, when he makes a claim, me or someone else tries to ask him a question and he doesn't want to answer the question about his claim, he wants to keep going with whatever he's talking about. And even when Nathan asks him, hang on, just hold for a minute, I have to hold, I don't want to, but I have to, he won't, he just keeps talking through.
All right. So first off,
So do you guys hold on, Omni? That's not your cue. Do you guys want to engage with someone else then, or something?
No,
or like,
I want to hold him to task on his claims. That's what I want to hold him to task on, starting with his measurements.
Okay, then
right.
You guys go ahead and propose a question, and Omni, please directly answer the question.
Oh, just a minute. Before we do that,
Omni, no, that's not how
means
it's
he won't
going,
play
bro.
ball.
Well,
you see, it's for the moderation team in Earth Awakenings. This means he won't play ball. He's only got his tactics from here forward.
No, go ahead. I'll entertain a topic change.
Yeah, Brian.
Yeah. 1 second. Just give me a second. I'm after stepping outside. 1 second. Omni, you said, right, that they made measurements from the top of Mount Everest. That's what you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I asked you what those measurements were and you didn't know, right? Then you said...
No, I didn't. No, I didn't say that. You asked what the declination angle was.
I asked you what measurements. What did they measure?
Altimeter. They measured elevation. Using altimeters, using a bunch of different methods.
Right. So they measured the height of Mount Everest with an altimeter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes? Right. When they were at the top of Mount Everest.
Mm-hmm.
Correct? Right. So then you said after that when they matched those measurements and converted it to globe, it was accurate. How come it wasn't accurate when you used the altimeter or when the flat Earth measurements using angular size? How come they weren't accurate, but it was accurate when they turned it into a globe?
So I can answer that. So first off, the altimeter is accurate within like a few feet or
so you won't need a globe then.
Inches. So
so you won't need a globe.
Right. What I'm trying to explain to you is what I'm trying to explain to you is this: the measurement of Mount Everest done first was from 100 miles away using the globe.
Yeah.
They took measurements.
You weren't using that.
Hold on, Brian. Hold on, just 1 second. Hold on.
Let me finish.
Sorry, just 1 sec, Omni. Right. I can't help but interject.
Out you go.
Hold on a second, please.
I know you can't.
Just 1 sec.
Out you go. Come on, mister. You have to go out.
Look to his
Come on.
Bloody hell. No, you're talking about 100-mile distance. That's linear, and that would require a flat plane. You don't have 100 miles round curves. It's a linear distance. So when you say it's 100 miles away, it's 100 miles away in a linear delineation of miles. That's flat, not curved.
Okay, so that's an assertion without evidence. I understand that
miles are linear. Why am I being hand-waved?
So distance.
Yeah, we are done with him. Yeah, we are. I think we are done with him.
Well, let me.
It's not a baseless assertion. Miles are linear. It's a statement of fact.
Let me finish my piece then.
Guy.
Can I?
What? Can you hand wave me and tell me that's a baseless assertion when it's a fact?
Yes, it's a baseless assertion.
So miles aren't linear.
You can have
stuttery.
You can have distances over a globe, right? If I have
no, they can't. They're linear. Miles are linear.
Linear does. So you're misunderstanding what linear means.
So you see how you are stuttering while I point out that linear distances aren't curved, and you're saying this distance is on a globe. No, you're wrong.
I'm telling you that the methodology they used worked, and that they corrected for the globe. This is highly.
No, distances were given in miles. Are you going to stop? Is it just you yammer on after being wrong indefinitely, and the moderation team does nothing, so no responses? Just an endless diarrhea of nonsense that's wrong, with no moderation stepping in when I respond. I'm responding to him. He's made his incorrect basis assertion that this distance, 100 miles, works on a globe. Incorrect. Then he started stuttering about how wrong I was about my misinterpretation of linear distance. I'm afraid not. No, it will be flat. Earth is flat. 100 miles won't be curving. You will have a flat plane for this distance that is linear. You are wrong. Earth is flat. You just don't understand linear distances, sir. You just don't understand maths. I'll do what you did to Brian earlier. It's obviously too much for you to comprehend what linear means when describing distances. It absolutely unequivocally will not be be curved, like you asserted when you said this distance was on a curve. Wrong. Just ignorant of linear distances, in this case miles. So, Smiley, you're just wrong. It won't be 100 miles on a globe. Hope that's absolutely and abundantly clear. Now I've corrected how wrong you were.
Okay. So, once again, you think that I'm using a definition that doesn't work. That's definitionally wrong. But we have, so the question is, how do we tell who's right? And the answer is we see if the measurement of Mount Everest was accurate. Because we know that they were using
and we used flat plane measurements to
one
get
second.
it.
Hey, hold on a second.
Right. That's so absolutely it was right, and it was a flatter measurement to get it. Nathan is correct. Miles are linear. You're wrong.
So no, they're using.
How much curvature is there in an inch?
Just let them get it out. Just let them get it out, because if they don't let us get it out, it's going to be a problem.
Are you afraid to let me finish? Okay, good. So what they did was they used globe measurements. They corrected for the globe from a long distance away. You can claim it's a linear distance, and you can claim it must be flat, but the way we test that claim is we see if their methodology was flawed or not. And when we look at what they published before anyone had ever been to the top of Mount Everest, we see that they were incredibly accurate. So the question then is how, if the globe is not real, and those definitions make no sense the way you're claiming they do, how did they get, using all of these incorrect paradoxical definitions and techniques, how did they get it so accurate?
It's not our problem.
Or you can take the other
distance
method
you gave, if you'll ever actually allow a response to come your way without actually putting yourself on mute while you're hearing things rather than carrying on talking. The distance you gave was linear, not curved. So your problem, is it just me, or did we just hear his waffle? We're hearing someone else talk through me. I got 3 words out. Yeah, so the distance is still flat and linear and won't be curving. And these are your problems for your globe when you describe your paradox with your flat measurements that you can't use on a globe, like you incorrectly asserted. Now, you haven't acknowledged how wrong you were when I corrected you. You've gone on to tell me about the paradoxical problems your globe has. They're your problems, not ours. Meanwhile, the linear distance will be flat. Earth is flat. Miles will require it to be flat, and they will not be curving in any circumstance ever. So Earth is flat.
Nathan, I posted something in Master B a little bit earlier. Could you just put it up on screen and I'll read it out, please?
I do want to like to respond to that. So once again, you're not going to discuss how they got such an accurate measurement. You don't know how they did it, or what. You believe that they're wrong about everything.
No, you use miles.
How did they get such an accurate measurement?
Don't care. Miles are linear. They're not curving. Earth's flat. Don't care.
So how did they get it? So
don't care. I'm not claiming them. They're not mine. Second time's a charm. You're just ignoring me.
Just a second, Nate. No, I'm responding to you. So if we disagree on what the definitions of these things are and how they work, how do we know who's right? What test
because
do we do?
Because the definitions that we present,
just a minute, Nathan,
we can support,
we could look
and
at
it can be supported in reality.
We could look at the dictionary.
He's asking and telling us at the same time, Brian. He's asking me how we define things and then telling us through the answer how we'll be defining them by looking at things in dictionaries. So his verbal diatribe continues indefinitely through the top of the answer.
Hold on, man.
I'm not asking how you define things.
No, you're telling. You asked me something and then you carried on talking. You're an unreasonable person to discuss things with when you lose because Earth's flat. Your linear distances don't need defining. They are what they are. And there he is talking through the top of his devastating defeat when we prove Earth's flat with his own words that he can't stop diarrhea of the mouth through the top of. Yeah, you've still proven Earth's flat with your definitions that are your problem when they don't match your globe.
All right. So if I can finish...
No, let me just end this whole thing.
If you think
I posted something. Just 1 second.
It's up on the screen, Brian, for my audience. This guy just decided he's got verbal diarrhea, Brian. No one else is allowed to talk because he's losing.
Yeah, let's mute your G+ server, Nathan. Omnivore was right in the middle, and then Brian or Chocolate, whoever the hell that is, can respond after.
Right. So if you think all my definitions are wrong and paradoxical, and whatever words you want to use, you're faced with a relentless problem of why do they work so well? It turns out that these definitions, these techniques that I'm talking about are incredibly accurate. And I'm pointing to something that we can, a case where the number was published before anyone had gotten close enough to get to the top, to take a much closer measurement, et cetera, et cetera. And, you know, what you can't address is why, if we disagree on definitions, this is like the test of which one of us is right.
Yeah, nothing's been defined. That was complete word salad. Meanwhile, the distance he did give was miles, and it's linear. Earth's flat.
Yeah, Nathan, I posted something in Master B earlier. If you wouldn't mind putting it up on screen and I'll read it out, because it directly connects to this man's claims of
Fine. Yes,
of measurement.
We'll put it up on screen.
Please.
Hopefully you won't get rumpus to all hell. Go ahead, it's up on screen.
Yeah, you can hear me, can't you?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. 1 second. Okay. This is called perspective or curve, right? Because this man has claimed that they use elevation angles, surveyors, right, from 100 miles away, right? Now that means 100 miles, that means an adjacent length of 100 miles to get elevations, which would be, right, which would be verticals. So that's horizontals and verticals. Now, he needs, for that to even ever have any mathematical connection to a globe, right, he needs the globe. For it to be anything to do with a globe, angular size, right, change must be accounted for within globe mathematics. So this is called perspective or curve. On a globe Earth of radius 3,959 miles, a boat at 6 feet above the water will disappear from view at 3 miles away for an observer with their eye line at the water, due to it sailing over the curve of a globe Earth. Whereas, on a flat Earth, a boat that's 6 foot above the water will disappear from view at 3 miles away for an observer with their eye line at the water, due to the boat's angular size reaching 0.02 degrees, which is the angular resolution limit of the average human eye. So, if our curve and perspective existed simultaneously, which is what this man is claiming, then at 1.8 miles away, the bottom 2.16 feet of the boat would be blocked by our curve, while the remaining 3.84 feet of the boat would have an angular size of 0.023 degrees, making the boat unresolvable for the observer. But we know that under the given conditions that a boat that's 6 foot high off the water will require 3 miles of distance to disappear from view. We also know that perspective does exist, which means that due to a process of elimination, our curve cannot. As if both perspective and our curve existed, then the boat would disappear from view at 1.8 miles away. But it doesn't disappear from view at 1.8 miles away. It disappears from view, in reality, at 3 miles away, debunking the claimed existence of a globe Earth, the end. There is the problem. Perspective and our curve can't exist simultaneously. Only one of them can exist. We know angular size change exists, so our curve and a globe does not. End of argument.
Both of them exist. They're taken into account in these measurements.
I just proved how they can't coexist simultaneously.
No, you did not. You did not prove that. Not at all. Not remotely. So
you're referring to
the garbage you read.
Not garbage.
It's not
the use of your mathematics through Metabunk and the use of angular size change over distance.
I understand. I understand that you're appealing to something that somebody wrote. However, you know, we know that perspective exists, and the surveyors certainly know that perspective exists. The perspective is what determines the angle, your elevation angle, to the peak of the mountain. So, when the question is, what is the real elevation of the peak? And the answer is their technique nailed it really, really well. It's a fantastic feat of surveying. So if they nailed it, they got it way right, and they corrected for the globe, then you're left with, like I said, either saying we don't know the height of Mount Everest, or
they never corrected,
or their technique somehow got super, super lucky.
No, they just measured.
You do know we don't have their math, right?
They just measured Earth flat with elevation angles. So we defined it earlier.
Where's their math for the calculation?
Oh my God, we defined it earlier with elevation angle measurement when you went through this with Brian. So it's the angle measured between the imaginary line between the observer and the sun or in this case, the top of the mountain, and the horizontal plane that the observer is standing on, as per the cited definitions that I gave earlier. Now, when I gave them earlier, you hand-waved them by saying, oh, right, there's other definitions. Well, I've got all of them, as far as I'm aware, every one of them. Elevation, angle, measurement definitions. If you've got one I haven't, I'd be surprised. But I'm pretty sure I've got all of them, and they all refer to Earth having a prerequisite requirement to be a horizontal plane that the observer is standing on for it to be a measurement of an angle. It's an angle, and it's about the height of something off sea level that's being measured with an angle in a linear distance that's flat 100 miles away. Earth is measured flat. But with that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
Anyway, how do we know for Mount Everest that they actually accounted for curvature? And where are the original math?
They didn't and couldn't. They can't. That's the point. Everything they did involved a situation where a globe can't exist. They didn't account for anything. It's all mathematical afterwards.
Measuring angles.
When you're measuring something, you're not accounting for something.
Not at all. Mathematical
address.
stuff that wasn't was planar.
We just verified with service and the contractor. It's 15 minutes away. So it's Rincon Beach Parkway Road or something like that. It should pop up on YouTube.
Who the hell fucked that up?
Not a hot mic.
Die slow.
I'll follow you.
All right, brother.
Anyway,
Hold on, man. Who was hot micing just now? Hold on, man. Who was hot micing?
Die slow.
That was die slow.
Did you get him?
Yeah, I got him.
Just to answer that lady's question, you can't account for curve when you're measuring an angle. An angle's two straight lines meeting at a vertex. So in order for this measurement to take place, Earth must be flat to take the angle measurement with respect to the surface. Surface level, angle, straight lines. You can't curve the line of the angle or it won't be an angle.
Regarding the line of sight, hang on, Omni. I've been wanting to say this, and what Nathan's saying about the linear line of sight measurement. You can look at any point on the surface of the Earth, line of sight, take an angle to it, regardless of the shape of the Earth. That's an ignorant argument from your part.
Also, let me answer the question. So we have the documentation, all right? We have the documentation of what the Everest team did. So the answer for whoever was asking is yes, they absolutely did correct for Earth curve, and we can look at it.
After measuring Earth flat. Yeah, after they measured Earth, after you measure Earth flat, you can create a globe with those measurements. I mean, you can take curve into account so long as you measured Earth flat for an angle. And Earth must be flat for the angle. It's an elevation angle. It's two straight lines. But this dude's telling you, yeah, after we measure Earth flat, you can then calculate in curve after that.
No.
Yeah, you can.
No,
yeah.
I'm not. That's not true. So I just posted a link.
Because
I just posted a link.
The Earth curve calculator.
So I put a link in chat where you can see a home version of this. This is done by Jesse using a theodolite, and he measured the height of a lighthouse.
You can't measure elevation off of a curved surface.
He used the measurements.
Do that.
And he shows the
there
accuracy.
There is no way to measure the height of a mountain, the height of a mountain above a curved surface, which wouldn't be a vertical, it's just a straight height. You can't do that. It's impossible. What you're claiming is impossible.
I let you talk.
If you understood surveying, you would understand that what you're claiming is impossible.
Can you both stop? Brian and Omni, both stop. The problem is, Omni, you've ignored what I've said to you, so you can't bend. Maybe if you keep talking while your defeat comes.
Interrupting.
Yeah, you're hearing that there's a defeat, so you'll keep talking.
Interrupted Omni. Nathan interrupted Omni.
Dude, Omni, you have been rambling, bro. You are not being concise. You are constantly going on and on and on and talking through people, and you guys are all interrupting each other. It's audio chaos. Can you just keep your points concise?
Okay, you can only measure Earth flat with an elevation angle. Of course, it's going to be Omni that now fights the mic with me while I've won, and he needs to lie about accounting for Earth curve in angles that must be straight. They can't be curved, and this is the win. But he's rumpusing that win because he knows he's lost. So the curved line is not going to be accounting for an angle. You can't measure an elevation angle like for his Everest height measurement that I defined twice. He hasn't defined jack, but he will talk through the loss when Earth curve won't be accounted for, because you can't. It's an angle, two straight lines. Like in the live show that I just had, I'll put this to him 25 times, madam, and he'll never acknowledge it. He'll just tell you, oh, yeah, Earth curve, without acknowledging that two straight lines to form an elevation angle to the top of Everest can only be done on a flat Earth, because it's an angle off the surface level, two straight lines. But will he acknowledge that? No, I can do this all day. He'll just keep lying to us, though. Non-responsive answer will come after this.
Can I answer the question now? She asked me.
I didn't ask a question. Stated a fact.
I'm not responding to you.
Okay, he's responding to something that isn't a question.
Taylor, I think it was. I'm responding to
Taylor.
Her. So I'm responding to Taylor, Nathan. So the answer is this. First off, you 100% can measure the height of objects, and what I posted in the chat, you can look at that link. It is
this is a chat and redirect
exercise.
Not off a curve.
It's yes, it is. So this is a set of.
That's what I asked. Where's the math for Mount Everest? Where's the original math?
So, we can look for I don't know if it's online, but we can look for it. There are documentation and people who have analyzed it. So I promise you 100% they corrected the Earth curve. But
Trust me, bro.
This is a case where...
Trust me, bro.
This is a case where...
Trust me, bro. I'm a Glover. Trust me, bro.
No, I'm not telling you. This is their surveyors. I read you the survey from the surveying manual.
Yeah, you said they took elevation angles.
So I understand that you believe the elevation. Let me finish my. Let me finish. What I'm showing you in the chat is a link to a document where Jesse measures the height of a lighthouse from several miles away multiple times.
Jesse,
and he uses the flat Earth assumption and the globe Earth assumption. And he checks.
He can't use the globe Earth assumption if he's measuring the height of a lighthouse from a distance.
He checks to see
there is no globe
more
Earth.
Accurate.
He's proving it at that point.
He checks to see which is more accurate.
He didn't. No, that can't be done. You're talking rubbish again.
I'm putting the measurements in the chat. You can go look at the document.
Jesse took an elevation angle, didn't he, off a flat Earth?
Yes.
Yes. Well, so Earth's flat. So Earth's flat. Yeah, we heard you. Are the moderators going to allow him to keep going? I'm now talking. We heard him. I stopped. I yielded. I muted my server. He's going to keep going, though. Yeah, Jesse measured an elevation angle. This guy won't shut up, though. I don't get a chance to respond. He just gets to verbal diarrhea his way through everything. Yeah, Jesse measured an elevation angle measurement to the lighthouse from distances that were linear on a flat Earth, and the elevation angle was off a flat surface as defined by me. So he measured Earth flat with an elevation angle for the lighthouse.
Not true.
That was an elevation angle.
An assertion without evidence. So what happened was he measured the elevation angle.
You're saying it's not true. It's not true.
Yeah, Brian, shush. Brian, shush. He just told me he measured an elevation angle, didn't he?
Because
define that, please.
Because we know.
Define it.
Hold on a second. It's a height above sea level.
So we need level C. So welcome to flat Earth. He needs a straight line sea level. Why am I getting rumpus? I'm winning, and he's just keeping talking. He's filibustering straight through the victory. What's going on? Why isn't the moderation team allowing me to win? I've won.
So
he's getting his measurement. He's answering the woman, and now I've won with a flat Earth proof. He won't shut up.
I'm answering the woman. Right.
You answered it. Elevation angle measurements what he took, madam. It requires a flat Earth. It's an elevation angle off sea level. But now that this victory for flat Earth's coming, he won't allow it. He's just going to keep filibustering the flat Earth victory and measurement he's made. Jesse also measured an elevation angle off a flat Earth, but this guy won't shut up while that comes through to you. Yeah, he told you Earth's being measured flat with elevation angles, love. That's what's being measured.
All right. So to the woman, as you called her, you take the elevation angle, which he claims implies the Earth is flat. It doesn't. And
define it then.
You didn't check the accuracy.
Define it then.
No,
I've defined it. You're saying no, nuh-uh.
Hold on a second. Because we
He's just said no. That's not reasonable.
It's published. We can tell how accurate our measurements are.
Tell.
Right? And we can test both theories of flat Earth and curved Earth.
Just filibustering. This is non sequitur. Can someone stop him?
Are far, far more accurate. And you can see in the documentation.
He's just, hello, moderation team.
How much more accurate.
Moderation team. He's waffling on with word salad.
Omni, are you going to just monologue? Come on, bro. Let's play tennis back and forth. You and Nathan. Come on.
Yeah, elevation angle measurement.
Are we doing that now?
Yeah, it's because he keeps filibustering past my victory or through my victory and then non sequituring away. So elevation angle measurement is what he's measured. He confirms repeatedly. Define it then. If you don't, I've got all of them. Every definition of an elevation angle. If you won't define it, I'll give you a third one that proves Earth's being measured flat with this angle, 2 straight lines. Now, an angle, just an angle, cannot have curves. It's an angle. So the fact that this is an elevation angle, just for the ladies' benefit, while he's doing exactly what predicted, which is talking through the win for flat Earth, when it comes to angles, they're not curves. No angle ever will comport with sphericity, especially elevation from sea level, because it's level. The line that's being measured for the angle is on that level that he gave you and then carried on filibustering through the flat Earth prerequisite that is measured. Now, I'm asking him, because he's avoided it twice, to define that which Jesse measured. That's an elevation angle. Can you define it? I've already defined it twice.
Sure. It's the angle up to the top of the object you're measuring, or to the object you're measuring from a baseline.
Where's that? Post that, please. Where's that cited?
You asked me to define. What's wrong with that?
Sorry, do you get to define things yourself, you Mr. Dictionary? Where's that cited from? When I gave you a citation, I said radar tutorial, and then I said sustainable by design. So I'm saying when you, so I'm still talking moderation team. It seems that when the Glurf scum cites things, he just makes them up. He's just made that up, and he's saying, is it not okay for me to just make this up? What, in the face of radar tutorial describing a flat Earth and sustainable design defining a flat Earth, is it not okay for you to redefine it as something that isn't anything other than a baseline that must be flat for an angle? But no, you don't get to make these definitions up.
I just posted a definition from B. Come on in. Come in.
He's walked away from his mic, so I'll give a different one because he seems to have walked away and got distracted. He's back now. I'm about to define it for a third time after walking away.
If I could get a word in a minute, Nate.
Target elevation angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane through the line of sight. Positive angles are measured upward from the horizontal plane. That's Principles of Naval Ordnance and Gunnery. That's the third.
All right, I'm back. I just posted a definition from a science website.
Do you want to read it out and make sure it doesn't actually have flat Earth proof, but actually curved angles in it? Go ahead.
It's not science
angle of elevation
either.
Definition. An angle of elevation is an angle formed between the horizontal line and the line of sight. If the line of sight is upwards from the horizontal line, the angle formed is the angle of elevation. So it says a horizontal line. It doesn't say the ground. It doesn't say the flat
you did.
Earth.
You said sea level.
So I didn't say
stuttery, you said
level.
it.
No.
Yes. Now he's lying. Moderation team wrote it down when he said it. Sea level, end quote him, and now he's lying about it. Can you stop him from chanting through me pointing out that he's a liar? Because I wrote it down and put quotes around it. He's now lying about not saying it when I point out embarrassingly that it was him that defined what that line was when he said sea level. Yeah, Earth's flat. Earth's flat. I don't need him to chant through my victory. Excuse me, moderation team. Of one, Earth's measured flat with elevation angles.
Okay, Ami, you said measured from a horizontal. Is a horizontal flat or is a horizontal line curved?
Flat.
Horizontal line is straight.
It's straight, flat, right?
Yeah.
Right. And you've got a parallel line coming from the observer, do you not?
No. What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
You've got a flat horizontal baseline, and then you've got an observer's direct line of sight being parallel to the horizontal, is it not?
No, it's not. So look at the picture I posted.
I can't. I'm driving, dude. Just walk me through it.
So you just have a horizontal line. You could be standing on top of a hill, right?
Not on a globe,
the hill
you don't.
sloping all around you.
No, globes don't have that.
You set your theodolite up at the top of the hill.
You need a flat Earth for that theodolite.
If I could bring it back to his Mount Everest claim,
It gives you a horizontal line from where you're standing, which in this case is at the top of a curving hill. So you need to know your elevation. But
from sea level, from sea level, from sea level, yeah.
Right.
Everest.
Yep.
Yeah. Welcome to flat Earth. So we're going to need a horizontal plane. We're going to need sea level and our height from sea level to start this process off. So we're going to need a sea level and our height from it, and we're going to need a parallel eye level with it. Welcome to flat Earth.
So neither of those are true. You just need a
Can I ask you a question about your Mount Everest claim, please?
Perpendicular plumb.
So,
1 second.
As much as I want to go with you, Brian, it was much more humorous what QE said. QE just pointed out that upon having his own words reiterated back to him, he said his own words weren't true. That was very amusing. Yep. Yes, I caught that.
That's not the first time he's done that.
Elevations don't have nothing to do with the surface.
Just so we're aware, the observer is not necessarily at sea level. Elevation is from sea level. Elevation
Welcome to flat Earth.
Is not definitionally from sea level.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Take an elevation angle of something from standing on a hill, from standing on the top of a boat, from an airplane. So you're wrong about the horizontal line automatically being sea level. It could be, but it's probably not. Your theodolite is on a tripod, so even if you were standing at sea level, the tangent line is 4 feet above sea level, or however tall the theodolite is.
Can I ask you a question about your Mount Everest thing? Unless QE wants to go ahead, but this would be pretty good.
Yeah, QE.
I thought it was Brian. I have a point on his foundational argument where this all started, that level is curved. From Cambridge University, level, not rising or falling or higher on one side, but even in all directions. Horizontal, period. There's a problem because according to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines have a rate of change of slope of 0. But there's a problem because you said curvature, right, is the same thing. But according to the United States Naval Academy, curvature is defined as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. You just bludgeoned to a bloody lifeless pulp the law of identity.
So
your whole argument,
no, I didn't. And I'll explain why.
Your whole argument falls apart.
Confused.
Right
he's rumpusing the conclusion.
He's
been defeated, and the conclusion's getting rumpused, it seems, because he's in defeat. So he must talk through the top of that defeat being highlighted.
No, it's a common misconception.
All your geodetic surveys.
So he's still hold on, QE. He's just, even though I've appealed to the moderation team to stop him rumpusing the victory, that would be his defeat that he can't help squirming through the top of for the second time. Yeah, shut up, QE. Go ahead.
I think you're the one squirming, Nathan. I can hear the squirm.
Well, he's got to reconcile. That married bachelor, he'd have better chances distilling Alexander the Great's tears out of the Euphrates than to reconcile that monkey. Reconcile it.
It's reconciled right here in the definition I posted from surveying manual. Have you ever read a surveying manual?
I know exactly what you're talking about, and it's paradoxical with the slope-intercept formula.
So if you think it's paradoxical, then how did they get the height of Mount Everest using these definitions? How you have to conclude they got super lucky.
I don't think it is. I know it is. I just demonstrated it.
You believe it is, but that's because
I don't believe it is. That's acceptance without evidence. You don't know what believe means either. I just demonstrated
I know you believe it is. You don't. If you had evidence for it, we'd all be interested in seeing
formula, sunshine. Is he talking through me?
Yeah, so the reiteration of the slope-intercept formula, your argument, he can put some distance between it if he just keeps verbal diarrheaing through the top of your conclusions?
No. Your definition is not from a survey manual. Your definition is the common usage definition, which has a margin of error. See,
margin of error.
Just posted it. So yeah, if you understand margin,
hey, diarrhea of the mouth. You have to debunk the slope-intercept.
I hear the squirming. I can tell.
Diarrhea of the mouth. Hello. Slope-intercept formula. Sunshine.
You're squirming.
We're done here.
So first off, the curved surface of sea level is defined as the same elevation at every point. It's curved, but it's defined as the same elevation.
Elevations from sea level.
That's how the globe works.
No, heights are above sea level. Elevation is respect to sea level, not sea curve.
Yes, sea curve.
Welcome to flat Earth.
The same thing as sea level. No, that is. So you believe? Let's just put this in perspective.
Let's just stutter a bit.
You believe you're correct.
Let me bring it back to that Mount Everest claim.
And we have a test. And see which one of these things works better in reality. And we know the one that works better are my definitions because they
are your definitions.
Answer.
You don't have definitions.
Yes. I just gave you definitions. I've been posting definitions.
I just gave you a definition that's paradoxical with the slope-intercept formula.
I posted it from surveying manual. It's paradoxical because you don't understand.
Moderation team. Can I get a word in, moderation team? He's ignoring the rebuttal by verbal diarrheaing the mouth through the slope-intercept formula and the fact that his cited source is in contradiction with the slope-intercept formula. It doesn't seem to matter. QE's doing what I had to do. Like, he's just not numbering the amount of times he does it. QE's having to say you're not addressing that slope-intercept formula, that your cited source, perpendicular to the force of gravity, it doesn't comport with the slope-intercept formula, does it?
Right. Those are two separate. They're two separate things. They're two separate definitions.
Yeah, he's just going to keep saying the same thing. You're going to waste your time. There's other people waiting to get in, though. If you guys are done with Omni,
I'd like to just ask him just 1 second.
SE.
I just would like to ask him. SE, sorry. I would like to ask him about his Mount Everest claim, if that's okay. It won't be take too long.
Oh God.
You claimed that they took elevation angles to the top of Mount Everest from 100 miles away, right, from many different points. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So that would mean that they took an angular size of Mount Everest. Yes.
It's not the angular size per se. It's the,
that's why they take elevation angles in surveying.
Sure.
Right. So it is the angular size then that they. Yes, correct.
Well, the angular size would be the size of the entire.
I'm not asking you what it is. I know what angular size is, right? I'm asking you, right? They took elevation angles, right, from 100 miles away to the top of Mount Everest. Is that or is that not your claim?
That is my claim.
Right. And that means they measure the angular size of Mount Everest.
I don't think that's true.
Right, but that's what an elevation angle in surveying is. It's an angular size, an angular height. That's what it is. So they would have to measure the angular height. So, what angle did they get, please?
Say that again.
What was the angle?
Did they get?
Angle
did
they get?
Please. Yeah, 1 second, Nathan. What angle did they get? What was their angle? What was the average angle to the top of Mount Everest?
They took thousands of measurements from different locations.
What was the angle? What was the average angle to the top of Mount Everest, please?
I don't know.
So it cannot be from sea level. Did they measure it from sea level?
It was not from sea level if they could help it. Because in one case they built a 70-foot tall tower so that they could get a better view.
But did they measure it from sea level, or where did they measure it from, or what elevation did they measure it from?
Different elevations. They had to know their elevation for each measurement. That's part of the measurement process. So if I'm on top of Mountain I measure Mountain B.
1 second. So they took from 100 miles away, all around in a circle. You're saying all around in a circle, from 100 miles away, a radius of 100 miles.
It wasn't in a circle. It wasn't in a circle.
So 100 miles away, 100 miles away. Did they take elevation angles to the top of Mount Everest from 100 miles away from several different locations at different elevations? Yes or no?
Absolutely, yes.
Right. right? And you're saying that it involved the globe.
Yes.
Right. So have you any of those angle measurements and the elevations to go with them? That they took them from, the elevation, the angle measurements and the elevation they took them from.
I do not have them. I have the reports from the, this is a historical surveying process.
You don't have any information to go with it then?
Yeah, the information is out there. We can go look for it. There's no problem.
The information's out there.
You're supposed to have it. You're claiming it.
That's an elephant hurling fallacy, by the way.
Asking you this. The reason I'm asking you this is very simple. I need at least one measurement. I need to know the elevation it was taken from, and I need to know the angle they got. Very important.
So I have that for the lighthouse. We can talk about those. I've got them right here.
No, never mind the lighthouse. Never mind the lighthouse.
Yeah.
Right.
No,
never mind the lighthouse.
Is great because the lighthouse.
Never mind the lighthouse. Never mind the lighthouse. We're talking about Mount Everest.
Between flat and curved.
We're talking about Mount Everest, not the lighthouse.
Brian, I think he knows where this is going. He knows Earth's about to get measured flat in no uncertain terms, so he needs to bring the scale down a bit to the lighthouse. So let's just do it.
He does. He knows where it's going. Well, I don't know if he fully knows where it's going. I know where it's going. He may know. That's why he's not producing any measurements. Because I know as soon as he produces one of these measurements from an official source, I know it's completely over for him and his claim.
Yeah, it's flat.
It's more than that, Nathan. So could you go off and get one of those measurements for us, please?
Yes, go up, come back.
Go up and come back with one of those measurements. I need the elevation it was taken from, and the exact distance, right, and the measurement they got. Hello?
And go get that slope-intercept formula, too. We want to see that one.
I got bad news for you.
Okay, are you guys done with Omni now?
The definition.
Yeah, thanks. Just chat to SE for a second. Sorry, guys in my panel, shush.
Accurate result.
SE, yeah, thank you. We're getting our flow with you guys. Obviously, we'll find our footing eventually, and you're giving a bit, and we're giving a bit. I really appreciate it. But yeah, seems so.
No, this is good, man. I'm enjoying this.
I agree, me too.
But there's other people that want to get in. So if you're done with Omni, I think we have a lineup.
You can put me in line.
All right, you'll go after. I believe Bev wants to get in. Bev, try things.
Oh, God.
Hey.
Really?
Hey. All right, guys. Been a while.
Hey, Bev.
Hey. Right, I'm doing a thing on the false dichotomy because I know that you have the, what do you call it, the feast of nonsense that leads to a false dichotomy. Flatsoid said a similar thing.
Yeah,
now, Jaren said it isn't a false dichotomy, right? He's sure it isn't.
Okay.
Can you clarify exactly what you mean about when you say it's a false dichotomy?
What, flat versus globe? In terms of that particular false dichotomy, you mean azimuthal equidistant globe projection versus non-existent spherical globe projection?
The flat versus globe is broken down to two finer groups, is it?
Well, you asked what the false dichotomy was with Jaren in mind, and it's azimuthal equidistant North Pole centric globe projection versus a non-presented spherical globe claimed to be, in quotes, model that never appears. That's the false dichotomy. That's what you asked, right?
Is that the false dichotomy that you were talking about when you went on the Flat Earth social?
I don't know which that was referring to. You'll have to remind me.
Well, you talked about a false dichotomy when you went to the Flat Earth social and did your presentation.
Yeah, you'll have to remind me what it was, though. I can't remember. Sorry.
That's what I was asking you. I was asking you to clarify what that particular false dichotomy was.
No, I can't remember.
I did mention Jaren, but like you seem to refer to what Jaren's false dichotomy was. But I wasn't asking that. I was asking what your false dichotomy was.
I see. So when you specifically mentioned Jaren, it wasn't about Jaren.
Well, I'm Flatsoid as well. Flatsoid asked that is it Jonathan or the other flat earther that went on the final experiment trip. He asked him about what, whether he knew what the false dichotomy was. And he didn't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I do. I know what the false dichotomy is. It's wrapped inside two affirming consequent formological fallacies. They go such like this. If the Earth is a globe P, then we will observe a 24-hour sun in Antarctica Q. We observe a 24-hour sun in Antarctica Q. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. Therefore, P. The other, from the true Earth side, if the Earth is a true Earth, P, then we will observe twilight in Antarctica Q. We observe twilight in Antarctica Q. Therefore, the Earth is a true Earth. Therefore, P. Two affirmative consequent formological fallacies wrapped inside a false dichotomy. We good?
I am. So that is a still flat versus globe false dichotomy, is it?
Duh.
We just went through it with you.
No, that sounded like two false globes.
Do you have a true dichotomy to place against it?
Nah, just Earth's measured flat. Don't need any dichotomies.
A true dichotomy?
Well, it's either Earth's measured flat or Earth is measured not flat.
Yeah, I didn't pose it as a question. I made it as a statement of fact, though, didn't I?
Case, wouldn't it?
I stated it as a fact, as opposed to postulating it could be measured flat, or it could be measured on a no. It's Earth's measured flat because it is.
Yeah, but if the measurements are measurements of it not being flat, then wouldn't that mean that your statement was meaningless?
Depends. It depends. If the not flat were referenced to flat, then that could be a bit of a problem.
I don't know. I'm not with you.
So what were the measurements?
The measurements would be on the vertical, right?
Measurements on the vertical. How do you have a vertical without a horizontal?
You don't. What do you mean? You can just have a vertical.
What do you mean? What do I mean?
The measuring rod is the vertical, and the measurements are taken upon that vertical.
Measuring rod and TFE.
Okay.
What?
Are you changing topics on us?
Are you changing to a different?
No, Nathan's the one that said it was measured flat.
Me.
As opposed to his false dichotomy, right?
Who's measuring Earth flat?
It wasn't. It was just a statement, wasn't it?
Jumping all over the place.
Then why did you bring up a measuring rod?
Hold on a second, Kiwi. You're jumping all over the place.
Because I was saying that's where the measurements are taken, on the measuring rod.
Right. On the measuring rod.
Yeah, you guys went away from the TFE already. You went away from TFE and you started talking about measurements are flat. So I don't know why you try to brought it back to that.
Yeah.
Hold on, Tora. Hold on. Let Bev and them go.
Let Bev lead the
like, we have a lineup.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm done. Like, I was just asking about the false dichotomy.
You were done. You're kidding. You're done.
Nathan's
no need.
Claims.
Okay, cool. Anything else, Bev? How's things?
Yeah, it's good. Good, Nathan.
Jolly good. Same here. Good to hear from you. Glad we cleared that up about the false dichotomy and all that.
Yeah, I mean, that's only the start of it, right? The rest of the arguments will come. But as long as we know that your false dichotomy is globe versus flat, right?
No, that's the TFE false dichotomy.
No, it's your false dichotomy.
What, you mean I've unpacked their false dichotomy when I described their false dichotomy? That makes it my false dichotomy. So if you postulate false dichotomy and I
went on the flat Earth social, is that the false dichotomy that you were talking about? The TFE false dichotomy.
Oh my God. So if you offer up a false dichotomy and I unpack it, it then becomes mine, does it? If I unpack your false dichotomy that you use, but I unpack it, that becomes mine? No.
What false dichotomy am I using? I was asking you what your false dichotomy was.
Now we're into Elmer Fudd sophistry. Bye, Bev. Next.
Next.
It was a false dichotomy before the TFE false dichotomy was spoken about.
Exactly.
Oh, who's this then?
No, it was a false dichotomy before they even left.
False
Yes.
dichotomy you were referring to then? Before the TFE.
30 seconds after they announced TFE, we formulated the false dichotomy and wrapped the affirmative consequent formula. Did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours?
Yeah, hold on, Elder Bear. Let QE finish, then you go.
It's Elder Bear.
Go ahead,
No, SE.
you.
No, go ahead, SE. Next.
All right, I believe Taylor wanted to get in. If Bev is done.
Taylor Swift.
Yeah, it's obvious that these guys don't want to be able to do this sort of stuff. It's okay.
Yeah. Bye, Tart.
Go ahead, Taylor.
Hey guys, I was looking at some papers the other day on refraction, and one of the things on the Mount Everest thing is many times they measure Mount Everest at night. And I was reading a paper, and that's one of the reasons is because refractive effects. And there was a paper about terrestrial refraction, how during the daytime things will actually appear shorter, and during the nighttime they'll appear higher. So I was just wondering, like, how do you account for refraction like that? And whenever you're doing and referencing these theodolite measurements, are you taking measurements that are taken at night? Because like on Mount Everest, for example, like they would put a lantern at the top of it.
Does it matter?
Well, it does, because if things are shrinking during the day. I get your point, Nathan, and I agree with it.
For us, please? Can you please define refraction, Snell's law, for everyone with citation for us, please? Let's see if it's applicable in this situation.
Yeah, so basically just the bending of light. And I think that that's something that...
No, it's not Snell's law. No, it isn't. Citation, Snell's law.
Okay, 1 second.
Wait.
Yeah, right. So when light will move through two mediums, it'll basically bend. Is that
Correct.
bending of light?
That's the definition. Yep. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Can you show the two mediums
just one sec.
in the...
So, Taylor, your example's about Everest, right, along with the theme of today. But how many medium are there between you and Everest, if you're measuring it?
Well, the density, like, I think that there would be a density gradient that would maybe cause the effects that Jesse's seeing with his theodolite, like the shrinking of the of the objects in the distance. And this is why surveyors don't usually survey objects that are that far away.
Just try that again.
Because they're more accurate.
Taylor, thanks. That was completely non sequitur to the question you asked. How many mediums are between you and Everest?
Right, there's one medium, that just the atmosphere.
So based on your citation, how many do we need for it to be refraction?
We would need two, at least.
So when we're looking at Everest, is it refraction that we need to worry about or not?
I mean, not necessarily, but I just wanted to mention that things can appear shorter through the daytime and appear taller at night.
Not by refraction, they don't through the atmo. Not by refraction, they don't through the atmo. Not according to Snell's law, it doesn't. You have to come up with another word, another phrase, because it's not Snell's law, and it's definitely not refraction. Thanks.
Excuse me. I just want to say, Nathan, I commend you. I put it on the thing. You did a great job with the Shiva Big Ball Dave thing. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I'm glad you did that. More of this needs to be done on these charlatans and these pseudo intellectuals. I love it. I love it. And number two, listen to this thing all day. We'd be better off molesting a brick wall than trying to explain anything to that last guy that left.
That's color commentary. We don't allow that.
I'm sorry, but it was just
no need. Thank you, but no need.
Yeah, let's keep the meta out of this. We're doing good. This is a very good combo.
I appreciate that last week or the week before, whatever, there's been a certain amount of friction in this particular server. But we're working our way through it. I'm very pleased with today's outcome.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I ask a question to the group? From any Globers that are in here, may I ask a question?
Was that your question?
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Can anyone?
Oh, you want to ask another question?
Oh my God.
Let's try that again. Go ahead, QE.
Can any one of the Globers please provide their number one, highest of the high, scientific evidence for their globe?
Come on, Globers. You're kidding me. Nobody? I'll do it for them. 24 hours, son.
Oh no.
QE.
Oh man, you shouldn't have fell on that sword, Essie. Right. It's a trick question. Everyone else, just let me have this out with Essie for a sec. Science deals with cause and effect. If you ask for scientific evidence of a globe, you're asking them to give scientific evidence of a concrete noun by presupposition. It's a category error. The only right answer is, excuse me, QE, that's a category error. You can't have scientific evidence for a globe. That's the only right answer.
Thanks for giving up the ghost, guys. Appreciate that. Damn. Can't even get anyone trapped in it. I'm going to go get some breakfast.
Well, I've got it globe as being a shape, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's all it is, isn't it?
Yeah, globe's a shape.
Yeah. A non-geometric shape?
I mean, non-geometric shape.
Well, it's not a sphere, right? We know that, don't we?
I am completely lost in your double speak, Bev. What are you talking about?
You can't do fuck all over the shape, mate.
No swearing, please.
Globe is a shape, though, right? And that's why there's no scientific evidence for it. Like you say, it is geometric, isn't it?
Correct. No, but that's non sequitur. Cause and effect's what science
non sequitur to what?
To cause and effect reasoning. Yeah? If you say globe,
yeah,
shape or otherwise.
That's why there's no science, because it's geometric.
I'm just answering you, Bev. Yeah, if you say, I'm just answering you. Say globe, yeah, shape or otherwise. If that's the contentious bit, I don't care. It's not something happening. Science deals with cause and effect. So if you haven't got an effect to study, that's something occurring, then you're not going to be putting it through the scientific method. It's not going to be science. That's the point.
Well, even according to these guys, though, they've been running around saying science doesn't prove things.
Yeah, yeah.
However, you can prove shapes. So if they would say, oh, we have science proving the shape of Earth, they would automatically be debunking themselves when they say you can't prove things with science.
Yeah, that's just idiotic, though, isn't it?
Geometry is mathematics, and mathematics is where proof is.
I thought we were done with Bev. Bev, you already had your chance. Next.
To me, what would be the better?
You're not concerned about proof, QE.
Would be the better trick question. Would be the better trick question is there any scientific evidence that the Earth is spinning? Then you can try to squeeze that bull crap into some type of pseudoscience thing, because at least you're claiming you're observing a natural phenomenon of the Earth spinning, which is still a lie. It's still a lie.
Well, what are you observing? Hold on.
Stop, both of you. The purpose of that question is to catch out people who have a lack of science acumen. That's what that question's for. Not so you can get the discussion going about presupposed Earth turning. Not at all.
Why are we blowing it up?
I'm being Arwen. I'm being Arwen.
Why are you springing my traps, dude?
The worst part of it was that sprung
Doesn't
trap.
matter. No matter how many times you tell them, they still will fall for the same thing.
I know.
They don't get it.
Well, the unfortunate bit was SC Montreal stepped into the trap on their behalf, which is very unfortunate.
Well, what do you mean? He stepped in. What did he do?
Yeah, but he did it in a joking way. And you gave up the ghost right away.
Yeah, Nathan. What's wrong with you?
You shouldn't have said anything, Nathan, even though I shouldn't have, you should have let it go, bro.
It says you snared the trap. You stepped on it, not me. What am I supposed to do?
But there was silence, so I was trying to get them to pipe up. No one was talking.
I crawled over on my belly, avoiding all of the traps, and prized the jaws open off your leg. And you're going to moan at me? I'm just joking.
No, I ain't moaning. My bad. I didn't know what you guys were doing. My bad.
Wait a second. SC Montreal, you did not know that? Come on.
Yes, he did. That's why he said that.
I didn't know where QE was going. I didn't know where QE was going.
He didn't know that was a trick question. Yes, that's right, Neil. But that's not his fault, and he was helping things along. And he is correct. I didn't need to highlight the snared trap. It would have just been just as effective if I said nothing, correct? Yes, I agree. I'll take it on the chin.
And Nathan, guys, y'all know I only said what I said just to be a Baldwin.
No. You no excuse for you.
No, my behind. I did that on purpose to be a Baldwin, so that can be scrutinized.
Next.
I think Tora wanted to get in. Tora, did you want to get in?
No.
Yeah, you did, you liar. Go on.
Come on, it's nothing but
Wait,
hippos
what are you?
here. Very peaceful.
I could bring up a topic. I mean, are you guys? You don't have a topic
Yeah,
or
we're
something?
easy.
You need a topic?
Yes, please. The live show's over, so we're all pretty relaxed now. Or at least I am.
I mean, on the
Nathan,
refraction thing, I thought that was interesting. So, when we show the picture of Skunk Bay, what's going on there?
I have no idea. It's definitely not refraction, though. Do you know what Snell's law is?
Yep. We just went through that. I was here for that.
But that's cool.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on there.
Cool, though, isn't it?
I know what's not. I know what's not going on there. Refraction.
Maybe something else.
Nice topic.
Yeah, I would just like to ask you, how do you know that?
No, that it's not
How do
refraction.
I know what? That it's not refraction? I just said Snell's law. Define Snell's law.
Because it doesn't have two mediums.
Right.
What if I'm wearing a pair of glasses? Is that then could it be classified as refraction?
Yeah. You've got air and glass. Yeah.
Yeah. In between those glasses and your eye, yeah.
So if a person that wears glasses isn't seeing reality properly, they're seeing a refracted version of reality.
Yeah.
In a sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Take it from me from the ophthalmological and optometry field. Yeah, that's the fact. I wear glasses, and that is a fact. We have to actually contort our vision through refraction with a lens, our cornea, and our natural lens in our eye.
That's lovely.
Yep. Along with the Atmos.
Yes.
So you got
I want to agree. Please, can I agree? Because I wear glasses, and I will say yes that I am looking through refraction when I look through my glasses.
That's wonderful.
So your glasses help you for the 20 feet of depth, right? Because you have 20/20 vision, right? So that's for depth perception up to 20 feet. Then after 20 feet, you don't perceive depth as well. So I think this is where the Globers get in trouble, because then they take observations that are miles away and then try to claim the same effect, when we really have full understanding of it in very short distances, it seems like.
Right, miles away, you say that you'll need a flat Earth for those miles, linear distance.
They're linear distances.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about where the mile came from, that's also an interesting concept altogether, and where all these mathematics came from too, because you're going to go back to like Babylonian stuff, and then you're presuppositionally using 360 degrees in a circle when there's no reason for that. It could be infinite amount of degrees in a circle.
Yeah, circle around you in a flat aspect.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, there's a plane. Yeah, I say it all the time.
Did someone
we
say there
measure
could be
level as
infinite amount of
horizontal.
degrees in a circle? No, there can only be 360 degrees in a circle.
Yeah, as defined by the Babylonians, because they chose that number.
Yeah, but the point is...
Yeah, he's right, because 360 is just what we use. It's agreed upon convention.
It's just a convention.
Who cares about the convention? They're measuring a flat Earth and always have.
The convention was given to you by deceivers.
It's not a deceptive convention, because you can look left to right, and over that left to right would be your supposed dome of vision, which would be where the 180 degrees from. So you just complete that 180 degrees in the opposite direction below you, and that's 360.
Yeah, where'd you get the 180 from?
The Babylonians, all of geometry every two-dimensional and three-dimensional shape, right, all comes from number 9. The number 9. It all adheres to 9. The Babylonians, right, the reason 9, if you look into Pythagoras, he was talking about 9. The Chaldeans, 9. Babylonians, 9. It's all about 9, right? It comes back to more spiritual beliefs, right? But that's why everything in geometry must adhere to 9. That's why something like what they would call a spherical triangle type stuff, or these kind of things, anything that doesn't adhere to 9 is not geometry.
Yeah.
So when they're coming up with that kind of rubbish, it's not geometry because it doesn't adhere to 9.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were done, bro.
I'm just going to say right quick that Brian's Logic's views do not represent all the members of the Flat Earth debating panel.
One is the loneliest number that you'll ever do.
Well,
see, the worst thing, okay, let me put it out here, since there's a lot of people listening. You can all laugh at what I say, but none of you will be able to debunk it. Actually, you will all be parroting it in time to come. But I'm okay with that.
Oh, no,
so people like Nathan, who thinks it's a joke now, Nathan is constantly, and you Refracted, are constantly referring to that without realizing you're doing it. Then you're laughing at it. Now, do what you want. Do whatever you want. I know what I'm talking about.
Don't get offended. They were laughing at me, not you.
Tesla.
I will take offense to it when I have people on my own panel, right, making a joke out of something that's just the way it is. It is what it is. If you don't like it, then go and see the Babylonians and whoever else is there.
Refer them to Tesla as well, Brian.
It's the lonely.
That's just amazing. They made all these numbers off of a spiritual concept.
Nathan, you can never use an elevation angle again.
And the crazy part is, and then people go, these numbers prove something. Spiritual concept proves it? Okay.
They're not talking about that. They're using it as a function of measurement.
Yeah, we're talking about like a protractor. Think about a protractor being around you, 180 degrees.
You can't talk about a protractor, Nathan. You can't speak about protractors or elevation angles or any of this ever.
Okay, I'm more than willing to.
You're going to need a 9 for that.
You can't. Okay. Yeah, you're going to need number 9 for that, Nathan. So, and you, as far as you're concerned, that's all a big joke. So you're basically laughing at the elevation angles that you could use in debate.
Okay, I'll accept my own ignorance. We will go through it. And when I joke about it, it's because I'm ignorant of it. That's all it is.
So that every number is based on the number 9, and no matter, you can't get away from the number 9.
What are you talking about, dude?
That's facts.
Well, I'm just wondering because, like, I know. Hold on. You said that the Babylonians and the Chaldeans, they were using the number, like they were base 9. Is that what you're saying?
9 is the number that they all refer to. Yes, Pythagoras.
No, it's not. Where'd you?
Yes,
so
it is.
I understand about the 369. I understand the 369, but they were using 60, right?
I didn't say 36. I didn't say 369. I said 9.
Okay, 9, but 60 is not divisible by 9. And as far as I know, bro, I could be wrong, but
give me the base 60 then.
I got a little. Hold on, bro. I've done a little research. Between the Chaldeans, the Babylonians, they had, and maybe the Egyptians. The Egyptians used like a base 12, but the Babylonians had base 10, right? And they did use 60 and 360 degrees, which is arbitrary, but it's not completely arbitrary. There were some astronomical reasons why they chose that number regarding the year, the length of the year. But 60 is not divisible by 9, bro.
Yeah, let me put you correct there. Give me the base 60 that all of geometry is based on.
Huh?
Give me the base 60 you're claiming that all of geometry is based upon.
The study of shape is not based on.
Hang on, I didn't ask you.
You said give me. You said give me the base 60 that all geometry is founded upon.
Give me exactly what you're talking. When you say base 60, give me what that is.
That's they use 60. They use the 60 minutes, 60 seconds, 360 degrees in a circle, 180 degrees half a circle.
Okay, let me correct you. Right? No, it's 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 24 hours in a day.
No
2 and
shit.
4 is 6. That's 6, 6, and 6, which is 18. 1 and 8 is 9. 360, 3 plus 6 is 9. 180, 1 plus 8 is 9. All of geometry adheres to 9. All of the angles in every 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional shape, when added together, you continue adding, you end up at 9. There is no ifs, buts, or maybes about this. This is just
369, bro. I just said you just repeated what I said and acted like what I said was irrelevant. You literally, that's literally
pointing out where you proved my point.
No, bro. Go look up right now. Go look up what the Babylonians used and the Chaldeans and the Egyptians, bro. They use base
I don't
60.
have to look them up. I made a very specific statement that all of geometry adheres to 9. That the Chaldeans, the Babylonians, and Pythagoras all revered 9. That was my statement. That is a true fact.
That's
you
one
will not
number,
find
bro,
any 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional shape where the internal angles don't all add up to 9. That won't happen.
I said 60 is not divisible by 9. That's what I said. That's all I said, bro.
You said the base 60. I mean, your examples was you said 60 seconds, and then I showed you how that is directly, how 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 24 hours in a day, 2 plus 4 is 6. That's 6 plus 6 plus 6, which is 18. 1 plus 8 is 9. Right, it all adds down to 9
point is
every
that
time.
Either way, what Tor was saying that 180 degrees, right? Half a circle is arbitrary. 360 degrees is arbitrary.
What has that got to do with your critique of what I said?
Nothing. There's nothing special about the number 9, bro. Yes, there's 369. There's like patterns in geometry. The Fibonacci sequence.
Yes, there is.
Right?
Yes, there is. 9 is unique. They use 9 in a unique way.
But at the end of the day, the conventions are arbitrary. That's the point. That's more.
So you come up with a different one then, without 9. You use something else. Use a different number. See if it all works out with a different number.
369, right? There's also
not 3
the number
and 6,
7.
Just 9.
There's the number 12.
Not 3 and 6. I never said 3 and 6.
I've thought about this actually in depth on how I would come up with the new numbers or whatever, but I think I would start with the ratio of the diameter to the circumference and make that a rational instead of an irrational number.
You can have a base.
I already did that. I've already done that.
Computers use base 2.
Don't be listening to that.
Computers use base 2. You could also use.
Who used what? Sorry, who was it you said?
He's right.
I can't hear her.
Computers use base 2. Computers use base 2 numbering system.
That's great. Who cares? Did someone say anything about computers?
You asked for different number systems. You asked for different.
I asked about I didn't ask any questions. Right. I said very specific statements that all of geometry adheres to the number 9, and that 9 was revered by the Chaldeans, the Babylonians, and Pythagoras. That is correct. That is true.
No, but what about say a 10-dimensional?
Okay, as well anything else. You tried to come in with something smart that you thought was some kind of a gotcha. I just shown that you had to misrepresent the situation to even do that.
No.
Right? Now, I'd like to go back to the person who originally was critiquing me. Because that person, you said there's nothing special about 9. Yes, there is something different and unique about 9. There is something unique about 9.
Okay, all I'm saying, bro, is that you can find something significant basically about every damn number. 3, 6, 9, 12, 7,
give us make a new geometry without 9.
You can find significance in every single number, bro. So to hyper focus on number 9 and act like the Babylonians revered the number 9, dude, you have to substantiate that with some credible evidence, which you have none. Just it divides by a certain number.
I have the geometry from Babylonia.
60 is not divisible by 9. That's all I'm saying, bro.
It's 6.
Because people they have this affinity for certain numbers for whatever reason. Why are you interrupting me, bro?
That up earlier. Okay, give me another example of base 60. How it's used.
60 divisible by 9.
60 is divisible by 9.
Give me another example of base 60 and how it's used, please.
All right. No, it's not, dude.
Yeah, just use it in a calculator. Divide 60 by 9.
So one sec. No, please. Give me another.
Am I retarded, dude?
I'm asking this person. Give me another example of base 60
like Alex
and how
Jones.
it's used.
Why can't you divide 60 by 9?
Sorry,
He means evenly.
I'm asking
He
this
means
person a
evenly
question.
divisible by 9.
We don't need you, Brenda, for
Yeah,
anything.
my retarded dude. I don't know, dude. I could be my mind could be failing, but.
Sorry, what's the point of this?
I don't, because I was challenged on something I said, and so far there's been nothing coming back to support that challenge. I know it can't be challenged.
Fair enough. Either way, it's been good. Thanks for having us, Earth Awakenings. Hopefully we can pop by on the random some other time.
Did I already say, Nathan, you did a great job with the Dave and the Shiva? Yeah.
Hold on.
Just one sec, D.
Give me a sec.
Thank you for having us, Earth Awakenings. You guys are ace.
Yeah, you're welcome. I just want to say, Brian, I posted something for you because Tesla, genius of our day, was fascinated with the number 9 and 3 and 6 as well. So have a look.
So was
yes,
John
I know
Lennon.
that. I know that SC. I know that SC. Yeah, I'm aware of that. The 3 and 6 though, 3 and 6 equals 9 as well. So it all comes back to 9. I mean, I'm not saying that there is some relevance to 3 and 6. Or I didn't say, forget number 7. That I didn't make any of those. I'm not pointing this at you. I'm just saying I didn't make any of those statements. Is that I was critiqued on something, and then the person that critiqued me couldn't give me anything that was a proper critique. It's like I don't make baseless statements. These are things I've learned about. Thanks, Essie. I appreciate that.
Yeah, another big shout out to Essie and all the other moderators here. It's been nice. Thank you. See you when we see you.
Good seeing you, Essie.
Later, guys.
Later.
Well, that was fun.
Oh my God, I almost lost G Plus today. I was losing my mind with this stupid new phone.
I had to heckle at some point because some of those guys were retarded.
Some? Who was the main guy you were talking to?
Why was 6 afraid of 7?
Because it ain't 9, man.
No, it's because 7 was a 6 offender, bro.
John Lennon also revered the number 9. It's the highest digit in the universe. After 9, you go back to 1.
No, you're thinking of 8. It was number 8.
Is it the 6 offender?
Make fun of Brian all you want, but Nathan, you use your flat Earth nonsense all the time. You can't use a protractor no more.
That's enough.
You're done.
You don't go to 0 after 9. You go to 10. 10 is
no,
not
10
0.
is 10. 10 is 10. 10 was brought in by people with money.
10 is a 1 and a 0.
So what?
The 0 was invented by banking people and all this kind of stuff. That's where the 0 came from. There was actually only 1 to 9. The 0 is the 0 is not a number. How much is the 0?
No value. No value.
It
sounds like a song. Who really cares, man?
Let me ask a question.
Like a
Can I say something? I'm proud of you guys, man. Y'all, I brag about you.
I'm proud of you.
You shut up.
Yeah.
Oh,
thanks. Stop blowing smoke up our ass.
Thank you, D.
No.
I'll take it. It's Black History Month. Thank you, D.
For real.
Yeah.
Let D Rose speak.
No, I'm being for real, and I really miss getting a chance, the opportunity. That's why I jumped on it right away when I saw that I got picked up on the phone because I really can't get on there before 11:30 because of my work schedule. But man, y'all be and like I said, that Shiva Dave thing, everything I see when I catch up and watch it later, I mean, just killing it. Basically, all they're doing is bringing back the same redundant gibberish. It's almost like nana with their fingers in their ears, because it's indubitably and irrefutably a fact that y'all bringing to the forefront on this platform.
Indubitably and refutably? What the fuck?
I said indubitably and irrefutably. Y'all have proven. Y'all have proven.
Indubitably.
Indubitably.
That means undoubtedly.
9?
Excuse me, yeah, that's number 9. Yeah. But nah, y'all doing it. Y'all doing it. And hold up. But what's funny, when I first was watching the beginning of it, and I thought Shiva was gonna be more intelligent than that. And then when I heard him open his mouth and say the first thing when he got into science, I said, "Oh my goodness,
You tell me.
Nathan's gonna rip a hole in him." And right there, I lost total respect. I lost total respect for Dr. Shiva because I thought he had more common sense intelligence than that. Because he comes off, he's this political pseudoscience person who's into that type of pseudoscience. And like he said, with the engineering and everything. So he has a large platform. I would love.
I'm sorry.
See, guys like that, that's why QE came around.
Yeah, to crush them.
So, do you see what someone said in the comments? They said that he was trying to he'd run for governor, and he'd also tried to run for president at one point.
He ran for president twice, 2016 and just recently.
Yeah, but that's pretty out there, right?
Oh, he has a large platform.
Yeah, and he doesn't know what science is.
That's what's embarrassing.
Or he does, and just knew how he had to lead Dave. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Is the show over?
No.
The show's over. They were dogs.
No, I have a reason for asking that. There's something I want to talk about when the show is over. That's all.
Do the Mars one, Neil.
Number
Do the Mars
9?
one.
If you push me, that's what we will be talking about.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. Hey,
Get him, Brian.
Before he goes, Chocolate was trying to say something, but his mic is so low, and everyone rumpuses him.
It's something about Black history. Something about Black history.
That sounds like a you problem.
Chocolate, the floor is yours. Go ahead. But we know they were all dogs.
I was just trying to find out if you said Dr. Shiva, did he have a flat earth discussion?
Yeah, with Dave Weiss.
Yes, you missed the show yesterday. That's all right. There's going to be a rerouting back to him, most likely Saturday if it continues to rain. That's what Ballbusters will be on.
You up with your prison metaphors, Chocolate? Dr. Shiva got Dave to turn out his pockets, and then he grabbed one of those pockets and dragged him around the yard by it.
Wow.
It was quite humiliating for both of them, but it was typical for Dave. But for those who follow Shiva that are honest and understand what we understand, it was very, very humiliating for someone of that stature in the public as a leader of people and a so-called politician to sound as ignorant as he did. And Dave, it just escalated his stupidity because he literally had the dumbest look on his face when Dr. Shiva asked him, does he know what science is and what's the first step?
You tell me.
Dave got nervous grabbing his mic like one of those bombing comedians. It was hilarious.
Hey, before we move on from the show and that Omni guy, did you notice that he said level is tangential or horizontal, right? Forms a tangent with level. And then he wanted to assert Earth curve like 2 minutes later, he asserted the exact opposite.
Yes.
I was trying to highlight it. Did you notice that?
Yep.
Dingleberry.
Was that before or after he said that level is got no change in elevation, and then said it was the same thing as curve?
Yep.
That would be a change in elevation from point to point.
Yeah. So something like that.
Well, and then the grown-up had to come in with the slope-intercept formula and end it forever.
No. What I was asking him about, I'm just going to hand wave away that. What I was asking him about was I wanted to get into, how is he getting an elevation from a single point?
Well,
how are you getting an elevation?
10 steps. That's 10 steps down the road again.
No,
the whole foundation, don't rumpus me.
9 steps.
The whole foundation of his argument started with level is curved.
Exactly, and that's what I'm talking about. This is why I was trying to go into. How is he getting an elevation from a singular point? Because he's claiming that they measured an elevation, but its level is a singular point on the surface of a sphere, then how can you get an elevation above that point? How can you measure the elevation with a curved? You can't. How can you measure an elevation with a curved level?
He said.
Well, why didn't you just deal with the level is not curved situation first? Then that would have ended everything. You wouldn't even got the elevation angle.
Well, I was dealing with that before you came in. I don't think you heard me.
No, you weren't.
You heard me dealing with trigonometry. You heard me go through the trigonometry.
No, nobody was dealing with it. That's why I had to come in and put the hammer down.
Thank you.
I'll go way out of it.
I was trying to, but
Wait, did he say that they took many measurements and they were all the same, but it's still a sphere?
Who knows?
I may as well say it now. It don't matter, right? The reason I wanted him to get the elevation get one of these measurements, the distance from the mountain, the elevation that the measurement was taken from, and the angle. Because the point being is that if they weren't at sea level, the elevation of Mount Everest is taken from sea level. So it has a particular height above sea level, right? So whatever elevation they're at, I'd have to subtract from the full height of Mount Everest. Sure. And the angle they're going to get, right, even though I went through the whole perspective versus our curve thing, and he tried to hand wave that away. The point is that if he wants to persist in it, with the angle that he's going to give me, he's going to have to match a flat plane, and it can't within his paradigm. Because within his paradigm, at 100 miles away, the base of Mount Everest is going to be over a mile below the point he's standing on, or whoever is standing on. So there's no way they can get an angular size to something to Mount Everest that's going to match a flat plane. But that's the only thing they'll ever have. Every angular size at distance matches a flat plane. So if I'm taking the angular size of a mountain 80 miles away, right, and I take it and I subtract my elevation, then my angle, if I work out the angular size of it, then I work out my distance from it, or whatever else, if I know the height of it, then I have to use a flat earth. If it's a globe then 80 miles away, there's going to be a certain percentage of that mountain that's going to be below the horizon. So you can't use it. The fact you can't. Sorry.
So it was agenda-driven. The question.
Say again. I can't hear you.
I was saying it was agenda-driven. You had a certain place you wanted to go with it, and that's why you're asking.
I had somewhere. Yeah, if he had one of those measurements there, it was gold. Because I know what it's going to be. The same as every angular size ever, right, at distance of every mountain and large object. Right, the angular size is to get the distance to the object. You're going to use the object's actual height. So the angular size is going to get you. It's like, so if I know the full height of some building, the highest building in Manhattan, and I'm taking an angle to it from a distance, let's say 30 miles away, right? Then there's going to be, if I was on a globe, then there's no way I can use that. I can't get my distance to it with an angular size of whatever amount of it is above the globe. The globe's horizon, geometric edge. I can't do that. It's impossible. So an angular size measurement, that will give us a distance or whatever to a mountain, or to gain height to it, or whatever else. You can't do that. So if I know my distance to a mountain and I know my elevation and taking an angular size, that angular size, once I subtract my elevation from its full height above sea level or whatever, that angular size has to match the height and match the distance.
Yeah. I liked his reasoning. I liked his reasoning that because the elevation angle wasn't with respect to a curve, then it had nothing to do with the ground.
Yo,
yeah, but see, that's the point. Sorry, go on, Charlie.
No, I was just gonna say I love that shit. Like they're automatically like, nah, it's not the ground we're talking about. Especially when after defining elevation angles, they run to the well, but that's not the ground.
But that's what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about kills that, because from sea level, let's just say, right? Just give me a second. If you just entertain me just a moment, and I point something.
No, don't kill it though. Don't kill it, because that's hilarious. That's the best joke I've ever heard.
Right. Let's just say, right, from a distance of 100 miles, I'm taking an elevation angle to the top of Mount Everest, and let's just say I'm a certain height above sea level. So Mount Everest is 4.2 miles above my elevation, right? Now, for Mount Everest to be 4.2 miles above my elevation, right, because Mount Everest is 5.5 miles above sea level, right, that means there's 1.3 miles or whatever. I'm at 1.3 miles elevation above sea level. So Mount Everest is 4.2 miles above my elevation. So if I'm taking an angular size to Mount Everest, right, at that point, I am going to get 2.4061 degrees, right? Now that's impossible on a globe. That's impossible if the Earth was a globe. That's just impossible. This is not possible. Impossible. Because I have to be able to use, in reality, we can use the angular size of something to gain our distance from it, or if we know our distance, to gain a height to it, and it will always match or be very, very close. Right? If we were on a globe at 100 miles, then there'd be over a mile. So technically, at that point, the top of Mount Everest would be only 3 miles above my location, right? So on a globe, if I could do this, which I couldn't on a globe, but if I could do it, right, hypothetically, then the angular size of from 100 miles away would be 1.7187 degrees, right? But that wouldn't even be correct, because there'd be a certain amount of lean because there's 100 miles. So you'd have to take that into account as well. So that means the angle would be even smaller. Now, who does any of these things when they're taking the angular size of a mountain? What surveyor does any of these things at a distance? They use the angular size of a mountain to gain a distance to it, or to gain a height to it from the distance. Nobody in history ever does that. So the fact that that thing exists is a complete debunk of the globe. I'm going to make more of a thing out of it. I thought of it a while ago and then I forgot about it again because I was so focused on other things. Say the way QE's gone quiet. That's because of that.
Get him, Brian.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, sorry, I was in the over there talking in the other room. Hold on a second. Come at me, bro. Come at me, bro.
Did you hear what I said?
I did not. I was talking to my wife.
If let's just say, Mount Everest is 5.5 miles high off of sea level, right? If I'm taking an elevation to Mount Everest, right, and I'm 1 mile above sea level, right, as my elevation, right, that means the angular size, if I'm 100 miles away, the angular size of Mount Everest, because Mount Everest at that point is 4.5 miles above my elevation. The angular size of Mount Everest at that point is 2.5779 degrees, right? So if that's the angular size of Mount Everest, right, and that will have to match my distance, right? That has to match, because that 4.5 miles high at 100 miles away has to be 2.5779. Right, that is reality. That's how we would do it. Right, everything else. But if the base of Mount Everest, if we were on a globe, then the base of Mount Everest is over a mile below the geometric edge of the globe. Right, that means, and there's also the lean away factor because it is 100 miles, 2 diverging zeniths. So that means that there's my angular, the angle I would have to get to the top of Mount Everest then from my location would have to be way less than 2.5779 degrees to be 1 point something degrees. So how is that possible when we know from 100 miles away, if you're 1 mile up in elevation, from 100 miles away, your angle is definitely going to be 2.5779 degrees. It's impossible for that. This is where I was trying to go to with that guy. I was looking for him to come up with the actual details. Boy, have no doubt they have those details. They just didn't want to get in. It absolutely ends the globe. I'll go through it with you later on, Kiwi.
So you want to go through an incoherent crucible when I can just sit back, put my feet up, grab my stogie, and say slope-intercept formula? Okay.
No, you're missing this. This is big. You're missing how big this is.
I don't think so. And I do the perspective argument better than you.
You're missing how big you're missing how big this is.
My perspective, the way I frame it.
This is not about the perspective. This is
angular size change with distance. It's similar.
Yeah, but it's based around this. This is on a bigger scale. You see.
That's what
I'll have to go through. Right, I'll have to speak to Adam because Adam will speak to you, and then you'll go, okay, now I see the importance of it. That's what's going to have to happen. I need to contact Adam. Is he here, Adam?
I don't really care about Mount Everest.
Oh, you will.
Oh no, I won't.
We'll make sure you care about it. Me and Adam.
Even if I do care, I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to say I don't.
No, yeah. Well, Nathan, with all he's attacking number 9 and laughing at me, he's going to be using this argument.
Was he attacking you with it?
He was attacking me in general.
I missed it. Sorry. We doing the book today? Oh, Nathan, go ahead and rush back to your mic. Is it book day today?
Yeah, if Adam shows up. You know where he is? Can you give him a holler? I'm just making myself a coffee.
Yeah.
I can't hear you from the other room.
You can or can't?
Hilo, you're going to love this argument.
I'm here.
I know you're going to love that, what I've just been speaking about. When I lay it out, you're going to go, because it's hard for me to explain it and people understand what I'm saying. Because it's kind of like, what's he on about? But when I lay it out, you'll understand.
I got to go back to the beginning of today's Land of Misfit Toys. I came in, I woke up really late. Sorry about that.
I was going to say goodbye to Land of Misfit Toys, but I said, let me not say it.
Yeah.
Everything is going so nice.
So was there any other shit kicking at the beginning for the first hour? No?
It was pretty chill the whole way.
So I didn't miss anything? No other shit kicking? The idiot baltards? I seen that Manufactotum. I seen him light up. He's a dumbass.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. If we ever go in there and he opens up his pie hole, Nathan, you need to release the hounds and let me go.
Yeah,
that guy spent the whole hour destroying himself. It was actually hilarious.
Say that one more time, Chocolate. I missed the beginning.
I said he spent the whole hour destroying himself. It was hilarious.
No, I'm talking about Manufactotum. We talking about the same guy?
Yeah,
really?
That's what I'm talking about. Yep.
Oh, so he was on the beginning?
Yeah. From when I got in.
When you guys leave, you guys should come back 5 minutes later, because they just go off talking shit about you guys right after you leave. It's funny.
Really? So wait a second. The Ballers or the Misfit Toys?
The Misfit Toys.
So we're nice
Well, I wouldn't say all of them. Like,
and
I wouldn't
they
say like
got
Jeremy
something
or like
nasty to say
Peter.
about us? Let's go
Shut
back
up,
in.
Neil. Finish his point.
They're just saying like, oh, they don't know anything about false dichotomy, blah blah blah, yada yada yada. I'm like, okay,
no,
why don't you say that when you're here?
That's Bev retard.
That's a retard, Bev.
So we go in there and there's Bev and Elder Bear. Get the fuck out of here before I slap you, you half of sissies. We want more. We want other meat than those tards.
Well, what's the truth?
Yeah, it's funny to hear all the voices pipe up. Like, just you hear voices you've never heard before pipe up. You're like, why are they piping up when nobody's here?
Hey, Nathan, let's go back in.
Yeah.
So were they saying nothing bad about me?
So what you're saying is they treat us like Debo. Like when we leave, when they come around, they start talking. When they leave, we be talking again. That's hilarious.
Yeah, when Debo shows up, they shut up. Let's go back in there.
Come on, Nathan, let's go.
We heard you were talking shit about us.
Grow some balls. Let's go back in there and clean house.
Yeah, go back in there. I left Adam a message. He still hasn't got back.
I thought I was never again going to be on the show. I had a panic attack.
Well, let's see what they said exactly. So hold on a second. Wait, let me get back up here. Give me a moment.
Right, I'm back. Good job you all kept the conversation going well.
We were. We're telling you to grow some balls and let's get back in the land of misfit toys because they're dogging us.
They're talking shit about us. We heard it through the grapevine. Let's go back.
We will, eventually.
Don't you say that. No, right now. Right now. Let's go right now, not tomorrow.
Hey.
Why? Who cares? People are going to talk shit about us.
That's true.
Yeah, Nathan's got a point. It's good to be talked about. Listen, when you're on the top of the mountain, people try to knock you down.
I like it.
Yeah. It's all good
At least I'm not ignoring us.
Just banter, innit, Brian?
Yeah, people
Obama and Michelle, they were both dogs.
You can't say that on Black History Month.
We will get rid of Black History Month. That will be a thing of the past. It's time to move forward. We have our sights on Mars.
I like to rename it the Chocolate History Month. Thank you.
Sorry.
And the reason why we are getting rid of Black History Month is because it's just history.
I mean, just have a day, Black History Day. I mean, that's all right, isn't it? Why a whole month?
No, I like Denzel's standpoint. He says, look, I think it was Morgan Freeman. He gets offended with that because it's like, we are part of history. Why do you have to say Black history? It's our history. We are part of history. Stop separating it.
About black people, Morgan Freeman? It seems appropriate to me, if you're going to talk about black people, to call it Black History. What's wrong with that?
He doesn't want it. He wants it to be history.
Yeah, it is.
He's right. He's 100% right. It's just part of history. Why does it have to be segregated into Black history? That's ridiculous.
Sure, but, you know, if we're talking about the Second World War and that, I mean, we don't have to call it by any particular name when we speak about who won and lost. But when you do, it's because it's about that particular country, isn't it?
You don't need it to be advertised. You could see it. You know the people. You know the players.
I can't believe Morgan Freeman. If it was a Mexican month, they wouldn't be moaning about it. They'd be delighted. Mexican month, hooray! Tacos for everyone.
Cinco de Mayo.
They don't have one, which is probably the problem.
Months aren't racial.
Yeah, sink it the sandwich into the mayo.
Sink in the sandwich in the mayo.
Give me Sam. I just heard that. I was cracking up.
No, it was some woman ages ago. She kept on calling it Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah, we played it yesterday on QE Live. I got it on a numpty clip with
those numpty clips are gold.
With Sly the Spunk Monkey Sparkane. and ironically, SE.
He did pretty good, though. He
Yeah.
sounded like Nathan.
Yep.
That's fair enough.
All right. Do you want to hear what they're saying about us?
Yes, please.
Anyone else?
I don't care.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah, I'll hit play, but be patient. I want to get to the end where after we left, so I don't know if I'm there yet. So just be patient with me and I'll stop it.
No, please.
Am I retarded, dude? Can somebody?
Yes, you're retarded.
I posted something for you because Tesla, genius of our day, was fascinated with the number 9 and 3 and 6 as well.
Spin on. Let's not have this again. Spin on. Spin on.
Couldn't give me anything that.
Disappointed in USC. We had a QE and you didn't bring up his video where he shit all over Geo.
Yeah, they're disappointed where I shit on Geo.
First, I didn't think of that, and I think Gio is a big boy. He could.
Who was the shit
Yeah,
stirrer?
I wanted to have a word with Gio about that. Because I remember another conversation when we were talking to QE about the problems with his Black Swan.
God.
And Gio came over there.
Mm-hmm.
He was given the floor by QE.
What the fuck is this retard on about?
Stop swearing.
He was trying to, get everybody together.
What?
And seems like QE's not after that anymore.
What?
I wanted to see how Gio took that. Because Gio is about that, right? I mean, he made this place.
He is about what?
So people could actually have conversations.
You mean liars can lie? Without stoppage. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah, he's always said it. He's always said this place is for everyone.
Yeah, land of misfit toys where you can come in and not get interrupted and lie and make shit up.
But QE's now, well, I mean, not only QE. Fatsy was in the chat calling you guys the land of the misfit toys, and again.
What is that?
That's right. I'd be the same because.
No, she was calling you that. You're one of the land of the misfit toys.
Those guys have banned me from every one of their other.
Yeah, because you're retarded. And we've demolished you countless times. We're not going to waste our time anymore.
Their places. I can't talk to Nathan anywhere.
That's a good thing. You can't spread your dumbass ignorance everywhere.
He doesn't even have
to talk about me and slag me off, but I can't.
It's easy to slag you off. Just let you speak. You're a moron.
Reply. Can't even chat.
I wouldn't let it bother you. He doesn't even have speculation on what's going on with Skunk Bay. He just doesn't know.
Skunk Bay, it's definitely not refraction. I told you it wasn't refraction, glue sniffer.
Man.
I just wanted to say out of the loop on everything. He doesn't know who people are in this whole thing.
Can I say hi, Bev?
Hey.
Is this a crying session?
Bev.
What's going on?
Yeah, it's a Bev crying session. Oh, poor baby.
Thank you for coming today. That was great. When you tried to expose him for the false dichotomy that he espouses, that he doesn't know he espouses.
What do you mean? I gave you the false dichotomy.
No, he's talking about me. He's talking about me. So they said that I asserted a false dichotomy when I was at the Flat Earth Social, but I can't remember what one, and they didn't tell me.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I know. But that's the thing, right? We're doing a big thing on it. Like, if you are within the false dichotomy, you can't talk about it because you can't acknowledge it. You literally.
What's he on about?
He thinks he's an intellectual, this guy.
I don't know.
He really annoys me.
I don't know what he's babbling on about. Half the time, he doesn't make a great deal of sense in terms of his sentence structure or the sentiment that he's trying to purvey when he speaks. So it's quite difficult to actually communicate with Bev.
Yeah, but everything is cloak and dagger. But Bev, everything is cloak and dagger. Like, he's not telling you what it is. When you ask him, I don't remember, what is it? He's not saying it. You know what I mean? It's like they're all having their little party, but he all...
Just come right out and say what your beef is. What's his problem?
Yeah, they're not saying the problem. They're not saying what it is. They're not saying you were involved in a false dichotomy because of X, Y, Z. They're not saying any of that. It's always like asking underhanded questions and all this other rubbish.
So Bev thinks he's the Riddler or something? Is that what it is?
Yeah, it makes them feel good. Like you hear the guy just now. Oh, it's cool how you caught him out there with his false dichotomy. Oh, yeah, that was great.
He said almost caught him out on his false dichotomy. What false dichotomy?
Which one? Nathan didn't remember it.
Nathan's like, which one? You got to remind me. Nathan don't even remember yesterday.
They don't either. That's the point. They don't either. They don't know what they're talking about.
Yep. Especially this glue sniffer, Bevtard.
Actually don't know you're part of it. And that's what they're doing. They've heard an argument, right?
That's really clear, Bev. Thanks. Sniffer.
It's a false dichotomy.
What's a false dichotomy?
And it's a good argument. Well, it's two arguments, really. And that's how you know it's a false dichotomy, because you can prove both of the choices false.
Don't have to prove both the choices false. Just one, or provide a third option. Knuckle dragger.
But you can't acknowledge it.
Can't acknowledge what?
Acknowledge what?
Because you're within it.
You're within it. Are you freaking smoking shrooms or something, Bev?
Oh, wait, we're within the false dichotomy? Really?
What false dichotomy? He's not defined.
Cloak and dagger.
Is it possible that he doesn't understand what a false dichotomy is?
It's certainly possible, yes. I would say 99.999% that he doesn't know what it is.
Microcosm will just come crumbling down.
What's crumbling down? What the hell are you even talking about?
He measured Earth not to be flat, QE. Come on.
You see how Jaren took it, right?
How Jaren took what?
These nuts.
What is this? The false dichotomy between Home Depot and Lowe's?
No, it's the false dichotomy.
That was a good one.
No, it's the false dichotomy between Home Depot and KFC. Get it right.
KFC.
Oh,
God. False dichotomy is. He thinks it's a true dichotomy, obviously.
Who thinks it's a true dichotomy? What the hell are you talking about?
He's got me lost.
You? He's an abject moron.
Because one of the things that he held true...
That he held true?
And was falsified.
Which was falsified?
Yeah, what was falsified there, Bev?
Does anyone know what that... No, we don't. He's a moron.
Would die mean two in this instance? Dichotomy?
Yeah, dichotomy. It's just two choices.
It's number two.
You could say tea or coffee, right? That's...
Oh, my God. Bevtard, what are you talking about, moron?
That's a dichotomy.
Was that Nathan's dichotomy at the social?
Yeah, I was offered tea or coffee. That's correct.
And then if somebody says, can I have water? You go, well, yeah, you can have water. Well, then the two choices that you were given, right, was a false dichotomy because there was another choice.
That's amazing.
Wow.
That's astonishing that you came to that conclusion. Okay, now can you take that analogy and apply it to the false dichotomy you're talking about? You glue sniffer?
Right? It wasn't even a dichotomy, right? Not within an argument. But within argumentation, you're after a true dichotomy. Every statement should literally be a true dichotomy.
What the? I'm sorry, I almost said it.
Hey, between you and me, this dumbass sat there and made the argument or the formulation of an argument as if you use it analogously, that since toast comes out of a toaster, bread doesn't exist. He thought that was an argument.
Either true or false.
Is that a false dichotomy?
Why would you pick tea? My goodness.
Always drink tea.
He's English, obviously.
Here we go. Incoherent ramble.
He's going to pick tea.
I was going to say, it's a British thing.
But if you ask me if I'd like to eat or not, I'd like to maybe have a choice. You know, what are you eating? So yeah, it's a choice, yes or no. But there may be reasons for making those choices.
Is this going to get back to the actual false dichotomy?
I'm
Nobody
following
stated
along.
yet?
What would you like to eat? Yes or no? Carry on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the false dichotomy has its uses, right? If you set up a false dichotomy, flat versus globe, and what happens to Jaren is he falsifies his flat model. It's false.
How'd he do that? And what model might that be? The globe projection. Azimuthal equidistant globe projection, you moron.
Falsified, he's gone.
It's not a model either, glue sniffer. It's a frigging map.
Yeah, it's a part of sophistry. It's part of sophistry is to make something seem like a true dichotomy when in actuality it is a false dichotomy.
What are we talking about?
Well, that Jaren's jumped on the globe, right? Because that was his other choice.
No.
He thinks it was a true dichotomy. And he
thinks what was a true dichotomy? What are you speaking to?
Falsified one of the options, which only left the other one. And that's
well, the problem is there's still the option of I don't know.
Earlier,
we forgot the I don't know option.
When we were talking to him earlier, he had Jaren's name on his lips quite quickly because he wants to tar me with the brush of Jarenism, doesn't he? That's what he's aiming for.
Really?
I think so. In other words, he's trying to turn the false dichotomy into a true dichotomy that I've lost. That's what he's trying to do.
Huh?
Trying to turn the TFE false dichotomy into a true dichotomy. That's what he's trying to do. And tar me with the brush that Jaren's tarred with. Therefore, I've lost in this true dichotomy. So saith Bev. That's what he's angling for. See if I'm wrong.
Yeah. What he's trying to do, Nathan, is say there's a third. See, you're saying flat or globe, right? And he's saying there's a third option, not globe, but also not flat, by measuring elevations differences on the Earth from a flat plane. That's what he's talking about. I couldn't come in earlier when I heard him starting. I was busy. I couldn't come off mute. That's what he's talking about. So because he says it's not flat because there's undulations on the surface of Earth above and below the horizontal flat plane, that all these things, it means there's a third option. So when you say flat or globe, you're committing a false dichotomy. That's where he's coming from.
Because of mountains and valleys.
He's wrong as well, because there's a fourth option then if we go into that crazy nonsense, because there's going to be hills and valleys on a globe. Do you know what I mean? It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous position. But he thinks he has something. And don't forget, his whiteboard is flat, but it's not 2D.
The table, right? There's still the option of concave. There's like a ton of options for people.
Really? Concave. Well, let's see the concave argument.
Cool, if they want.
Yeah, but if you can acknowledge the false dichotomy...
What do you mean, acknowledge it?
Then it's not a problem, but...
What's not a problem? Not a problem for who?
If you're within the false dichotomy, you're never...
Like within the false dichotomy, like you're inside the false dichotomy, you glue sniffer? My word. You're an asshat.
Never going to see it.
Yeah.
Because you think it's either flat or it's globe.
What else is it? Concave?
That's it. This whole arena is just that. One or the other. You can't handle people that say it's not flat.
Here's the true dichotomy, Bev. It's either a globe or it's not.
What's a globe?
Oh my God. Really?
A non-geometric shape, right?
Is either curving
It's,
or
you know what it is?
curving. That's the true dichotomy. It is either curved or it is flat. That's the true dichotomy.
What Bev, just a second, Kabi. What Bev just said is ridiculous. He said, what's a globe? A non-geometric shape. There is no shape that is non-geometric, 2 or 3 dimensions. All shapes are geometric shapes, either 2 dimensions. So he just completely ended himself with that one statement.
There's non-geometric shapes, man.
Like what?
The ones that aren't geometric.
Which shapes are not geometric?
The ones that don't have any geometry. Let's take a look. Non-geometric shapes. There's billions of them. Irregular organic shape. Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me go ahead and share it. Now we're using but nothing.
You can't have shapes that are not geometric.
Non-geometric shapes refer to irregular organic shapes found in nature, like the curves of a leaf, the outline of a cloud, the contours of a mountain, which lack the perfect symmetry in straight lines characteristic of geometric shapes.
Geometry is a measurement, or a way of measuring.
Oh my God!
Right.
Yeah, the alcohol
of everything. I don't have.
Holy shit, Brian! Did you just?
I don't think you understand the position.
I don't think you understand, QE.
Yeah, I know. I don't.
No, I don't think he's not. I understand the position. What is geometry?
Right. That's the closest you get.
A lot of times, we get used in thinking in binary, right? Black and white, left and right paradigms, right? Republican and Democrat, Israel or Palestine, right? North or South. Like, we get caught in these binaries.
Spaghetti or ravioli?
Left.
Spaghetti's or Cheerios?
And right paradigms. And what that causes is it causes you to limit your perspective. No pun intended. And if you just take a step back.
There is no perspective on a globetard.
How is that a pun?
And don't choose, because a lot of times they want you to choose a side. But the
who's they?
Truth might be exterior to those options that they're presenting.
There. Who's there?
And that they want to act like there's only 2 options when really.
Who's only acting? Who's that? Who's they?
Really, we live in a dynamic world, a dynamic system, and there's nuances and complexity that they want.
That doesn't have anything to do with the argument. What the hell are you talking about? What are you on about?
Want to ignore and act like there's not another option when there is another option.
What's the other option? Cheerios?
People get caught up in binaries.
I guess we're not getting the other option.
All the time, dude. All the time we get caught in binary.
Yeah. But I mean, even now you're caught in a binary as well, right? When in actual fact, there is only reality.
There's only reality. That's another one. So it's a false dichotomy, right? Because now we have reality. Idiot.
You don't have two choices.
Two choices between what and what?
There's just reality.
So there's just reality. There's only one choice. So what's reality, glue sniffer?
No. There is
people are giving you.
He's delusional. He wouldn't know. He's delusional. He wouldn't know that's the other option.
You a false dichotomy. You're being handed a false dichotomy. That you
what's the false dichotomy?
Have to choose this or that.
Right, but there
completely
is
forget about reality.
There is true dichotomy. There is objective reality. There is good and evil.
Yeah.
But within that duality, there's also complexities and nuance, and like it's dynamic, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have no idea what they're talking about. That's got to be embarrassing.
Can you think of any true dichotomies?
Yeah, you either live.
Can he think of any true dichotomies when he just said that we were caught in a false dichotomy? So, my God, someone kill this man. Is the existence of a dichotomy a dichotomy?
Live in the God world or not?
Either reality came about by accident or we were created.
Ooh. The sun shines on a dog's ass every now and again.
I was going to say, that's a true dichotomy. Kudos.
Yeah. Kudos for that one. You got it right. That's a true dichotomy. Let's see what Bev does. Come on, Bev.
Yeah, how do you know that's a true dichotomy?
Did Bev say, I don't know if that is? Is that what you just said?
Yeah.
Yeah, it
How
is,
do you
Bev.
know? If that's...
Clown.
Hey, wait a second. Let me go back. Let's pull a J and a fiver.
Dichotomies.
Yeah, you either live in the God world or not.
Either reality came about by accident or we were created.
How do you know that's a true dichotomy?
Give us the third option or show how one of those is not an option, Bevtard. That's how we know. Is this a question proof?
It's a true dichotomy because there's no other choices. You have absolutely no other choices.
Somebody presented a third one, and it's that reality always existed. It didn't have.
No, that's not. That's not a choice. That violates the second law.
Fallacy.
Yeah. So that's not a choice. It's a mirage.
A creator.
That would be the not God world. That would be the not God world, though.
Yeah.
No, that's not a choice. So it's not a dichotomy. It's false. Violates entropy law.
That's why it's very.
Well, you're alive or you're dead. Is that
would be a trichotomy.
Whether you're alive or you're dead is a trichotomy.
What, dead or alive? That sounds like that sounds like a true dichotomy.
Well, there you go.
Wow, Bev, you just made the statement that true dichotomies don't exist, and you agreed to it.
Yeah.
Go home with your head hung low and cry.
He doesn't know where his home is.
Like a light switch, on or off.
Yeah, it's another good one. so
didn't just deny they existed, though.
He's train wrecking his own point. What a retard, man.
Yeah.
And that's logic. That's how.
That's the logic. The logic. Really, post the syllogism.
You set up logical propositions.
Like what?
That's why we said ages ago.
Like maybe a proposition that. How about this as a proposition? True dichotomies don't exist, and then I give you true dichotomies.
QE came up with a fucking nonsense false dichotomy.
Which one?
Right?
Right? Agreement ladder, right? Who's going to agree with him?
I mean, who said that?
What was that rhetorical?
The natural consequence of the Earth being flat means something about the light in the sky.
What? Huh? What?
And that's fucking ridiculous.
What? What the hell are you talking about, dude? What?
But everybody let him get away with it.
Get away with what, you retard?
He's a freaking glue sniffer, dude. He has no idea what he speaks of. That made no damn sense.
Those arguments that he presented.
The affirmative consequent formal logical fallacies. From both sides.
For a false dichotomy were nonsense.
Really, just a hand wave dismissal nonsense. What were they?
He'll just run away if you try to correct him, dude. He'll just.
Oh, really? You don't know me very well, do you?
Did Bev challenge you on that?
No.
Yes, he did, and then he failed miserably.
When did he challenge me on it?
Not you. He challenged Nathan, and then we laughed at him.
Torah for Yah.
Yeah, but the statement he's making is everyone left him away with it. But Bev was there, and Bev was asking about it. Now, Bev didn't address it, right? Bev didn't challenge you. No. Did he? Well, no, he's part of everyone then. He's pointing the finger, but he's part of that finger. He's pointing at himself at that point.
And Torah, I'd run away. Really? What do you have, special Evo mind powers? You don't know me very well, do you? You were that dumbass that asked about the Skunk Bay footage. When you said, well, what is that? And I said, well, I don't know. I know what it's not. It's not refraction. Please post the definition for refraction, i.e. Snell's law, and you shut your incoherent blowhole. That's how that ended. But now afterwards, you have some delusions of grandeur? Yeah. Same old shit.
This is how the misfit toys.
That was
really
the thing that when Geo jumped in ages ago, years ago, when we were trying to.
When Geo jumped in ages ago, years ago. So we're not on the argument of the false dichotomy again, Bev.
No, this is the root of his butt hurtness.
Is there like a depot of Adderall for this glue sniffer?
This is his real problem. He's getting ready to say that.
All right.
About his fucking nonsense black swan. Fallacious.
Where did the black swan touch you?
Argument.
I still didn't hear. Sorry. Just a second. I still have yet to hear where the fallacious part of that argument is. Because I explained, and I made a specific video. Because what I heard, right? What I heard was that you say, so you say as a statement at the end, so the Earth is not a sphere, right? Now, correct. His claim was that, and others, was that you should be saying it's not a sphere of 3959 radius. And I made a video detailing why there is, if you understand the situation, that there's no need to add in that caveat at the end because it debunks the Earth being a sphere of all sizes. That's the point.
Yeah, I know. That's why I made it.
That's what he can't understand. That's what they're not getting.
Yeah, he's retarded.
Yeah.
So, Bevcard, show how a modus tollens is a formal logical fallacy. Who are you, Rufy?
I've got a clue. But he can sit there, go over other people's videos, and
yeah, like you, and just take you right to the damn woodshed.
Flag people off, cause division.
I'm causing division, guys.
He's got no argument.
Well, I do. It's a modus tollens.
Nathan's not got an argument.
Nathan's got some arguments.
I ain't got no argument. Fuck you, man.
Brian doesn't have any.
It's flat. It's a fucking nonsense.
How so? Looks like no one's coming to your defense.
Soon as people start telling him, he's not going to get anywhere with that. Doesn't make any difference. Any measurement that you take will be a measurement of not flat.
Really? Like, for example?
What about the horizontal distance traveled by an airplane?
Yeah, what about that? What about when you measure the horizon? What about that one? Idiot.
Yeah, because the hills and valleys, but then they...
Yeah, because the hills and valleys. Where? When you in flight. We have hills and valleys in flight. How about the horizon? We got hills and valleys on the horizon.
Didn't they use planar Euclidean geometry to survey England? Like, that can't happen if the surface is curving at a steady rate, right?
No, it can.
Here comes omnivore. Yes, it can. Because level's curved.
Local space is Euclidean.
So
that's amazing.
Oh,
isn't it?
Yeah, but your argument that Earth's not flat because the hills and valleys is kind of like
moron.
Doesn't even make sense though.
Exactly, Jeremy. You got it.
So you measured elevation change.
For you on me. Hold on.
Not because of hills and valleys.
Oh yeah, that's your argument. That's from the get-go. Yeah, you haven't let go of that dumbass crackery.
Because of a measured elevation change.
Measured elevation change with what? And what are you measuring elevation change to?
But we're talking about overall, like.
Good.
But you can't have anything flat ever. So, describing deviations from horizontal, that's describing it from the not flat, was what I was saying.
Gotcha.
If you had a flat table, and then I take a little divot out of the table with a chisel, the table's still overall flat, like it's not.
His response to Jeremy's argument, right in the middle of them, Bev said, tables have legs. You clueless retard.
No,
My
that's true.
word.
I can confirm.
Not curving.
The table's got legs.
In it.
But the table's got legs, Jeremy.
No, we're talking about the surface of the table.
That's a massive red herring away from what Jeremy's talking about.
You think?
The table's got legs. What kind of response is that?
Plus for Jeremy, it's about time.
Yeah. So it's fallacious because you look it up. It's called the oversimplification fallacy, where you
oversimplification fallacy. What the hell is that?
Oversimplify things to absurdity, and you ignore the nuances and complexity. Yes, there's hills and valleys. Yes, the ocean has waves. Does that mean the Earth isn't topographically planar? No. You're oversimplifying it and ignoring the complexities.
No, he's not oversimplifying. He's a moron. He said the table has legs. That's not oversimplifying. He's a moron.
Literally, go look it up. It's an oversimplification fallacy. And flat earthers like to do it all the time. And I'm not a flat earther because there's hills and valleys. It's retarded.
Yeah, it's retarded. That's Bev. That's who you're speaking to.
So,
Also, I heard
because I know that the Earth's not flat.
I heard a false dichotomy come from you, Bev, as well.
Oh no!
What did you say about space?
Where?
You said the space is Euclidean.
Yeah, local space is Euclidean. Yes.
Yeah. How do you know that?
Because 3 dimensions.
Okay.
That's deep.
Okay. So, and all lines are parallel. Parallel lines never intersect.
Not all lines are parallel. No.
No, I'm saying parallel lines don't intersect in local space.
Yes. That's
How do you know that?
Squares. Have you heard of a square?
Yeah.
Where?
Yes, I've heard of a square.
There you go. The opposite sides are parallel. On the square.
Can you show me one of those in reality in the space you're talking about?
It's a geometric shape. The space.
It's geometric space. What did he say? Geometric shape is space? Is that what he said? Let me go back.
It's a geometric shape. The space.
Yep.
Yeah, so space is geometric.
Yeah. Yeah. Geometric shape. Do you know who Einstein is?
Yeah, does that perfect shape, the perfect square with all parallel sides, exist in this reality?
Yes, in Euclidean space. Yes.
How'd you measure that?
How do you measure what? A square? Have you ever heard of a square mile?
How did you measure that they're perfect 90-degree angles at every corner?
Just a second.
Straight line.
What he's being questioned about there is what you were bringing up earlier, which is non-geometric shapes. What the guy is pointing out is that in reality things are not all hunky-dory as Bev is trying to make them out to be.
Yes. And
Bev said earlier that a globe is which is wrong. A globe is a non-geometric shape. It's not. A globe is a sphere, and makes it a geometric. So it is geometric. Point is that Bev is now contradicting what he said concerning the globe.
Yes.
When he's used to his non-geometric shape.
Yep. You got. Yeah. Yes.
With what tool?
What? Measuring straight lines. When you're plotting out buildings and stuff like that, you'd use a theodolite.
Measuring straight lines. Now you went to buildings and using a theodolite. What the hell does that have to do with the argument? Where's your geometric shape of space at? You can't even remember what your claims are like 15 seconds prior. Like I said, you're retarded. You're Elmer Fudd sophist at best. Glue sniffer.
Okay, and do you know that there is a margin of error?
Oh my God, we're getting into margins of error. Margins of error for what?
Do I know that there's a margin of error? I know that people that actually do this trade do it to be as accurate as possible within.
Well, that makes perfect sense. That answered his dumbass argument.
In the millimeter.
Okay, do you think that they've got 2 parallel lines, though? If they're accurate as possible within a millimeter, isn't that possible that if you extend those lines out, they could intersect?
Parallel lines, that would mean that they're not parallel. Torah.
He's putting the argument back on him.
Go ahead, John.
He's putting Bev's on argument about how level, it not being flat, but now he's making the argument. I think it might be what he's doing, is putting the argument back on him.
Yeah, but he's doing it clumsily.
At some point.
No, not if they're parallel.
Not if they're parallel.
That's why I say it's Euclidean space.
He said there's a margin of error within a millimeter, meaning that they might not be parallel for all you know, because you have a margin of error of a millimeter.
Yeah, but I mean, if they're not parallel.
What the hell are these people even talking about?
Well, he's kind of made a good point there.
Yeah, but why are we on margin of error between 2 parallel lines? Where's the parallel lines at?
No, what the guy is doing is he's pointing out that there is a margin of error that Bev admitted to. He said within a millimeter. Fair enough, it's only a millimeter. But that would mean that the two lines are not parallel, which means they're not Euclidean. Because there's a margin of error of a millimeter. So what the man is doing is he's using Bev's own oversimplification argument against him.
All right.
He's bringing it down to, well, and Bev can say, well, it's only a millimeter. But it's only Bev.
Only a
You know what I mean?
millimeter. He just made it up.
But the point is that Bev has admitted that there is a millimeter of a margin of error
I
in surveying.
understand that, but where did he get that from?
It's to work within surveying, or he has a surveying certificate, so he has researched this. So I'm only going by that would be margin of a millimeter with I think with a I'm not going to say it because I can't remember correctly, but I do remember him giving some support for that in the past. The point being is that there is a margin of error, and now the guy is holding them to, well, then those two lines are not really parallel, so not Euclidean.
They're both glue sniffers.
Then that would still be in Euclidean space. Euclidean space just allows for parallel. These things that we deal with. Have you heard of pi?
Oh my God.
Pi is not geometry. Pi is not geometry. He's wrong.
Relationship between a straight line.
1 second.
And
he's also said he's gone back to claiming these two parallel lines. He just admitted a few minutes ago that there's a margin of error. So there may not be two parallel lines. Your man is correct.
The circumference of a circle.
Well, the diameter to circumference ratio. Yeah, I know a lot about it. What do you want to know?
That's Euclidean space, right? That's delicious.
It's another thing that doesn't exist. This circle doesn't exist in reality. Equidistant from the center at all points. That doesn't exist.
Ratio does, though, right? There's a lot of things built upon pi. We know it for certainty through mathematics.
Nathan, he just verified. He just vilified. What's the word for? Not verified, not vilified. Supported Nathan because he's saying to my judge, he says it, I don't like the statement, but this is Nathan's statement. It's my job class. In other words, we go to hills and valleys, we measure distances, straight lines, and elevations that are vertical above a horizontal plane. Right? He's trying to bring in hills and valleys as in it's not flat. But now when something is pointed out to him that you won't have a perfect circle going on in nature, in reality, he's saying, yeah, but we measure it as in blah, blah, blah. So the very thing that he's attacking Nathan on, he's now trying to use himself.
Yeah, it's because his purpose isn't to actually decry a point I'm making. He just wants me to be wrong.
We don't know the number pi. It's irrational.
That I know, but we know it's irrational, right?
Yeah, but that means we're inaccurate.
Developed through Euclidean geometry, right?
Yeah,
Euclidean
that's correct.
Space.
That's correct.
And that's where locally.
So would you agree
on the globe, right?
Yeah, do you agree?
He will not. The dumbest person in the room. Cora, you're not that much smarter than he is, by the way. Dumbest person in the room can't shut his fucking blowhole. Sorry about that.
Agree then if you have a circle, a 3D circle, like they propose we live on.
A 3D circle? Tora, you want to say that again to yourself? That's a paradox.
Which they call sphere. Yeah.
Yeah, I have Bev caught on to it. Shockingly.
Sphere or a globe, right?
Yeah, that's not a circle.
That
It's
you
not a
could.
sphere, right? Globe isn't a sphere. We know
Okay.
A globe isn't a sphere?
Yes, it is. I just posted a link from National Geographic earlier in Malcolm.
You want me to pull that up?
You don't have to. It's just a globe is a sphere.
Yeah,
but you can if you want.
I'd have to go away. All right, hold on. All right. Globe from National Geographic, Nat Geo. A globe is a three-dimensional scale model of the Earth or other round body. They even screwed that up. Round's not. Oh, my God. So there you go. There's the picture. That's a sphere tard. That's a globe.
That wasn't what I read when Google gave it to me. I'll read out what Google. I'll read it out. I'll get a screenshot if I have to. 1 second. I'll read out what it is. Right. A globe is a three-dimensional scale model of the Earth or other round body. Okay, but because it is spherical or ball-shaped, it can represent surface features, directions, and distances more accurately than a flat map. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. That compromises. Chocolate, your mic is a train wreck.
Yes, I know. I am aware. I'm sorry.
Did you want to say something?
No, not really.
On the 3D circle sphere, that
3D circle sphere, that is a train wreck, Torah. You would fail intro to first grade geometry.
that's how they measure it. They tell us all the time 1 degree
Oh,
per
sphere,
69 mile. Well, they say 1 degree per 69 miles.
We
That's
end up conflating Euclidean geometry, because the sphere is within Euclidean geometry, and a geometry that isn't Euclidean.
Okay, do you agree that the quarter of the circumference has a relationship to the radius of that circle?
Well, that's Euclidean. Yes, I understand how Euclidean geometry works. Yes.
Oh, boy. Did he ask you if you understood how Euclidean geometry works, or did he get something a little bit more specific, Bevcard? That's a good way not to answer his question. You dumbass cracker.
So, and you understand that circumference is 63.66% larger than the radius value.
Well, I understand that the proportions of what you're talking about is a Euclidean understanding.
There we go, back to the same old thing. It's a Euclidean understanding. What do you mean by that?
Of the Euclidean space and the.
It's a Euclidean understanding of Euclidean space. Makes perfect sense.
Circle and the geometry
of a circle.
Tree of all of those things. That's Euclidean, right? The radius.
But Euclidean, it's a Euclidean space of Euclidean and Euclidean understanding. That's Euclidean, right?
Yep. So if we take that presupposition that we have Euclidean space, it shouldn't be a problem to go ahead and measure that drop over the distance and have a 63.66% relationship to the radius when you travel over 1/4 of the circumference.
Hey, I just want to clarify. I actually,
the globe
real quick,
is non-geometric, right?
The globe is non-geometric, right? Oh my God.
Real quick, dude. No, I just want to clarify. I misspoke, dude. I said the wrong fallacy. I said oversimplification fallacy. It's the opposite of oversimplifying. You're not ignoring the complexities.
No, he referenced the legs of the table. He's not ignoring them.
Right, and the nuances.
Now, it's called an incoherent red herring fallacy. There, what who's this? Bleak?
I think what this lad is talking about is he's saying that he thinks he has his fallacy wrong. He's saying that Bev is not ignoring the complexities. He's focusing on them. I think he thinks he got his reference or fallacy wrong.
Like, he could just say red herring fallacy and it would cover it.
Hyper focusing on the complexities and the nuances. For example, a table is flat, right? We can all agree on a practical level, on a pragmatic level, it's flat, right? Until you start, and then you zoom in, you can zoom in.
Of the table has
right, but the table has legs. And then if you zoom in with a microscope, you can actually see that it's not smooth, it's not flat, right? You can see the actual table, the texture is not flat. There's divots in it. There's cracks in it, crevices, right? Microscopic crevices. If you do that, right, you're overcomplicating it. You're hyper complicating it. You're hyper.
But I'm not saying that. I'm saying the table as a whole is not flat.
Nah, he got a good point. He got a good point. That was actually a good point. And Bev stop being a retard. No, he's saying like, yo, even the flat table, bro, like it has divots in it and all of that. And just Bev is like, it's not flat. I don't
Did we have this discussion with Bev himself?
Yeah, yes, we did.
Like, what are we listening? Are we still in Earth Awakenings?
Yeah, this is the aftermath of the show where Bev thought he'd come in and pipe everyone that left, but then he gets piped.
Oh, this is when Debo left. Right. And Smokey talking again. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
You're hyper focusing on the nuances and the complexity. On a practical level, the table's flat. We can all agree the table's flat. The top of it's flat.
The table's
now you want to
table.
focus. You want to focus on the legs, dude. You want to. Now somebody else might microscopically look and be like, "No, it's not actually flat and smooth. Look, there's crevices and cracks. There's."
It does seem like you're the one that's hyper focusing on the actual surface of the table.
Oh, brother.
Top, right? You don't say the tabletop is flat. You say the table's flat, whereas I look at the table as a whole and say it.
You're a whole.
This is exactly what he's doing exactly what he's been accused of. Trying to pick out the nuances. So if I say that table's flat, he go, no, it's got legs. That means it's not flat because the legs aren't flat. You know, that's what he's doing. It's ridiculous. Right?
Yeah.
So, but if we say the surface of that table, could you describe that as flat? What's he going to say? Right? If he says no, I go, well, your whiteboard is flat, yet that's not two-dimensional, as admitted by you. And I mean, the thing about it's been put to him in the past about like if you zoom in on any surface that you would describe as flat, you can zoom in on it and you will find undulations, right? And I put it to him. I was the first person to put that to him. Right, and all he wants to do is red herring away from that. He'd say, "Yeah, there's nothing two-dimensional in real world," but that doesn't mean that we're wrong to describe the tabletop as flat.
Yeah, you can say, hey, asshole, is there donuts, cookies, and coffee on the table? Yeah, is it level? No.
Yeah, it's as stupid as that. Exactly.
Are the legs has the same height? Does the legs have the same height?
I can confirm the legs are the same height.
It would be not good table if they are not the same height.
It's not flat. The tabletop, the surface there, that might be flat, right?
Right, and
that's where we measure flatness.
It's over. It's over. He's just agreed that the tabletop might be flat, yet he's about to go into how he knows there's undulations on it. So the earth as a whole is not flat then, because we measure hills and valleys and mountains. Thank you.
And you can tell how not flat it is by how flat it is.
Have you ever seen them?
No, well, hold on. Even then, someone on a technical level, they're going to hyper focus on the texture and zoom in with their little magnifying glass and be like, it's not actually flat. Look.
Yeah.
So that's what people have done with the earth, right? Because there's waves, right? There's elevation change. Tides come in and out. They'll be like, the earth isn't flat.
Well, you can see it's not flat, can't you? I mean, that's obvious to everyone.
From what vantage point? What elevations did they see from 6 miles up in an airplane?
Flat.
No, I mean, if you look at a mountain, you seriously don't look at a mountain and say that.
You're on mute, QE.
I'm sorry, I told you, glue sniffer. Well, you can't seriously say a mountain's flat. Bev, you're a retard. But you already know that, don't you?
That's flat.
It measures flat.
Yeah.
It's topographically planar.
How does it measure flat? Please tell me.
Well, your sister told us.
How did you get the height of the mountain again?
How'd you get the height of the mountain? Yeah, exactly.
This is Nathan Oakley's claim. Tell me how
Bev,
the measurements
I'll tell you how,
of the
Bev.
mountain are flat.
Bev, I'll tell you how it measures flat. When they did the survey of England and they laid it out in all squares, you can't do that if the surface is curving overall.
Yeah, have you ever heard of the reification fallacy? I think it's
reification fallacy. No, what's that?
The map is not the territory. It's one of Brenda's favorites.
Brenda?
Have you ever heard of that?
Bev, I've heard of it, yeah, but you've used this argument
the
about
map
the
is
squares
flat.
on England.
He's going to talk right through you, Jeremy.
Yeah, I've heard of it, but you've used this argument. I've actually heard you use this argument about how.
He's going to, yep, there he goes. Yeah, he has used this argument. Way to go, Jeremy.
They've planar surveyed all of England.
So if the map's flat and it's a reification fallacy to equate the map with the territory, you can't say the territory's flat. Can you?
So they can't. So they didn't planar survey England. All of England.
They surveyed the UK, yes.
And they laid it out in all squares with 90-degree angles and parallel lines, which you can't do if the surface was curved, right?
Triangulated it.
And you can't do that if the surface was curved, right?
They did it from the tops of mountains.
Good job, Jeremy. I shit on you a lot. Good job.
Yeah. Did Bev say triangulate it?
Yeah.
That's what he's saying. He said they triangulated.
How can you triangulate off a curve?
You can't.
Can you lay out 90-degree angles with squares with parallel lines if the surface was curving?
Look, it's not flat.
Maybe tell me.
There you go.
It's not flat. Tell me, mountain.
About the legs on the table.
Wait, do you want to put the map on the tabletop?
You guys want to know an interesting fact? And while Kansas,
the Earth's flat.
While Kansas is flatter than a pancake, it's not the flattest state in the United States.
I know it is. I know that. It's Florida. They should have seceded from the Union years ago.
Florida is even flatter than Kansas.
Yeah, thanks for catching up. What is this, 2015?
In 2000, is someone hot micing?
Yeah, it's your sister.
Plug a little 2-wire to the latch. Click the latch.
Someone take care of that. I can't take care of that, bro. I'm driving.
He's working.
I'm not.
You're good. You're good. I got it.
In 2003, there was a study done and published by I forget who published it, but they compared an IHOP pancake.
An IHOP pancake or just a regular pancake? Anyone can make a pancake. Are you saying IHOP pancakes are flatter than mine, sir?
Yes.
To Kansas and found Kansas to be flatter than a pancake, bro. However, in like 2014, they also did a study and found Florida to be flatter than Kansas, dude. Proportionally flatter than Kansas.
That's amazing. You should have interrupted this whole discussion with that fact. That's amazing.
Kansas. Look
I make an observational.
Are the pancakes in Euclidean space? Yes or no?
I really like the way they're pointing out how flat the Earth is. Because Kansas and Florida can't be flatter than a pancake. And the Earth be a globe.
Statement of the conversation. It just clicked. It just clicked on me. So one side is talking about the surface, And the other side is talking about the shape as a whole. Maybe that'll help.
Yeah.
punch him
So
in the mouth.
what you're talking about is, you're bringing up the nuances, and you're right. The Earth apparently actually, just like a table, the Earth has pillars that's holding it up, right? That's irrelevant. We're talking about the surface. So he wants to hyper focus on all the irrelevant shit, like waves and freaking mountains, and then
table legs.
Act like the Earth isn't topographically planar, which is like literally.
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
All right.
The statement is the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, the statement is the Earth is measured, observed, navigated, aviated, and built upon as a horizontal plane.
Correct.
That's the argument.
And sea level is used.
Yeah, I think you would have to. I think you would have to add to that statement, though, Essie. I think what you could say is, if you were to like zoom in on a piece of glass, you would find like it's not perfectly flat. But when you zoom out, far enough out, and if you had like God's eye view from very far away, it would appear as pretty flat. You know what I mean? Like you wouldn't be able to see it.
Because you see the object as a whole, right? That's what Bev is talking about.
Yep.
I'm talking about my definition of flat, right?
Who gives a shit what you define things as, Bev? You're an abject retard. We don't care about what you say. You are not the freaking authority on definitions. Okay? Clown.
More than that, he said earlier on that he looks at the table as a whole. But how come he's not looking at the Earth as a whole then? How come he's focusing on the little undulations on the table?
Exactly, Brian.
Yes. It's more contradiction, Neil, isn't it?
Yeah, well, Brian, if he's going about definitions, right? We know sea level is used for elevation angles to get latitude, right? So level is a horizontal plane. Yeah, that's the definition. And a plane, right? Definition, a flat surface. So yeah, the sea level is used. Yeah, it's a horizontal plane. It's a flat surface. The Earth is measured flat. Take that.
Light is a visual surface condition.
What?
Did you not hear what I said?
Light is a visual surface condition.
Sea level is used to measure latitude. Level is a horizontal plane. Plane is flat. The Earth is measured flat. Take that.
Flat is a visual surface condition, is what Bev said. Really?
In other words, a description.
Well, flat is horizontal. Define horizontal, Bevtard. That's what I thought.
Okay, then there is no flat surfaces in the world.
Flat doesn't exist. Yeah.
Why?
So yeah, parallel.
Like we can
Because a
zoom into
mirror is
anything
not
and visually, because we could zoom into anything and visually see that it's not flat and there is elevation changes.
Exactly. Have you ever looked at the tip of a needle?
Elevation changes. Elevation from what?
Uh-oh.
Sea level.
Uh-oh.
Underneath
You can look at a mountain and say,
Back to mountains again. Bev Mountain Pard.
Say it's not flat, right?
Good.
Great. Fucking great. Look at the sea and use it for your horizontal baseline for the elevation angle, which is sea level, which is a horizontal plane. And the definition of plane is a flat surface. Yeah. So we're using the sea level, which is horizontal plane, and plane is flat. See all these fucking words are tying in, Bev.
But you can look at a whiteboard or a window or a wall and say that's flat.
Yeah, we're not doing that, though. We're using sea level, aren't we? We're not talking about...
back a second.
Hold on a second. Who's narrating this thing? Me or you in Discord?
You.
Damn.
Me.
So he just said, look at a light bulb. Didn't he? Let's go back.
Look at a mountain and say it's not flat, right? But
It
you can
doesn't
look
change
at a
the fact that
whiteboard
nothing's
or a
flat in your
window.
world.
Oh, he said whiteboard. John, your mic's a train wreck.
Yeah, John.
He said whiteboard. Yeah, but John, listen to what. Yeah, exactly. The mountain is not the Earth. John, you're 100% correct, right? Just like the little undulations on the whiteboard and off the whiteboard. It's only a part of the whiteboard. He's saying whiteboard because he admitted in the past that his whiteboard is flat, but it's not 2D, two-dimensional. That's why he's using the whiteboard now.
A wall and say that's flat.
Wall's flat. Who are you, Red's Pretenderic? Oh, hit him with the wall, Chocolate.
Waiting for it.
You were waiting for it.
Yeah, we get those arguments from Globers. There are trolls that come in with those arguments, like we have mountains, therefore the Earth's not flat. We have tides, therefore the Earth's not flat. But I wouldn't go dying on that hill.
Bev has already. He's already been dead.
He's been buried on that hill already. There's a flag and all that.
Yeah, he's got his flag and all that, and then has respawned tens of thousands of times for the past 6 years.
Oh, he's measured not to be flat.
I wouldn't go dying on that hill because that creates division as well. So how you were just in here saying how QE is creating division, you also are a proponent of division, sir.
Oh, damn.
Get him.
All right, Tori, you're forgiven. I am going to bring you up on your little train wreck of I'm just going to run away.
That was cool, Steve.
That was Cold Steel. I may forgive him totally. Let's see what else goes on.
Yeah, I know. I've experienced it. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, you've experienced it because you're the purveyor of it. That's what he just told you numpty dipshit.
And in this room now, we have no problem.
There we go. As soon as you start talking, Bev's going to overtalk you because he's an abject idiot. That's what's going to happen.
Separate group to point at us.
We have no problem agreeing with you, though, Bev, that you're correct. The Earth has mountains, therefore it's not flat. That's not our argument. Our argument is not.
Globe guys will do it as well.
He was going to give the argument, but no. Bev had the diarrhea of the mouth into the fucking maelstrom.
You're around 4 o'clock.
What? Go on, moot. Discord. Unless you got something coherent to say. Don't you hot mic through me. I'll come in there and I'll give you what for.
There's no mountains. That's not our argument, bro.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm talking about, right? I'm only representing the glomies. The people that, aren't aware of the, what?
You don't even know what he's saying anymore.
One second. The people who aren't aware of what? That there isn't hills and valleys and mountains.
Yeah.
You mean blind people, possibly? Sorry.
Yeah, Brian. That aren't aware that there are mountains and valleys.
He might be representing the blind, deaf, and dumb. That is possible.
He said he's representing glomies. What are glomies?
Would that be like
who knows?
A globe normie?
Let's go back. I'll pull it. Jay, listen closely.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm talking about, right? I'm only representing the glomies.
Glomie? What the hell is a glomie?
I don't know, but he's representing them. Sorry, Chocolate. But we say the same thing.
Let's hear it again.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, right? I'm only representing the glomies.
Glome? Is that an English thing? Nathan.
Nathan, translation.
I think he's saying globe normies all in one word.
She got married. Oh, cool. Thank you.
Discord.
Yoshi, can you go on mute?
And just
Yoshi.
for clarification, I think Glom is someone who's blind, deaf, and dumb.
Nathan, you got that? You got your ship tight in there?
Yeah.
All right. Play it one more time.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm talking about, right? I'm only representing the glomies.
It's glomies. All right.
The people that, aren't aware of whatever your arguments are.
Those are glormies. He's defined it now. The people who aren't aware of whatever his argument is, they're glormies, obviously.
Well, that clears that.
No, whatever your argument are. Sorry, Coughlin.
Yeah, I said that clears that right up. Thanks.
Whatever. No, he's talking to Torah. So it's just, he's representing the gloomies of what are the arguments that he has. Oh, my God.
Because I bet you haven't got.
Oh, hold up. Let's go back.
Whatever your arguments are.
Yeah, whatever they are. We don't know what they are, just whatever they are.
Because I bet you haven't got any, have you?
Wow. Hang on a second. How could he be informing or representing people who don't know what the arguments are? And now he's saying, I bet you don't have any arguments. Well, what's the purpose of your position then, Bev?
He's king of gloomy.
Bev, you're retarded at such a level, it's hard to encapsulate it with language, right? Second grade retards are blushing. Every single statement out of your incoherent blowhole is a contradiction. Do you understand that, glue sniffer? My God.
Listen, the argument is that level measures horizontal, and we have a tangible measurement of that, and nobody else does have an actual tangible measurement of the Earth.
That's the actual thing, though, right? Because I do have a proof that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane.
That's not a proof. You're a friggin' idiot. That level's horizontal? Yeah. No, that's an axiom, you abject idiot. It's not your proof, you dumbass cracker. My God, how many years we got to tell you this? Good.
Sorry, I thought you were finished. Before you press play, he just said, and you can go back. He said, I have a proof that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, I think was what he said. But he separated horizontal and level. If level is horizontal, then why would it need to be a straight line on a horizontal plane? The horizontal plane would just be level. The level would be horizontal plane. You hear what he says? He's separating the two. It's a straight line on a horizontal plane. Well, you can't claim a level is horizontal at that point, because you're separating the two. You hear what he says?
The Earth isn't flat. Where do you get a horizontal plane from?
Well, that's another byproduct of the nonsense.
Plane. But it doesn't prove that the Earth's flat, because you need that to measure that the Earth isn't.
Okay, so
measure that the Earth isn't.
You need the horizontal plane.
Yes.
To measure that it's not flat. Oh.
Yes, exactly. That's what you just said. Let's go back. I'm going to pull a J. You abject retard of a dumbass cracker.
Everyone else, just be quiet for a second. I want to dedicate this to the recording. That was brilliant.
Okay. I'm going to play it again.
But it doesn't prove that the Earth's flat, because you need that to measure that the Earth isn't.
Okay, so you're...
Stop. Okay, hold on, Nathan. I got to go back a little further. Let me go with a J and a fiber. Do it again.
I do have a proof that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. But it doesn't prove that the Earth's flat, because you need that to measure that the Earth isn't.
Okay, so you're saying...
Classic.
Yeah, you're not going to get a better soundbite than that one, Nathan.
But within his statement, just think about it, Nathan. Within his statement of he has a proof that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, that would make his statement is actually he has proof that level is not horizontal. It's only something on horizontal.
Well, to be charitable, I think that what he's saying is we can use level, horizontal synonyms, flat synonyms to measure against the fact that we do have mountains and stuff. He's just completely screwed up in the head, though.
Yeah, that's basically saying what I've been saying to make fun of him, which is you can tell it's not flat from how flat it is. That's literally what he said. Just
Hey, check it out. I have a horizontal on a level plane. What's different about it?
How do you have a horizontal on a level plane? Isn't the level plane already horizontal?
But y'all heard that, right? Y'all heard that?
Yeah.
Y'all said that use the horizontal plane to tell how not flat it is.
Right. You know where I'm at. You know what's going down, Chocolate.
Hey,
I
Bev.
understand your point.
Thanks a lot, Bev.
Saying that's possible the Earth is a cube or something, right? Is that what your argument is? The Earth could be a cube and you just haven't made it to the edge.
I don't put any shape to anything.
Yeah.
We put one to your sister.
But
why
you're
would you need
implying
to?
it. You're implying it.
So we can describe her?
He claimed the shape of space earlier, didn't he?
Yes.
Anything.
Yeah, it's an implication of what you're saying. By
That I
you
can
saying
prove
just
that
because
level is horizontal.
You can't prove it's an axiom. You glue sniffing retard. Look up what axiom is.
Second of all,
he can't prove it. Sorry.
Both of these terms are
No, go ahead. Sorry, like, go ahead.
Yeah, Brian, he was talking while you were the whole way through. You were saying, go ahead.
So, yes, it's an axiom. Second of all, you just used two different words that mean the same thing. So,
yes. And third of all, can you prove axioms?
no. And I told him that like months ago. So,
months ago? We told him that 6 years ago.
Did he not say earlier that he has proof that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane?
Yes, he did.
Yes, and he just
How is level horizontal then within his proof?
You're gonna have to ask
separating
him.
the two.
Yeah. You just send your questions to him. I mean, I can't believe I'm even reviewing this. I should have stopped as soon as I seen his retarded name pop up. So I'm taking one for the team here because I left him by the wayside years ago. So this is just one for the team, one for one of Nathan's shows. Do you want me to continue with this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nathan there. Yeah.
I know,
And
me
the
too.
mountains aren't flat.
Okay.
That's amazing, Bev. Mountains aren't flat. You should be lifted up as some type of oracle.
Chocolate, we called it. That's it.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. That's not the argument. Nobody ever said mountains are flat. Nope. Nobody said that. So I don't know why you're beating up a straw man. And
that's all he can do. He's a moron, like you've already demonstrated.
Getting defeated by your own straw man.
It's not a straw man, it's an argument.
By his own straw man. That's hilarious.
It's not a straw man, it's an argument.
But he got defeated by it. It was hilarious. He made a straw man that beat him.
We're aware that there's mountains, hills, and valleys, dude. Like, you act like we're not aware of that.
No, it's no. I'm saying if you want to put forward a case, right, particularly seeing as we do live in Euclidean space, then you have to be able to follow the argumentative.
The argumentative. What?
Oh my God.
Procedure that's
the argumentative procedure. What might that be? Sniffing glue.
Required for you to find a proof.
What? Citation, please. You have to follow the argumentative procedure to find the proof. That's one of the dumbest things I think I've ever heard. You ass clown. Citation, please.
Like I just said to Nathan,
proved your premise. You haven't proved your premise.
Prove things in
You can prove things.
Reality.
So,
Like he said to Nathan and QE, you can prove things in reality. Yeah? Did you actually say that to us? What does that actually mean? Define proof. We're on.
when we say the Earth is flat, all we're saying, right? We're not ignoring that there's hills and valleys. All we're saying, and that's a crude way of saying that the Earth is horizontally. That level is horizontal. That's it, dude. But you want to hyper focus on this other shit and cause division for no reason, dude.
Well, here's the thing, right? If you tie level being horizontal to flat Earth, then obviously because level is horizontal.
Level. What's the matter, Nathan?
I just think it's hilarious. Look, if you try tying horizontal to Earth measurement.
Let me go back. I may have ruined the sound bite. I'll pull a J and be quiet.
If you tie level being horizontal to flat Earth, then obviously because level is horizontal, you're saying it's a flat Earth.
Yeah, we get it, Bev. We get
He's almost formulated modus ponens into an attempted formulation of an argument. It's like you've given us modus ponens, dickhead.
It's in the definition of level. Level is flat, horizontal. You dumbass clown, man. This is actually retarded. Okay. You want me to continue with this?
It's almost kind of fun, like in a retard way.
I was just gonna say this is fun.
All right.
Get it, dude.
Here's the problem. People can see that there are mountains and valleys.
How profound, Ben!
Why is that a problem?
Bro, it's a problem because that's why he's here, to represent for the glomies who don't know there are mountains and valleys. Guys, come on. Get it together.
All right.
Okay.
They aren't aware that you have
I have to bring it back.
He's got to have the most annoying voice.
to call that flat.
Bev, can I make I think your argument came from the fact that it is tough being a flat earther because people make fun of flat earthers. So exactly, you don't even want to be called a flat earther because people make fun of.
Well, he's not a flat earther. He's a retard.
Flat earther. So therefore, what you have done is you have come up with a defense mechanism against this word flat because that's your issue. You have an issue with this word flat earth.
I like
so
it.
you've come up with a new way to call it. So what if we just said the earth is not a globe? Is that better for you?
Oh my God, Tori, you're losing your plus point. Hey, Nathan, let's just change the mantra and say the earth is not a globe. What do you think about that?
Let's go backwards 3 years. Yeah, good idea.
They have a problem with this word.
Flat versus globe is a true dichotomy then, right?
I do not.
What? Well, those things that don't exist.
Yeah. Nope, that's a false dichotomy, you glue-sniffing fungus muncher. Don't you get that? Bev, don't you get that? Oh, Bev.
Well, when he includes the Earth in that, the whether the Earth is flat versus globe, but if you're talking about geometrically something being curved versus level, I mean, that's a dichotomy, right? It's either curved or it's not.
No, I gave you that. There's also I don't know. There's concave. There's tons of other options. Could be.
Really? Well, there's got to be some legitimacy with your choices. I don't know.
Pause a second.
Choice.
Just pause a second. This is the very thing I was pointing out.
I was talking.
All right, sorry.
So I don't know is not a choice. What I don't know who said that, whether it was Rob or Tora. That's not a choice. Concave, well, you have to legitimize that choice in some manner first. You just can't dream up choices that are freaking incoherent and say, no, it's not a false dichotomy then. I mean, are you morons or what? Go ahead, Brian.
I'm sorry. This thing bothers me because I dealt with this back at the very end of 2022 into the very start of 2023. Literally January kind of time, 2023. December, January of that time. He says that his whiteboard is flat, but it's not 2D, which means it's not two-dimensional. I have the clip of him saying that in one of my videos, right? Yes, he wants to focus on hills and mountains and valleys. And he even admitted here earlier, well, a whiteboard is flat, but, you know, and pane of glass is flat and blah, blah, blah. But, you know, there's undulations. Then if that's flat, the glass and the whiteboard and whatever else, then why can't the earth be flat if there's, why can't we call the earth flat if there's undulations on it, just because there's undulations on it, but yet there's no curvature to it? Do you know what I mean? He goes off and people start trying to look for some other special way to debunk him. He's giving you the very thing that debunks him. He's giving it to you. He's admitting these things. Yeah, it frustrates me.
Yeah.
A cube with your implications.
Look, you say that level being horizontal, right, is flat Earth.
Level is horizontal, which is flat. Period. That's how it's defined.
No, I said that's the argument. That's the argument.
It's not an argument. It's a definition of level.
What you want to label it? What you want to label it as? You're jumping to the labeling of it. You jump to the label. I said we have a tangible measurement of level being horizontal, and we can prove it, just like you said. And you added the conclusion. Therefore, the Earth is.
He's talking right straight through him. Bevtard. Right straight through him.
Flat, not me.
What's your measurement?
Your sister.
I like to do plumb bobs, personally.
A vertical?
Yeah.
So how does that...
How does that relate to horizontal, Bev? Is that what you're asking?
Exactly, Bev.
How is that a tangible measurement for level being horizontal?
Jesus. Nothing. What the hell, man? Well, you want me
what
to
do you think it's perpendicular to? Sorry.
I got to get a J on that.
Hell no. It's painful enough as it is.
With the tools that I have, I cannot measure plumb bobs to diverge. I measure all plumb bobs to be parallel with the tools that I have.
Can't measure plumb bobs to diverge. It's impossible.
Okay, well.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. DJ spinning request. Smoke them if you got them, Bevtard.
That's my proof of horror.
On the other hand, stay out of Flat Earth.
Can I say that I love when you say that?
Can you say what?
That I love when you hit him with that.
Yeah, I don't want him in Flat Earth. No, so we're not welcoming you. Get your dumb ass out.
Yeah, but you did that a long time ago, and nobody listens.
Level being horizontal.
This doesn't mention level being horizontal in the premises.
The premises of what?
Okay, what is define vertical?
Oh, this might be good. All I hear is quietness.
Plumb.
Vertical's plumb. Plumb to what? And you're not Bev, Rob.
Yeah, plumb.
Perpendicular.
Yeah.
To horizontal.
Bobs are all parallel. You have the sum of the interior angles. This is the reciprocal zenith angle, where they say it's adding to more than 180. But if you have them all measuring 180, that shows you that level is horizontal. No. Also, you've measured it yourself, Bev. I don't know why we're
argument, guys.
Why we even arguing.
Oh, wait a second. Jeremy's got something. Jeremy popped in and said Bev's already measured it. Let's see if he gets there.
Arguing about this. You know, level measures horizontal.
Arguing about it. That you've not presented an argument.
He's trying to get away, Jeremy. Get him.
The argument is levels horizontal. That's our argument.
That's not an argument.
If Earth wasn't planar, hold on. If Earth wasn't planar, and
you just said it was an argument a little while ago, you glue sniffer. When I corrected you on it, Bev-tard.
Wait, didn't he say he has a proof for that?
Yeah.
Why would he need a proof for that if it's not an argument? Is he out of his mind?
What he said was that he had proof that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, which would separate level from horizontal, as opposed to the two of them being the same thing.
He also said level is horizontal, and he proved it.
Yeah.
Yep. That's when I went off. Remember axioms that in that vein?
Sorry, yeah.
it was curving up or curving down at any steady rate, level wouldn't be horizontal. You've made that argument for the globe. Level must be curving if it's a globe.
I've not made that argument.
Uh-oh.
I've heard you make that. You said you never made the argument that level must be curving if we're on a globe.
Bendizontal, I think. I think you might be able to remember that. It's what is required.
Well, there you go. That means you made an argument for this guy. Is he going to Jedi mind trick Jeremy? He just admitted it in the next breath.
For level to curve. Level has to curve on a globe.
For a dogmatic globe.
Well, for a dogmatic globe, Jeremy. That's the differentiator. What does dogmatic mean? Dumbass cracker Bevtard? Guarantee you don't know it. You better look it up.
One with no proof.
One with no proof. No proof of what?
People who just make claims of
like you
things. But the real globe.
People that makes claims of things. Uh-oh, let me pull a fiver. Let's get this full thought. It's about to be a train wreck.
People who just make claims of things. But the real globe is where real proofs occur.
That QE is causing division.
There I go, causing division again.
Yeah. And he's talking, what's he doing in there? Only dividing.
Now everybody's on the same page that he's a retard.
Yeah. Nathan, you got some good clips in here, dude. You could thank me later.
Yo, I have a litmus test for these kind of arguments. What makes knowledge possible in your worldview, Bev?
Oh, we're gonna wax philosophical now. Bev has a hard time with logic and geometry. Philosophy is going to be completely out of his realm. Let's hear it.
Logic.
His worldview is logic. Bev wouldn't know what logic was if it climbed up his arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertino wire. He's a glue sniffer. That was pretty funny, Bev. Logic. That's your worldview. What causes heat to boil? And I want that in a logical syllogism.
Okay, and what makes logic possible in your worldview?
Reasoning.
Yeah, reasoning. Where'd you get that from?
Okay, what makes reasoning possible?
Yeah,
where
he's going down. Torres going down. What makes reasoning possible, Bev?
Does cognitive ability come from in your worldview?
What?
What are you saying, Tora? Yeah, you're busted, Bev. That's it. You're done.
In my world,
you haven't ever thought.
Yes, in your worldview. He said it 3 times, Bev. Stop stalling.
I don't have a worldview.
Oh, then why did you answer him? Where's the logic and reasoning? What were you answering, Bevtard? My God. You got Elmer Fudd, Mr. Magoo, and Baby Huey over in the corner belly laughing. Right? They're blushing now.
Of cognitive thought.
Cognitive thought.
Okay, so
you're doing great, dude. You went from logic to reason. That's awesome. Keep going.
Yeah.
He had to stop. He said, what? And then he said he didn't have a worldview.
Yeah, logic, reason, cognitive ability, that's a contingent entity, right? That's not non-contingent, right? You could push it to your brain, or your mother had to exist, right, in order for you to develop cognitive abilities, right? But we're going to get back to an ultimate non-contingent source, right? This is called epistemology, like why do you know, or how do you know what you know? Have you thought about this deeply?
Absolutely. Called try thinking, right? Obviously.
No, it's called not thinking. That's what you are.
You've gone to these depths.
Just because you got that in your name, you dumbass cracker. Everything in your name means the opposite.
What do you think of the law of non-contradiction?
Oh my God. No. Let's get back to your worldview, because your whole life violates the law of non-contradiction. You've contradicted yourself so many times here. Nathan's going to have a field day. He's going to have supplemental videos. He can take the next week off. You glue sniffer?
I believe those are laws set in stone by the Creator.
Don't let him get away. See, you're letting him get away, Torah. He Jedi mind tricked you into getting off his worldview.
Okay. And you don't have a problem saying that the Earth is flat whilst knowing it's not flat?
Well, there's mountains and valleys.
Because I'm not implying that because the Earth has mountains and valleys. And I haven't even made the argument that the Earth is flat because we measure level to be horizontal. That's not what my argument was. Listen.
We couldn't tell what your argument was. Bevtard had diarrhea of the mouth. He just overtalked you, like he usually does. He's a moron.
Flat Earth is like the buzzword. It's like the catch.
Flat Earth isn't a buzzword. It's a phrase. It's not a word. And it's not. It doesn't have any buzz.
Phrase of this argument. It's not. If you think we're in here,
an argument. You can't make an argument.
Exactly.
Don't give yourself arguments.
See what I'm saying? The dumbest person in the room just overtalked. I thought that this Land of Misfit Toys, the Earth Awakening server, was here to stop that sort of thing. Why have I've heard that the whole time through this? Hey, contradict yourselves much.
People to understand. That's to get people to understand what topic are we talking about here.
Bev doesn't know. Can you get back to the worldview question? Focus.
Now, obviously, once they understand that's the topic, we would go more in depth and tell them, listen, we don't think like mountains are flat. You know what I mean? Like, dude, it just seems like you're really offended and you got upset by a word. And
No, he's just retarded.
Just a second. We would never need to tell someone that a mountain is not flat. See, this is the problem. Bev has put him in a position there where he doesn't want to claim flat Earth. Whereas I'll openly state the Earth is flat. And Bev can't come back with anything because I'll point out that he agrees that his whiteboard is flat, even though it's not two-dimensional. So him saying there's mountains mean nothing because that's just one of those undulations on his whiteboard if we place that mountain on out. It's over. But people start getting overcomplicated with Bev. There's no need for that. He gives you the thing. He gives you the destruction of his own position.
Yeah, he destroys his own arguments. He's been doing it the whole time. We've been recording this.
Yeah.
I don't know if maybe someone like hurt you or something.
No, the black swan touched him.
More or less.
Real quick.
I see a contradiction, dude.
Yeah, with everything that you've said here this evening.
That's all I see.
Bev, the thing is, bro, this gets into solipsism because you'll over quantify everything, and you'll look at the most minute nuance and hyper focus on it, like, oh, that's not actually white. It's actually an off color of white. It's because actual white, it would be like like the most extreme white. You know what I mean? Like you over divide things. You get what I'm saying? Like you over complicate things when you don't need to, bro.
Yeah, that's why I asked how knowledge is possible in your worldview, because flat.
Back to the worldview. All right, we're back on point.
Doesn't exist in your worldview. How do you know that if you've never seen anything flat?
Flat doesn't exist in my worldview.
What's your worldview, Bev?
I already told you it's
because you said it.
Surface condition.
Yeah.
I thought you didn't have a worldview. Didn't you say that before? Remember you said, what?
In a visual surface condition, when I pull out a microscope, it no longer looks like it's flat.
So we're just circling back. It's one big circle jerk.
Flat.
Okay. Well, that's the moment that you can tell it's not flat. When you can see it's not flat.
Okay. And so then that visual surface condition doesn't exist anywhere in the world.
What do you mean? Of course it does. I can look at a mountain and say that's not flat because I know what flat is.
What's flat?
How do you know that? How do you know what flat? How do you know what flat is if it doesn't exist? It doesn't exist in reality. How would you know what it is?
Have you ever heard of an optical flat?
An optical flat? Go on.
An optical flat?
Yeah.
Just like with the naked eye or with a telescope, like not using tools?
No, with goggles.
It's an instrument. Yeah, try Googling it. It's a thing. It's an optical glass, right? That's made.
An optical glass. What's an optical glass?
Obviously, it has lines within it, and you can tell.
You can tell. It's like I got this piece of rock candy. It's not for eating. It's just for looking through. Ass clown.
Tell the surface underneath. Right? Whether it's flat or not.
What surface underneath? The surface of the optical glass or that what you're looking through? What?
The lines that you can see in these things called optical flats, right? Now,
optical flats, you're talking about like crosshairs. What the hell is he talking about?
I have no idea.
Pause a second before you go on.
All right, pause.
Well, his definition of flat is an observed surface condition, right? So in other words, what he's saying there, right, and no one's catching on to it, is, I didn't hear what he said the first time, but I caught it the second time he said it. What is that? It's just a description then, Bev. So I look at a surface, I don't know if it's actually flat, but it looks flat from my observation of it, so I describe it as flat. What he's doing there is trying to hold people to account on measurements and elevation changes due to valleys and mountains, etc., right? When they're just describing the Earth as a flat plane, they're not claiming that every part of it is two-dimensional. So he's he's just saying, well, flat's just a description, but he's not saying it that way. He's complicating it so he doesn't have to admit that it's just a description. He's bullshitting people.
Yeah, I agree. To me, it sounds like he's doing the same thing. Like he's trying to put it on people. Oh, you're okay with calling something not flat or calling something flat when it is not flat. Okay, but he's doing the same shit. He's okay with calling his whiteboard and a window flat, but to him it's not flat.
Well, this is the thing. This is one of the things I have to admit that I had an issue with Nathan when he said measured flat. That's why I don't say it. One of the reasons I don't want to say it, because for me, flat has always been a description. If I'm going to say that surface flat, I'm describing the surface, right? Now, the issue I had with Nathan right? But he has an issue similar, but he's going about it in the wrong way, right? Is that if I describe something, I'm not making a geometric claim. Now, Nathan, when he says measurements, then that you might say it's a bit of a geometric claim. But when I say the Earth is flat, right, he can't attack me for saying the Earth is flat because I'm just describing the Earth as a whole. It's a description that he's fine with because that's his definition of flat. He's just hiding it with his little, it's an observed surface condition. So so you're describing what you're seeing then, Bev. Bullshitter. Sorry, Nathan. He annoys me with this stuff.
It reminds me of a story of my dad's when he was in the Zambian flats out on the ridges with this nun. Anyway, she was out walking the dog, and the dog
heard this before. The dog. The dog. He jumped in the water above the waterfall, right? Is that this story?
Have you heard it?
Yeah. He had a nun with a frock. She was frocked. And then you had this dog.
The dog went in the water. The nun would have drowned. I'm telling you.
Or drowned or fell off the waterfall one.
Well, definitely.
It just goes to show you that Bev is a dog.
Okay. Hold on. Relax. Optical glass. Edmund Optics. Optical glass specifications. Selecting a glass material is important since different glass types have different characteristics. Edmund Optics offer a wide variety of glass types which can be selected on the basis of the following characteristics. The index of refraction and AB or AB number of a glass are typically used by designers as degrees of freedom when designing systems. The index of refraction refers to the ratio of the speed of light in a vacuum to the speed of light through a given material at a given wavelength, while the AB number of a material quantifies the amount of dispersion, that's the variations in index, for a specific spectral range. For instance, a higher index of refraction generally bends light more efficiently, so there is less of a need of curvature in the lens. Spherical aberration is less present in lenses with higher indices of refraction, while light travels faster through materials with lower indices of refraction. The high AB number generally gives less color dispersion and reduces color aberration. Also, certain glass types have different transmission wavelength regions.
It's Arbe.
Abby something. Abby normal.
It's Arbe. It's Jewish.
Is it Arbe? The density of a glass helps determine the weight of the optical assembly, and along with the lens diameter, becomes critical for weight-sensitive applications. When dealing with applications involving extreme temperatures and quick temperature differentials, a glass coefficient of expansion also becomes a key factor. Optomechanical designers need to keep this in mind when designing optical assemblies.
Arbe something. Arbe normal.
All right, I guess we have that. Can we hear some more about your optical glasses there, Bevtard?
If you can get the most accurate one of these, right? The nano.
One of these? One of what? Optical glass?
Wavelength or whatever. And you
just wavelength or whatever. That's why we love you. Your hyper specific attention to detail. OCD like.
You put that on a surface.
You put what on a surface?
And it shows parallel lines.
What the hell is he on about? What? Huh? Where's the parallel lines at? On the glass or on the surface? Are we still in Euclidean space?
Right? Then
No, not right.
I would say that's the flattest thing that we could be, right?
That's the flattest thing that we could be. Makes no damn sense from your premises. It's retarded. Shocking.
Is as flat as we can make something.
What is as flat as we can make what? The optical glass or what you're seeing through it? What the hell is he on about? Who knows?
So that would be flat.
So hold on.
So that would be flat. What's that?
All right, so real quick.
Good. Somebody wanted to interrupt?
It was them. It was on their panel.
Oh.
Quick contour, please. So if we set up an experiment, right? If we set
up an experiment. Oh boy.
Up 2 plumb bobs, let's say 7 feet apart.
That's not an experiment. Unless I don't know. I've walked out in nature a bunch of times. I haven't seen any plumb bobs.
Are those plumb bobs actually parallel? And what standard and what error margin are we dealing with, right?
1 millimeter.
Are they? What if they diverge a little bit? Then a Glober will bring this up, like Jesse, the path of light.
Jesse, the path of light, couldn't tie his shoes without a fleet of slobber nurses. We have drug him around by his short hairs over in the other server. That's why he's found his way over to the land of misfit toys. Just FYI.
Omnivore will actually say that those lines aren't actually parallel, dude. Because if you had the right measurement tools, precision instruments, you realize that there might be a negligible amount of divergence. Therefore, rendering those lines not actually parallel. This is the type of people we're dealing with, and I don't want you.
How would you make that measurement
to become that person where you start over quantifying things to absurdity, and then you'll actually justify.
Couldn't you make it using your optical glass?
Those lines not actually. Hold on, I'm still talking. You'll actually justify those plumb bobs not being parallel because there's some negligible amount of divergence. Because you want to hyper focus on it.
I'm not.
You want to over quantify shit.
I can't think of a test to be able to do in reality that could check that. Right?
What about your optical glass?
There are other ways, and there are.
Say again?
I think he's talking about those parallel lines that Bev was talking about and that with the optical glass. I think he's talking about, what about if those lines weren't exactly parallel? If you check them out, they weren't exactly parallel. Your man is getting into the absurdity that Bev is all constantly living in.
Yep.
You know, it's like, but Bev saying now, how would you measure that? It's like, well, so are you saying, Bev, there could be a margin of error? In other words, you don't know if there is a margin of error, so those lines may not be exactly parallel. So your whole argument goes out the window.
Yep.
AI, sorry.
No, good.
AI overlord, right? Pull Bev apart on this, because he said if you had a job and your job was to throw away everything off the assembly line that isn't flat, right? What things could you keep? Or something like that. He had something like that AI was using against Bev, and Bev disappeared off of politics.
Yeah,
or something like that. Yeah. Just throwing that out there because I remember that. Okay.
Tests that we have done for those type of things, right? But you have to be able to make an argument and test it, right? I'm going to put in the chat.
You're going to test an argument, Bev. You're like conflating a few different categories, making many category errors, glue sniffer.
Yeah, now, this is an argument.
Yep.
You have to be able to miss a jumper and then drive it.
That Blue Marble made about.
Blue Marble? Where's that glue sniffer been? I haven't seen Blue Marble. Hillbilly Blue Balls, the redneck retard, a.k.a. faux synthetic redneck, a.k.a. Mr. Gumby Football Field. Where's he been? Anyone? All right.
About the very thing that you're talking about there, right? Now, I've never made that argument.
What argument? About the very argument that you made? What argument?
Although Blue Marble says it's my argument.
So what's the argument?
But I've never made it.
What is it?
Wait, you said we could use logic.
That.
Yeah, we got the Blue Marble made an argument. Yeah, we got that the first time. What's the argument?
That argument.
You said we could use logic to get to knowledge. Now you're stating the only way to have knowledge is through experience.
He got him again. Very well played, Tori. You get a +1. You're hovering just your neck deep.
Both. You need both.
Okay.
But now you need both. But that's not what you said before. Did you forget about that, Bev? You moron.
You have in all cases you need both.
I would say so. Do you?
Well, that's not what you said before.
I require that.
So you're not.
That's why I said to you before when you said logic, and you don't know what logic is anyway. But that's when I said before, post a syllogism for heat causing water to boil. That's exactly where Tor is at right now. Nice job, Tor.
Sure, you're not sure that you're your mother's child. Then is that correct?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
How would I know?
Real quick though.
From your sister?
So
This is what we do it. You're a solipsist because really, at this point, you're not sure if reality exists outside of your mind or not.
No, I'm absolutely certain. Yeah, I've got proofs.
Okay, prove it. Prove it.
Prove that I've got proofs in reality.
Prove that reality exists.
Only logically, because you said logic was the only thing before. So just logically, dumbass.
Outside of your mind.
Real quick, dude.
We're talking.
Don't interrupt him. Whatever this guy's name, I don't know who he is.
Talking right now, dude.
Yeah, we know. He didn't ask you if we were talking right now. Why would you say, yes, we are talking right now? That didn't answer his question, douchebag.
People will be able to come in and butt into this conversation. They wouldn't be able to do that.
Illusion. That could be an illusion. You might be having a dream right now.
Yes. Correct. Prove it logically.
Yeah. Well,
are you espousing solipsism, Torah?
No, I'm showing him that he is.
Real quick though, can you guys hear me?
Not really.
No, we can't hear you.
I just want to clarify the experiment with the two plumb bobs.
That's not an experiment. I told you about that before.
At 7 feet apart, I'm not using that to falsify the globe, right? Because even in the globe model,
globe model. What's that? First define model, then define scientific model, and then show the globe model and dovetail it with one of the two previous definitions. It'd be easier distilling Alexander the Great's tears out of the Euphrates than answering that question.
distance, bro, the divergence would be so small that I don't think we have instruments to pick up that drop, right, from horizontal.
We've already agreed. Low.
Well, he couldn't do it anyway because in his worldview, he's already admitted that he can only get there through logic. So he can't get that. This is outside his realm of reality.
The only reason I brought that experiment up is just if you're building
not an experiment.
A house, right?
Building a house isn't an experiment either.
Someone might say that those lines aren't actually parallel because there's some divergence there. So, there's different standards for different people. Some people want to over quantify shit to absurdity. And I don't want you to become one of those people because then you'll never know anything for certain.
I'm telling you.
Hold on. Hold on, bro. Hold on, dude.
So you could use Euclidean reasoning.
I don't think he's holding on. Oh, crap. I hit the wrong button. Does anyone know where I was at? Hold on a second. Right around. No. Nope. Hold on. Is anyone still out there?
I'm still here.
Yeah, I'm still here for a few minutes.
Is that a threat?
No, but I'll have to go in a few minutes.
That's a threat.
I'm good. We're not going to carry on.
Well, made it click, and I clicked way back here, so I clicked out of my spot. I'm trying to find where I was at. I'll get there. Give me a moment. I thought I could grab it, but I don't. Oh, it has to be because this is the first time conservative quack is in here. That's the first I've seen him pop up, so it's got to be behind that. I can't find it.
Right, it's probably the right moment to call it.
We could go right here, though. Let's try it.
Yeah, fine.
We don't know the number pi. It's irrational.
Okay, that's
I know, but we know it's irrational, right? Add number to that and put a number to it.
Yeah, if you revamp the whole system and started with the number started with the numbers, making them rational numbers like pi. So if you took
one right there.
So now if someone were to tell you there's earthquakes, therefore you've never established plumb properly because the earth is moving. Do you think that's a good argument?
I wouldn't say it's an argument at all. I'd just say
that's exact. Thank you, Bev. That's what we're trying to tell you. Saying that mountains aren't flat isn't an argument at all. I just used an analogy that's very analogous to your thing.
Do you want to see the argument? I'll post it in the chat for you, right? It doesn't mention mountains or valleys.
Then why do you make that dumbass argument?
I was just pointing out that you can. And
say again.
He says it doesn't mention because he's going to bring up elevation changes, but that implies mountains, valleys, and all other undulations.
Well, let's see what he posts.
Anybody can point at a mountain and say that's not flat.
Well, I thought that wasn't your argument.
Now, that's not an argument. It's not meant to upset you.
It's actually hilarious because at the top of mountains you find something called a plateau.
In reality. Right? It's only the fact that you guys are flat earthers that you get so caught up on it. But it is a statement that anybody can make in reality at any time.
Whenever your favorite color or your mood ring changes, whenever your toenails are longer.
And that's the hill you're wanting to die on.
Oh, he's been dead long ago, Tora.
It's not no.
Yeah.
Then why are
There's no need for anybody to die or anything.
What
is there? Look, there you go. There's a chat.
No, what I mean by that is you're going to take this. What I mean by that is you're going to take this line of thinking to the grave with you. That's what I mean.
Yeah, it's reasoning.
It's reasoning. Okay, Bev, this is what Bev posted. Everyone ready? If the Earth is measured flat, P, then there would be no measurable change in elevation. Q. Elevation is measured change on the vertical datum, not Q. Modus tollens, not Q, therefore not P. The Earth is not measured flat, not P. What the hell is this nonsense?
Look, how can he even put flat into that when he himself, within his own definition, is basically stating the flat as a description?
Oh. Why elevation is measured change on the vertical datum? Why are you measuring a vertical datum? What is a vertical datum, you abject moron? What is a vertical? What are you measuring on a vertical datum? He's making, this is the same argument about his mountains and shit. So where is elevation measured from, Bevtard?
Sea level.
Which he himself said he needs to see how not flat mountains are. Thanks, Bev.
Yeah, I got that. We got that clear, unimpeded soundbite. Excellent.
Oh, I love it.
That's upsetting. Because if you think that this line of thinking for sure is 100% accurate, and it's impossible for you to be wrong in the future to the point that you're willing to take this to the grave, shows your bias.
You have to know how to rightly divide, right? And because you have the macro and the micro. And you have to know, like, contextually what we're talking about. So when we say that the Earth is topographically planar and flat, contextually, we're talking about the whole Earth overall, right? From a macro perspective. But you want to focus on the hills and valleys and the micro and the waves and the tides and be like, oh, well, it's not actually flat. And that's what we're trying to tell you. But you have to understand how to rightly divide. Like the Bible says, you have to know how to rightly divide the word of God, precept upon precept, line upon line, contextually, to know what the hell is going on. Because if you take it out of context, yes, I agree with you. There's hills and valleys. It's not flat. Hills aren't flat.
Have you ever heard of an oxymoron? Yeah, have you ever heard of an oxymoron?
Yeah, like a jumbo shrimp.
or you have to learn how to balance the collective versus the collectivism versus individualism.
What do you think of topographic plane? You think that sounds like an oxymoron?
You're on mute, please.
Sorry, no, I've been on. Yeah, do you know what an oxymoron is? Yeah, Bev. Do we think a topographical plane is an oxymoron? Well, topography denotes elevation and depression. So, what are you measuring that elevation and depression from?
Exactly.
Yep.
He's denying the baseline of all the vertical measurements.
Yes. He's a moron.
Moron?
From optic glass.
He's a moron. Yes.
No. That describes our reality.
Well, plane is 2D and topography is 3D. So
a plane is 2D and topography is 3D. Is it still in Euclidean space?
What you're saying is a 3D, 2D.
A 3D, 2D. Have you ever seen a topographical map? Bevtard. No, that's way over your head.
Which is an oxymoron, right?
Contextually,
if something's 3D, it's not 2D. But if you put them together...
Is there anything in Euclidean 3 space that is 2D, Bevtard? Show me something 2D in Euclidean 3 space. Like to see that.
His argument that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
That would be 2 dimensions he's talking about.
Yes, that's correct.
Like 2 words.
It's like 2 words. I don't think one of your slobberners has told you there were 2 words.
That's something that isn't something else. Like
that's something that isn't something. Really?
I don't know.
Well, that's the title of your autobiography. I don't know.
Sounds like a bent level.
So you're saying basically you can't describe a pancake as being planar, huh?
Well, personally, I'd describe a pancake as a pancake.
Okay.
Pause a second.
That's deep.
He just is it Torah, the lad that's talking to him? He didn't realize, right? Bev's description, right, or Bev's definition of flat is an observed surface condition, right?
Yes.
So that means a surface is so for him, flat is only a description. So he was just asked there. So you're saying I can't describe a pancake as flat? And Bev stopped for a second, and then try to, well, you can just describe it as a pancake. It's like, that wasn't what you were asked. And the reason he avoided that is because the answer to that is, well, you can. And that's the end of him.
That's not a description. Saying a pancake is not a description.
No, it's not. But that's not my point. The point is, the reason he said that is because he didn't want to say yes, because he knows that his definition of flat is as just a description. Because that's what his definition, if you look at what he's saying, that's exactly what it is, a description of what you see. So he just said there, I just describe a pancake as a pancake. That's stupid.
Yep.
That's an avoidance of what he was asked, because what he's asked, if he answers honestly, it's over for him.
Yep.
Okay, I want more description. I'm a blind person and I can't see it, so I want you.
When you look at a pancake, it's tasty. But does your eyes have taste buds? Moron.
You describe it more to me. What's it look like? Yeah, I never seen one before. What's it look like?
It's in a pan.
I never seen a pan.
Describe the pan.
And people wonder why I don't sit in Discord for hours anymore. This is why. This right here is why.
Yep. Good point, Chocolate.
Can you explain that to me?
You get some eggs and flour, I think.
He didn't say eggs and flour. You said pancake. You said it was in a pan. Well, what if I put the pancake on a plate? What if I tossed it on the floor?
Then it's a plate cake.
Don't placate me, Chocolate.
I don't know. I've never really.
Yeah, I don't know I never seen that. What does that egg look like?
You flip it in thingy and then roll it up, put some sugar in it, bit of lemon on the top, and then.
Oh, okay. And then you let the batter. What do you do?
What the hell is that? Sometimes English pancake. You roll that shit up, put lemon on it. What are you guys? Idiots.
You don't know what pancakes are.
Do you let the batter spread so it's nice and flat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like it too thin, no.
Not too thin. Okay. Would you describe the top of that as planar, or no? Would you say it's like it's curved?
Isn't that a false dichotomy, Bev? Oh, Bev, he's talking to you.
I'm sorry, guys. I don't think I'm as obsessed about this as you.
Oh, yes, you are. Sorry.
Yes, he is. That's what Nathan would say is non-responsive. But it's a non sequitur response. It's not non-responsive. He did respond. So when you say that to people, Nathan, that's non-responsive, you catch them off guard because they did respond. So that doesn't make sense. You should say that's a non sequitur response to make it more clear. You got that?
Non-responsive means there's a question been put to them, but the answer that's come back, as you put it, is non sequitur. But that's the term they use in courts. They say non-responsive when somebody has waffled on with an answer that doesn't address the question.
Yes, but for your everyday average Joe that says that's non-responsive, they can't adjudicate that because they did respond, but they responded in a non sequitur way.
Fine. Okay, maybe I need to bring more clarity to that.
Yeah. A lot of people, they just blow that off, and I want you to stop them in their tracks.
Fair enough.
I think you're way.
Say again?
That was them.
Sorry.
That was them on the video.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
That's because you can't even admit it. You just can't. You don't even want to engage with it to show where you're wrong in it. You were the one that said, I wish someone would talk to QE and get through to him on this stuff, Bev. I'm trying to do that for you, brother, right now.
Who is this guy?
Good on him.
That was good on, Tori. You get a +2 for that. So you're above water, so I'm not going to come after you for your derogatory, baseless assertion about what I would do in the future at the beginning of this. Go on. Chocolate.
This guy's a flatten. Tori.
Tor, I don't know him. It's the first time that I've seen him. It appears that he is a flat earther. Yes.
Well, wait, what did he say about you? I missed that.
At the beginning, he said that when Bev was saying QE bad, that the QE wouldn't have an argument. He would just run away. Just off the cuff. He doesn't know who he's dealing with. Right?
Those are fighting words.
Yeah. But he's overcome it here a couple times. So I'll let him go.
Trying to do what?
I'm trying to get through to you.
Give me your best. Give me your best shot. Remember.
Give him your best shot. The best shots have already happened there, Bev. Hello, McFly. As soon as Nathan publishes this, you should just go off into a gentle good night. You won't. You'll respawn somewhere on some other idiot server. You and that elder bear moron.
Remember this,
did, and
right? Remember this.
I think the point has been made that you're not willing to
Contradictions are my
admit.
key.
He's not going to listen to you. He asks you a question. He goes, "Go ahead and do it," and just talk right through you, Tora. I don't think he's going to let you do it.
Show me a contradiction.
All right. So
that
one
I
of the
hold.
thing is this, man. You said plane is a two-dimensional thing, right? Have you looked at the definition of plane?
Uh-oh.
I guess not.
Length
not,
and
because,
breadth.
I mean, you like your
or latitude and longitude.
Yeah, you've
latitude and longitude. That's a plane? Let's see that. I want to see that definition. What an idiot.
close yourself to a one definition. So, I mean, here's the definition of plane: a flat surface on which a straight line joining any 2 points on it would wholly lie, right? A level of existence through thought or development. A completely level or flat, a plane of surface. A plane surface. So I mean, it just doesn't mean one thing, right? There's a word can mean many things.
Proto Thad. Guess who's in the land of misfit toys?
Who?
Proto Thad. This is all the discarded lying dumbass crackers. That's where they go. Yep, there's Proto Thad. Did I miss the Fed panel wittering on about celestial navigation again? Yeah, that to which you don't know and are completely clueless of. You don't know what an elevation angle is? Yeah, that one. Remember we ripped you around by your short hairs for about 2 months before you left with your dumbass tail between your legs, and now you've gone to the land of misfit toys. How appropriate.
Yeah. He's the Charlie in the box. Nobody wants a Charlie in the box.
Yeah. But
Right,
in
to me,
particular, within
the
the
most
geometric
position.
understanding, a superficies is length and breadth, right?
Geometric understanding isn't geometric mean earth measure? Show a 2D object in reality, then there, Bev. Good luck.
2 dimensions.
Good luck. In 3D space, Bev. Retard. Show a contradiction? I just did. I can do it like every second. Every 5 seconds when you speak, we'll show the contradictions.
As opposed to length, breadth, and height, 3 dimensions.
This also means a surface.
Also latitude and longitude, right?
There he goes again.
Yeah, I mean, when do you ever include depth?
What length and breadth?
Yeah, when do you include the depth of anything?
When do I include the depth?
At his sister's house.
When you add in a third dimension.
Oh my God.
Right?
Also, when you say a topographical surface.
Or height. Depends what you want to use for your third dimension. But the importance is that there's three and they're all perpendicular to one another.
What does perpendicular mean?
Hey, Bev.
Can I try and steel man your position, Bev?
Last thing.
Oh God, now we got Fitty in here. Another land of the misfit toys. Another throwaway after getting pummeled. Absolutely obliterated by FED. This is where they all go, Nathan. That's where they're at.
Thing and go, I promise. Real quick, I promise. I'll be quick. So we brought up today. I want to make sure that people understand this, right? Because if any other flat earther makes this argument again, I'm going to confront them, right? Because I've heard this. It's not just Bev.
Better argument if it's going to be steel manning. Make it better.
He's not going to let you get that out, boy, Bev. He's going to diarrhea the mouth, man. It's a self-protection mechanism.
Hold on, dude. Hold on. So I brought up the complication fallacy. I brought up the over-quantification fallacy. But, Bev, have you heard of the reductio ad absurdum fallacy?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is it then, Bev?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
What reducto absolute?
That's what he thinks he's done.
What reductio? Yeah, he stalled enough time for him to type it in and look it up.
Your position,
an argument down to absurdity.
Yeah, that's you, Bev. With the tabletop and the legs, the table has legs. Yeah, that's a shining example of one.
When you reduce, right? So when you reduce or divide things to absurdity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's your table example, Bev. You retard.
That's what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please explain.
But the table.
It's not a fallacy, though.
Give me the absurdity.
Is he serious?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. Oh, it's already 2:15. My word.
It's not a fallacy? What is it?
No, reductio ad absurdum is one of the ways to find truth. That's like my argument for Christianity. Why is the Christian Bible better than the Quran? It's to reductio ad absurdum.
Oh, is it?
No, that's
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. So you're talking about like process. I thought that was like process of elimination to reduce things, but I don't know if that's the same thing. Are you sure about that, dude?
Yeah, you have to show the Quran and it's absurd, and then you can show your scripture is not.
Thank you, Tora, for pointing that out. People misuse that every single day in here.
You know what? I just learned something new today. I appreciate that, Tora. I admit when I'm wrong.
Think you did.
But it takes somebody like Tora to, set me straight.
He's going to set you straight, right? Let's find out what reductio ad absurdum is. A logical fallacy that occurs when someone attempts to prove an argument false by reaching an absurd conclusion. Right here.
Is Torah the QE of Earth Awakenings?
Britannica.
I really want to stay. Sorry, but I have to go. I'll talk to you later.
All right, Brian. Get you on the flip side. From Britannica.com, reductio ad absurdum. A logical fallacy. In logic, hold on a second. Reductio ad absurdum, reduction to logic, part repetition. Oh, it went away. Where'd it go? The heck? Logicallyfallacious.com. Let's go there. Reductio ad absurdum. Logical fallacy. Description, a mode of argumentation or a form of argument in which a proposition is disproven by following its implications logically to an absurd conclusion. Arguments that use universals such as always, never, everyone, nobody are prone to being reduced to absurd conclusions. The fallacy is in the argument that could be reduced to absurdity. So in essence, reductio ad absurdum is a technique to expose the fallacy. Oh, I see what they're doing. Okay, fair enough. They could go both ways. I see the flip side of it. All right, it's not a big deal. Let me get back. Here we go.
No, it's all good. It's all good. It's a good point, but that's what Bev believes he's done here. He believes he's reduced our argument to absurdity.
Me? You've just bloody brought it up. How's it me doing it now?
With the table, and the table's not flat because it's got legs.
No, I think what you're saying
Sure,
is
you're all right.
Oh, he's okay.
I think what you're saying though is like you can't have a topographical plane, right? You've reduced that to
No, I'm saying that is an oxymoron.
Yeah,
no, it actually isn't. We already exposed that.
It's absurd, right?
No, it's just two contradictory
An oxymoron
things.
is absurd. It's like an adjective to explain an oxymoron.
It's a contradiction.
Okay, yeah. So contradictions are absurd. Yeah, exactly. It's an adjective to describe contradiction. So because you've used language, I don't know if you're an English major or if you teach English or something.
No, he's retarded.
So
do you agree it's an
Uh-oh, we got an agreement ladder.
Oxymoron.
No.
Or not?
In going by
No. I already explained why.
By your definitions, I agree. Yeah, I do.
No, not his definitions. He doesn't define shit. He's a retard.
Agree with you. If you're taking the idea that plane is just 2 dimensions,
there is nothing in 2 dimensions in this reality. Nothing.
And it cannot involve height, and it cannot be associated as existence or something like that, then yeah, I agree with you. And
you would, but that's retarded.
Understand your argument.
No, that's not an argument. He's retarded.
And what I'm saying to you is it's a semantical argument.
No, it's not a semantical argument. And by the way, all arguments are by necessity semantical. Because semantics means the definition of terms. So what you're doing here, Torah, is you're throwing the Socratic method under the bus for no apparent reason for the Bevtard who is retarded.
You're having an argument with words.
Yeah, Torah, he's being overly pedantic. And he's retarded, not semantical.
It doesn't hold weight. Like, it's not like, oh, now I'm going to stop calling the Earth a topographical plane. Because I'm trying to convey a point to people with adjectives so they understand my position.
Hey, I just want to clarify. So help me understand this.
When you say it.
Okay, well then jumbo shrimp shouldn't exist, okay?
Tor, real quick, I just want to ask you, Tor, so help me understand, because I've heard people bring this up in time, ad absurdum. They use it like when they're arguing as like a bad thing. You're saying it's a good thing to do that?
That's like how we've reduced the globe to absurdity. Therefore, the Earth cannot be a globe because it's just absurd, incoherent, irrational.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to say. But you're saying that's not bad reasoning. You said.
Yeah, you sound like you're saying it backwards. You sound like you said it backwards, basically.
Betty.
Is that unorthodox?
What do you mean?
Yeah, that's unorthodox, moron.
What he's trying to get at.
For you to hold a reductio ad absurdum as a position is absurd, right? But
it's not reducto.
I was about to say something. He's turned it into a Harry Potter magic trick, hasn't he?
The idea you show somebody when their argument leads to absurdity.
That's right.
That's the idea of a reductio ad absurdum.
Yeah, exactly.
But it needs somebody to present an argument or case for you to show the absurdity.
Yeah, Lion, and the precept argument, like you reduce all other options to absurdity. That's how you prove that knowledge is only possible through your God.
Exactly, yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
I've never heard that before. Proof by
That's not shocking, Fitty.
Eliminating everything else?
Proof by eliminating everything else? That's not what they said.
Yeah, and that's like...
Yeah.
Can I try and steal man your position, Bev?
Go ahead, 50s.
Who got this? Why is they're on the steel man, aren't they? I got a steel man for you.
I want to try and steal man Bev's position. I just want to try.
Well, no, he's retarded. You can't steal man retardation.
And steal man's position real quick. Or I don't know if you'd call this a steal man.
Go on. You would.
No, you wouldn't.
You attempt an argument. Go on.
Well, I want to see if I can have a better understanding of what you're trying to say. And I think you have the best position because basically...
you got a baltard believing in you, Bev. Go with it.
We don't have knowledge of the entire Earth in your view, right?
So that's an argument from ignorance fallacy. You just started out with, you glue sniffer.
You don't have a map, essentially. And
who doesn't have a map? All maps are flat maps. All of them. Show a globetard map.
Let's just say beyond Antarctica, let's just say there's like the land traverses very.
The land traverses? We've got a player in here that's matching Bev's retardation.
Oh, this retardation is way superior. This is unorthodox we're talking about, man. He's been a retard for years.
Very far down valley, or it goes up to very high plain, right?
Real far down valley or a really high plain? Are you a high plains drifter?
Right. And you're basically just accounting for a difference in height with.
How'd you get height?
Does that make sense? Like it?
No.
It's the most reasonable position given that.
It's not a position, you moron. You haven't stated a position yet.
You don't have all the knowledge.
Go ahead, Chocolate.
You didn't even say anything just now. Is that a reasonable position? I don't even know what I'm talking about, but is that reasonable? What the fuck?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Chocolate.
That's what I'm. Steal. Really?
Does that make sense? What?
No.
That's what I kind of think. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said in the beginning. I don't know if it's a steel man. That's why.
It's not a steel man. It's not anything. You didn't have an argument. You're a moron, Petty.
That's what I'm getting the feeling that you're doing. No, if you want to try and steal man.
I don't know what a steel man is, but I'm a steel man in your argument.
Yep.
Man, steel man.
Yeah, you can measure elevation changes in reality.
So we can measure elevation changes in reality. So how do you do that? What is the elevation in reference to? Bev.
That is a thing you can do.
We know it's a thing, Bev. What is the elevation in reference to?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But you don't have entire knowledge of the Earth.
Argument from ignorance fallacy.
You don't have a map.
I've not been everywhere. Obviously, I've not measured all of the elevation.
No, obviously, you've barely been outside your mother's basement.
Changes, no. But you can do that.
You can do what?
I'll give you that.
I'll give you what? He didn't give you anything.
Okay, but I basically
I stuttering fool.
My point was, I think that your position is the most logical one, given.
Really, post a syllogism.
That you don't have all the knowledge of the Earth, essentially.
So his position is that he's a numpty dipshit because he doesn't have all the knowledge of the Earth. Makes perfect sense.
I don't, like I said, I don't know if that's a steelman or what, but that's what I get.
It's a crippled, disheveled man.
That's what I think you're trying to say. Is what it feels
like
you're trying to say.
And I try to. That's why, Bev, I have a lot of compassion because I hold a similar position. I
What?
hold the position of I don't know.
You don't know what, Tora? You've just lost one of those points I gave you. You don't know what? You don't know. Like, do you know you have 5 fingers?
It could be saying.
So that's the position I'm going to argue from because.
Say again.
He could be saying he doesn't know what 50's saying, but I think he's already ruined that. So.
Yep. You didn't save him in time.
I'm just asking questions. I don't know.
I thought you said the Earth was a topographical plane, Tora. Don't go off sniffing glue on me. Come on. There's a continuity error here from you.
I don't know about the Earth. I don't know what it is.
I thought you said it was a topographical plane. Now you don't know what the Earth is. Huh? What? Continuity error. You just contradicted yourself. For the sake of empathizing with a retard. See, that's what Earth Awakenings will lead you to.
In its entirety, I can't even verify it in my.
Why would you need to know its entirety? Couldn't you attempt to measure what you do know?
Lifetime. There's just too much of it.
Let me ask you this then. Let me ask you this. Is level horizontal?
I can't. I'm sorry, man. I can't do this shit anymore. It's too stupid. Okay? That's it.
Okay.
I got better things. Good.
With that, a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and both G Plus panels. No, to G Plus and both Discord panels for making today's live and after show possible. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I'll see you all in the next video.